Chapter 21 of the Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marian Servasi. The Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems by Frank Albert Fetter. Chapter 21. Part 2. The Value of Human Services. Division A. Labor and Wages. Chapter 21. The Supply of Labor. Section 1. What is a doctrine of population? The employers and the social view of supply of labor. 1. The supply of labor means here not the number of workers available in any one industry, but the number available in the whole field of industry. The individual employer thinks of the supply of labor as consisting of the men seeking employment in his special industry. In this view, it is the demand by the employers that apportions the workers among the various occupations. The social view of the supply of labor, however, looks at the whole field. The demand for labor is then seen to be represented not by human employers, but by resources and agents presenting opportunities and demanding labor to employ them. The rich acre, the tool, the machine, all material wealth needing the human touch to give it a higher utility, represent a demand for labor in this broad sense. The thought of a supply of labor is therefore relative to that of the demand embodied in resources. 1,000,000 men are a great or a small supply of labor according as they occupy a little island or a large continent, according as they are equipped with a small or a large supply of agents. Population in relation to resources. 2. Supply of labor, as an economic problem, presents a large and complex case of diminishing returns. The population of different countries and of different sections of a country is seen to bear a general relation to their resources. An unintelligent race with little wealth and poor machinery is doomed to remain few in numbers. Mountains, districts, poorly watered, the frozen regions of the north, are sparsely populated because natural resources are lacking. If food production alone is thought of, there are apparent exceptions to this statement, but there are no absolute contradictions of it. A favored harbor may make possible a flourishing commerce on a rocky coast. An unfertile soil may support a large population when great deposits of coal or iron ensure by exchange great food supplies. Productivity must be measured under modern conditions by the purchasing power that is possible in the environment. The connection of wealth and resources with the extent of the population is in itself a recognition of diminishing returns, of an objective limit to the number of men that can occupy a certain area and employ a given stock of agents. Equilibrium between numbers of animals of different species. 3. Each species of the lower animals is seen to have a relatively fixed habitat limited by its food supply and by its enemies. The rocks tell a story of a slow and steady change that has gone on in the earth and in the species of animals that inhabit it. History records some rapid changes due to convulsions of nature or to interference by man with natural conditions. But the usual condition is an equilibrium of numbers, long maintained, though each species appears to have in itself a capacity for unlimited increase. Why this contradiction? The limit set by the food supply is seen in a simple case when herbivorous animals are placed on an island from which they cannot escape, and where there are no dogs, wolves, weasels, or foxes. Substantially, this experiment was unintentionally tried on an enormous scale with the rabbit in Australia. This particular and long isolated continent contained none of the rabbit's ancient enemies. The rabbits became a pest, devastated great areas, were hunted trapped, poisoned, and great numbers of them died of starvation outside the fences erected to stop their advance. In the imaginary island they would increase up to the point where starvation would bring about an equilibrium between the number of animals and the food supply. The destruction of one kind of animal by another limits numbers in another way. The number of lions is limited by the number of their prey in the region where they roam. The number of deer, therefore, is limited in two ways, by the amount of their food and by the number of lions which catch the deer. The more numerous the lions, the fewer the deer. The fewer the deer, the greater the supply of vegetable food. As the pressure increases on one side, it decreases on the other, until an equilibrium is reached. The surplus of life germs. Throughout nature each species of animals keeps its customary place, changing little despite its efforts to increase and to crowd into the habitat of other species. Even the slow-breeding elephant, with a period of gestation of 3 years, and producing one calf at birth, would cover the entire earth and leave no standing room in a few centuries if every calf born could live to full age. The myriad of frogs born every spring, the swarms of insects, the countless plants, are struggling to find a foothold on the crowded earth. Of the vastly greater number of seeds and embryos, only one in a multitude ever comes or could come to maturity. Here are the undisputed facts on which rests this biologic doctrine of population, so to speak, for the vegetable and lower animal world. Because of the limited powers of the soil, no form of life, animal or vegetable, can continue to increase, even for a single generation, without meeting enormous forces of opposition, which destroy great numbers and set a limit to the increase of the species. These facts related to the doctrine of population. 4. A doctrine of human population is reasoned explanation of the causes determining the number of people in the world. Man in his economic life is constantly struggling with the problem of the scarcity of goods. If in any given environment men continue long to increase, they must, like the lower animals, meet limits in the capacities of the resources they use. The supply of labor force which is thus brought to be combined with the material agents must meet with diminishing returns, unless these agents also continue to increase at a like rate. The relation of population to resources thus presents probably the most fundamental problem in the realm of economics. It is a problem of great complexity, bristling with difficulties and incapable of exact mathematical treatment. But it is capable of rational study. There is a great difference between a purely fatalistic view of this question and the view that is to be reached by a consideration of the motives, causes, and physical influences at work. It is possible to find some principles in the chaos of prejudices and contradictions that the subject presents. The fruit of a century of discussion of the economic, social, and biologic factors involved is a rational, if not a final, doctrine of population. Section 2. Population in human society. The biologic stage of human population. 1. In the earlier stages of human history, population is limited mainly by biologic factors. The biologic stage continues so long as there are no artificial restraints put on the birth rate and no deliberate destruction of offspring for the purpose of limiting the size of the family. There, the limits are all objective. They are found in scantiness of the food supply, or in destruction by enemies, animal or human. Each species has an average or normal birth rate, great or small. Just why this varies, why the rabbit produces a score of young in a year, and the elephant but 1 in 3 years, is a question capable of a rational answer, but it is one for the natural scientist rather than for the economist. Each species is impelled by instinct to realize this birth rate, to bring into existence as many young as possible. No human society known to us is so primitive that it has not passed this stage, but many societies have risen but little above it. In most savage tribes, where starvation, disease, and war are constantly at work, the difficult task is to maintain the population. Few of those born arrive at maturity. The custom of the adoption of captives from hostile tribes is widespread, because the efficiency and even the survival of the tribe depends upon keeping up its numbers of warriors. War among primitive societies. 2. War for the possession of limited resources is the first rude social remedy for an excess of population. War is the normal condition of most primitive tribes. Its cause usually appears to be standing feuds and ancient enmities, but the deeper and abiding cause is the struggle for hunting grounds, for pasturage, for natural resources. The rude industry and economy of hunting, fishing, or pastoral peoples, or of those in the early stages of agriculture, requires a large area for a small population. Distant excursions and frequent forays when food fails develop rival claims to favored districts, and war is the only settlement. Fighting under these conditions is an activity of such economic importance that much of the energy of the tribe must be strenuously given to it. The ceaseless loss of life in savage wars is almost incredible to modern minds. The invasion of the Roman Empire by the Teutonic tribes, the latter successive inundations of medieval Europe by the fierce pastoral tribes from Central Asia, are more recent and familiar examples of the economic and political effects of the increase of population and of the outgrowing of resources by barbarian peoples. When the custom arises of capturing enemies and reducing them to slavery instead of killing them, forces are set into operation to reorganize society and to create new checks on the growth of population. Crude beginnings of volitional control. 3. Volitional control of population begins by the destruction of offspring before or after birth. The population problem ceases to be simply biologic and takes on its sociological aspect when the awakening intelligence of man first grasps the mystery of birth, and when the first attempts are made in any way to regulate family relations or to interfere with the growth of numbers. The student of primitive peoples finds in the methods applied to prevent the birth of children an almost inconceivable brutality. The same methods to a large degree persist in savage communities today. Infanticide was generally practiced in ancient times among peoples of advanced civilization, as, for example, in Sparta and Rome, where not only deformed and weak children, but unwelcome ones, commonly were destroyed. The practice, if not legalized, is at least permitted even today by public opinion in great portions of India, China, and other densely populated districts of the world. It is one of the dark spots on our own civilization. Private property limits population. The problem, a psychic one. 4. The pressure of increase of numbers on resources is confined by individual industry and by private property to special portions of the population. A condition of communism, where all the members of the tribe or family share equally, means that all enjoy together when food and wealth are abundant, and all starve together when it becomes scarce. Along with fierce enmity for other tribes, is found in many early societies a close approximation to tribal communism. Private property alters the nature of the struggle for subsistence and of the motives for limiting population. Society divides into a number of partially independent classes or family groups, each holding its share of wealth apart, not in common with the tribe. A society with private property is like a ship divided into a number of watertight compartments. In communistic conditions, if population increases, all sink together into want. The self-interest of those having private property keeps them from dividing their property, and starvation is confined to the propertyless members. This acts in two ways. It increases the motive for the production of wealth. It gives a motive for the limitation of the consumers of the wealth. A smaller family with larger resources means a wider margin between numbers and misery. This converts the problem of population from a material one of a balance of food and physical needs to a psychic one of a balance of motives in the minds of men. When this stage is reached, the extreme objective limit of the birth rate or of increase of population is no longer attained in the well-to-do classes, although it may still continue to be in the less provident. Social classes differ in volitional control. 5. Volitional control is effective in very different degrees in different families and industrial classes. The possession of property is both a sign of forethought and an incentive to it. Concern for the welfare of children is one of the most powerful motives, especially after social distinctions become marked. It may become abnormally strong, leading parents to sacrifice their own welfare or their own lives foolishly for their children, as is done often in the accumulation of property. Among the classes with property, the provision for the children depends not only upon the amount of wealth, but upon the number among whom it is to be divided. It is simple division: wealth the dividend, number of children the divisor. Among the poorer classes very different motives operate. After the first few years the parent's income is increased by the earnings of the children, both on the farm and in the factory districts, if the laws do not prohibit child labor. Moreover, when the children are grown, their wages will depend on the general labor market, not upon the number of their brothers and sisters. So, according as the family income is from rents or from wages, the motives of the parents differ. Motives in volitional control. Postponement of marriage must be classed as a mode of volitional control of population. The average age of marriage, both of men and women, is higher in the classes of greater wealth and ambition than in the poorer classes. The contrast in this regard between civilized and savage peoples is likewise noteworthy. The failure to marry, from whatever cause, is, in the social view of the question, volitional control. It is rare that the motive is directly and immediately the wish to avoid parenthood. Now it is religious zeal, again it is disappointed sentiment, here it is conflicting duty, and there it is the individual selfish wish to retain an undivided income for one's own enjoyment. By countless strands of motive in the form of sentiments, social institutions, and interests, the primitive impulses of humanity are firmly bound, and in varying degrees, in different classes, the enormous possibilities of reproduction are controlled by human volition. Section 3. Current aspect of the population problem. The many motives controlling population. 1. Changes in population are resultants of many forces, those favoring a high birth rate and low death rate, and those limiting births or survival. Whether the population on the whole shall grow, stand still, or diminish depends upon the relative strength of contending forces making for life or death. But this control may lose its cruder aspect and may be waged in the realm of motive. More and more, it is volition that controls in human society the growth of population. Less and less, it is the objective limit of the food supply. Dire need resulting in ill health and even in starvation is still acting in some portions of society, but less today than ever before. The growth of population in this stage is not fatalistic, as there is no inevitable tendency to increase or to decrease. It depends on the interaction of a number of forces, clearly indistinguishable, by which population actually is kept far within the limits of food resources. Volitional control is not by a central and unified despotism determining human action, but it is by motives of the most complex sort, diffused throughout society and acting upon every member of it. The standard of life in Asiatic countries. 2. The desire to maintain and raise the standard of life is the most effective motive limiting population in our society. The phrase standard of life expresses the complex thought of that measure of necessities, comforts, and luxuries considered by any individual to be indispensable for himself and his children. That measure which he will make great sacrifices to secure. This standard differs from land to land and from time to time. In the Asiatic countries it is so low that it touches in large classes the minimum of subsistence. Despite adverse influences and the uninterrupted series of famines, the population of India in the last century under English rule increased from 200 millions to 300 millions. Such a population lets out all the slack of income and never takes up any. The great public works of irrigation, forestry, and transportation, and the development of industry under English rule gave an opportunity for a higher standard of living, but it was used instead to permit the existence of a greater number of men in the same old misery. These facts have a bearing upon the question of Oriental immigration to America. The emigration of millions of Chinese from their native land would leave no void in their numbers. Peopling their own land constantly down to their own standard of living, they have the power, if they are tempted hither in great numbers, to people this continent also to the same density. The American standard. The American standard of living, while it differs in different classes, is on the whole the highest found anywhere in the world. The increasing appeal to individual selfishness in the last 25 years, the greater ease of travel and taste for it, the multiplied and costly pleasures and pastimes, make children a greater and greater burden. The abnormal conditions of city life increase the sacrifice required to support children, and take away a large part of the value of their services in the home. In the greater cities are whole areas larger than the city of Ithaca where children are not admitted to the apartment houses, where no one who has a child can rent rooms. Despite the increasing incomes of the masses of the population, the number of childless homes is increasing, and while the standard of comfort grows, the size of the average family dwindles. The decreasing death rate. 3. Great improvements in medical and in sanitary science are decreasing the death rate and thus partly neutralizing the effects of a lower birth rate. The death rate in a community is a fairly good index of its general welfare. The death of a large proportion of the children before they arrive at maturity indicates poverty or ignorance. The death rate in the Middle Ages, especially in cities, was tremendously high, but during the last 100 years has steadily decreased. The race of man which, ever since the beginnings of volitional control, probably has had a smaller death rate relative to the total number of individuals coming into existence than has any other species of living creatures, has today a far lower rate than ever before. Even in the most miserable industrial population, where one half the children die before they are 5 years old, the death rate is much less than among the young of the lion or the eagle. The quality of population counts. 4. Volitional control is acting with the greatest force in the more capable classes and thus threatens to reduce the quality of the population. The quality of population is of more import than its quantity, alike in its economic, its social, and its ethical results. The productive force of a population is not measured merely by numbers. Who makes up the population at any moment is no more a matter of indifference than how many. One newborn child represents a negative addition to society, unintelligent, incapable, foredoomed to become a burden. Another, with energy, thrift, inventive genius, comes to enrich and uplift his fellow men. Quality counts for much. Change in the American birth rate. The average number of children reaching maturity in the families of the American colonists was 6. The average number today in families of American descent is about 2. Since many of these do not live to maturity, and of those who do survive many do not marry, the stock does not maintain itself in numbers. Much larger families are found among the poor whites of the mountains, the foreign population, the rate Negroes, and in general in the lower ranks of labor. Forces are at work to sterilize or reduce in number the more intelligent elements of the population. The New Woman movement, tempting into careers, takes away from family life many of the women most worthy to become the mothers of succeeding generations. Self-interest is at war with the social interest. The individual asks, "Am I bound to sacrifice my comfort and happiness to the general good?" If this continues, the result must be a steady decline in the proportion of the population born of the successful strains of stock, and a steady increase of the descendants of the mediocre and duller-witted elements. Rate of increase in the 19th century. 5. Population increased at an unprecedented rate throughout Christendom in the 19th century, but the pace is now slackening. The 19th century saw a great increase in the food supplies available for Europe. The resources of the American continent were hardly touched until the great Western movement of population began, and new agencies of transportation brought American fields thousands of miles nearer to European markets. The improvement of machinery and of other economic equipment in Europe likewise aided to increase production rapidly. Population followed, though not with equal step. Europe had a population of 200 million in 1800, nearly 400 million in 1900. The increase in England was from 12 to 18% each decade. It had 8 million in 1800 and 30 million in 1900. The United States had 5 million at the beginning of the century and 75 million at the end, an increase of over 30% each decade. Recently, there has been a notable decline in the rate of increase in all the countries of Europe. France is already at a stationary stage, and England probably will have reached it by the middle of the century. The rate of increase by decades has fallen in America from 34 to 24 since the Civil War. Though the movement of the population is still upward, large classes are stationary or declining in numbers. Conclusion. Population should increase more slowly than wealth and resources if progress is to go on. It has done so in the past century, and there is no probability of a too rapid increase in Christendom in the near future. A stationary or declining population, while not desirable, is not an impossibility. But this does not destroy the significance of the fact that there is inherent in humanity a great potential power of increase, the realization of which would be disastrous, the control of which is an important and ever-present condition of the social welfare. End of chapter 21. Recording by Marian Servasi.
Are you ready to explore the principles of true economic freedom and take control of your financial education? Economics and Freedom brings you powerful resources that will transform the way you think about the economy. Check out our ebooks and courses, where complex ideas like Austrian economics are broken down into clear, actionable insights. Whether you're a beginner or looking to sharpen your knowledge, Economics and Freedom is your guide to understanding the economy in a whole new way. Learn how markets really work, why sound money is important, and how individual freedom shapes prosperity. It's not just theory, it's a practical approach to understanding the forces that impact your life every day. Join a growing community of people who value knowledge, freedom, and the power to think independently. Visit www.economics-freedom.com and start your journey today.
Chapter 22 of the Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems by Frank Albert Fetter. Chapter 22. Conditions for Efficient Labor. Section 1. Objective Physical Conditions. 1. The efficiency of labor, in its broadest sense, is its ability to render services or produce things that minister to welfare. The efficiency of labor is a resultant of many influences. In part, it depends on the physical and mental powers of men. In part, on things outside of the worker that either stimulate and strengthen him or give him more favorable conditions in which to work. These are respectively the subjective and the objective factors of efficiency. In its broader sense, therefore, the phrase efficiency of labor implies any and every influence that makes for a larger and better supply of goods. 2. The efficiency of labor is limited objectively by the abundance and quality of material resources. Material resources include both those called natural, as the field and its fertile qualities, and those called artificial, as improvements and machinery. According as these resources are more or less developed, as labor is employed in a fertile or barren field, with a sharp tool or a dull one, with a highly developed machine or a poor one, the product is more or less. If resources were much more abundant than at present, many goods now scarce would become almost or quite free. In the last chapter, it was shown that an increase of the labor in a limited area or with a limited supply of indirect agents results in a decline in the relative bounty of the environment. A certain part of the result is thought of as due to material agents, a certain part to labor. Efficiency of labor is thought of in the narrower sense as the part of the product that is logically attributable to labor. The laborer's contribution to the value of the product, as part from rent, the part attributable to material resources. 3. The laborer's efficiency is greatly affected by the quality of his food, clothing, and shelter. Usually workmen that are getting good wages enjoy abundant food and creature comforts. Poorly paid workers go scantily fed. The question arises, which is cause, which effect? Some maintain that all that is needed to make workmen more efficient is to feed them well. In some cases, this is probably true. The Puerto Ricans enlisted in the American Regular Army are reported to have increased at once in strength, weight, and vigor. The Filipino recruits, thanks to the American Army rations, soon outgrew their uniforms. Some employers in Europe pay their workmen an extra sum on condition that it is spent for meat. But if wages increase, it is by no means certain that more or better food will be bought, or if it is that the workman's powers will be increased. There is a limit to the benefits of increasing food. There is some reason to believe that in America, great numbers of our people, perhaps even many manual laborers, would be better off if they bought simpler and less costly food. The maximum of health and vigor may be attained with moderate outlay, and beyond that point richer food doubtless does more harm than good. Poor judgment in the selection of food is shown in many workers' families, and there is no appreciation of its influence on health. A few years ago, an experiment in the feeding of pigs was tried on the Cornell farm. 4 groups of 6 pigs each were put in 4 different pens and fed 4 different rations. Though alike in breed and age, the groups began at once to differ in character. One group squealed more, another scratched more, another waxed fat faster. Each week they were weighed and finally were butchered, hung up, and photographed. At that same time, at the Elmira Reformatory, Mr. Brockway was experimenting on some criminals of the lower class. They were given daily baths, special physical exercises, and were fed on a specially bountiful diet. Scientific philanthropy stopped there, but photographs before and after, reproduced in the printed reports, show the great physical improvement that resulted, and a marked change occurred likewise in disposition and intelligence. Many laboratory experiments have been made of late to test the chemical nature and the physiological effects of foods. It is becoming more fully recognized that the quality and quantity of food and the cooking of it have a great influence on the economic quality of the worker. The effect of the quality and amount of clothing, while of course varying with the climate, is in general of less practical importance. Loss of heat and energy, dulling the powers, stiffening the muscles, causing illness with many trains of evil, make ill-clad workmen inefficient. The cost of clothing enough for comfort is, however, comparatively small. The amount spent for ornament is comparatively high. Even more important in its effects on efficiency is housing. The conditions in the factory and in the home make for health or for disease. 4. The growth of society is, for the average man, making some of the conditions of efficiency more difficult, others more easy to secure. In agricultural and sparse populations, fresh air, sunshine, good water, and unbounded natural playgrounds for children where they can grow into strong and efficient manhood are free goods. As population grows more dense, these things become more difficult to secure. Men are brought into unnatural conditions. The evils of slum and factory life develop, and the housing problem appears. The character of the housing and working places could well be left to individuals in earlier times. If the individual chose to live and work in unsuitable places and under unsanitary conditions, it was usually his own fault and he bore the consequences. When the unsanitary conditions about each family are visited upon its neighbors, society must deal with them. Engineering, sanitary science, and medicine must be directed against the evils. Factory and tenement housing legislation must seek to make possible a decent life in the cities, the factories, and the homes. Indeed, in many places the development in these and other directions has enabled the mass of the workers to enjoy blessings impossible to the most favored in the past. Section 2. Social conditions favoring efficiency. 1. The first social condition for the worker's efficiency is political security. For the same reason that this condition is favorable to the growth of capital, it is essential if men are to labor in the present and for the future. As the framers of the Constitution expressed it, the function of government is to ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, and ensure the blessings of liberty to the citizen. Directness and certainty of reward are more essential than mere size of reward in ensuring action and effort. There must be a close relation between work and the fruits of work. Political insecurity weakens this relation and makes the reward dependent on chance. 2. The prevalence of standards of honesty in private and public business is a condition to high efficiency. Corruption in government has the same effect as political insecurity. In fact, it is but another form of it. We are accustomed to the thought that in an Asiatic despotism, a worker beginning a task is uncertain whether he will reap the reward, as public officials may at any moment seize upon the fruits of his labor. But in our own country, similar evils are not entirely lacking. Assessments often are unfair, and justice sometimes is bought. Men in high executive positions are able to make or mar the fortunes of their followers. Sometimes, a legislator from a country town goes to the state capital poor and returns rich. Such things, becoming generally known, tend to break down the motives to industry. They breed the notion that wealth is more dependent on chance or robbery than on efficient service. Dishonesty in private business means the use of energy not to produce wealth, not to add to the sum for all to enjoy, but to get it from someone else. Public corruption and commercial dishonesty alike entail on the industrious not only the immediate loss, but the far greater cost of weakened character, relaxed energy, and decreased efficiency of labor. 3. Custom and social ideals that raise or depress hope and ambition affect efficiency. The institution called caste, which fixes the place of the worker and makes it impossible to rise out of the social position in which he was born, and disgraceful to do any work reserved to other castes, is deadening to energy. It exists in some form throughout the world, and where it is not called by that name, the same caste spirit is at work. The European peasants in the Middle Ages lived under the shadow of it. Where slavery exists, the master class at times feels its hardships. It is not so hard to live, says the hungry Creole daughter in the Grandissimes, but it is hard to be ladies. We are compelled not to make a living. Look at me, I can cook, but I must not cook. I am skillful with the needle, but I must not take in sewing. I could keep accounts. I could nurse the sick, but I must not. Nowhere in the world is there less caste than in America, but it is here. The Negro's low measure of industrial virtues is partly the cause of the prejudice against him, but in turn, doubtless, inherited class feeling is in some measure the cause of his inefficiency. To close to a worker all but the menial occupations is to take from him the most powerful motives for effort. The thought is paralyzing. The race problem in America is in part one of caste sentiment, whatever can or cannot be done about it. Democracy makes for the efficiency of American industry, not less than do the great natural resources. If America is to surpass the world in all the great industrial lines, it will be largely because of her ideas and institutions. They lead to greater energy and to a faster working pace in all grades of labor than is found anywhere else in the world. There is danger that as the West is closed to settlement, something of this spirit of enterprise will be lost. To Western eyes, already the young men in the older East seem to be trampled by social conventions. In an older community, there is less of hopeful ambition. One's position depends more on what his fathers achieved. In the new community, more on what he does himself. If it is true, as wise students declare, that the frontier has been the nursery of our democratic ideas, we may well ask what effect the closing of the frontier will have on our national sentiment and on our material prosperity. 4. Custom and national temperament affect the efficiency of labor by determining the normal period of labor time. After the bare necessities of life are provided for, the worker has a wide or narrow margin of productive energy to use as he pleases. If 4 hours' work a day would enable him to live, will he work longer or will he stop? The answer is determined by the balance of utility and disutility. Will additional hours of labor yield more gratification than idleness yields? Does the pain of toil repel more than its fruits attract? The use made of spare time differs according to climate, race, and temperament. In the tropics, the margin is converted usually into loafing. In the temperate zones, largely into objective forms of enjoyment. Individual differences are plainly seen when each man labors on his own field. The prudent man, in the old maxims, makes hay while the sun shines and plows deep while sluggards sleep. In the modern, larger organization of industry, working hours are much the same for all workers in the establishment. Individual preferences are still expressed, however, in irregularity of employment. In the South, some manufacturers have found that, on an average, the Negroes will work in a factory not more than 5 or 6 hours a day, working 10 hours for 4 days and laying off 2 days a week. Such a standard of working hours is the mark of the primitive stage of wants and industrial qualities. Although a shortening of the hours of manual labor, as incomes increase above bare subsistence, is in accord with the rational value of leisure, a moderate change in that direction cannot but increase rather than diminish the efficiency of labor. Section 3. Division of Labor. 1. Division of labor is a term expressing that complex arrangement of industrial society whereby individual workers are enabled to apply themselves to the production of certain kinds of goods, securing others by exchange. The term division of labor is simple, but the thought is a complex one. Its full discussion would cover the whole field of political economy, but only its most essential aspects can here be touched upon. Division of labor and exchange are counterparts and mutually determine each other. Division of labor depends on the extent of the market and in turn widens its limits. The number of articles that anyone would care to produce at one time and place depends on the opportunity to exchange them. These two aspects of industry thus are inseparable in thought and practice. The worker finds division of labor existing as a social institution, and according as he adapts himself to it wisely or foolishly, it increases more or less his efficiency. 2. Division of labor is primarily between individuals, but appears between trades, territories, and nations. In division of labor between trades, each worker applies himself to the production of some product or group of products and secures other goods by exchange. A special form of this is territorial division of labor, arising out of the differences in soil, climate, and natural products, when each community develops in a high degree some one class of products to exchange in distant or foreign trade. Division of labor beginning because of such natural differences becomes fixed by habit and training, by the advantage of a larger and regular labor supply, by the economy of nearness to related and tributary industries, and by the use of waste products where industry is conducted on a large scale. The natural advantages in another district must be large to enable it to start successfully against these acquired economies, and territorial division of labor thus tends to continue for long periods when once established. 3. Division of labor increases efficiency by A. Increasing skill, B. Saving time, C. Saving tools and materials, D. Improving quality, E. Increasing knowledge, F. Stimulating invention, G. Encouraging enterprise, H. Economizing talent. There is a tradition that an ingenious lecturer in one of our universities was accustomed to give his class 80 reasons why division of labor was of advantage. It is none too many, as every reason for the modern, as contrasted with the primitive, organization of industry should be included. The phrase division of labor is but a synonym for specialization, a word that expresses all that is most characteristic of our complex industrial society. The headings just given may serve, however, to suggest the leading phases of the subject. Repetition of the same task trains the muscles, forms a mental habit, and gives the swiftness and deftness of touch called skill. Specialization saves time by making unnecessary the physical change of place for the worker, the frequent shifting of tools, and the mental readjustment required for the undertaking of a new task. Specialization saves tools, for either each kind of work must be most ineffectively done, or there must be provided for each worker a complete set of tools which thus will be used rarely and will rust out rather than wear out. If a few tools are thoroughly used, they yield a larger income on the investment and require less care and repairs in proportion to their uses. In fact, this fuller economic use of machinery and plant, where a large product is turned out at one place, is a prime factor in the advantages of large production, a subject to be treated elsewhere much more fully than is here possible. By specialization is made possible a quality of goods never to be secured by the less skilled efforts of the jack of all trades. The specialist steadily grows in knowledge of his materials and of the best processes, and he gains a power of delicate observation and faculty in meeting new difficulties that are impossible when attention is divided among a number of tasks. By dividing and simplifying processes, specialization stimulates invention. The most complex machines have been developed gradually by combinations and adaptations of simple tools, and the more a process is subdivided, the greater is the chance of hitting upon a device to repeat mechanically the few simple movements. Division of labor increases the motives of emulation and enterprise by making possible the more exact comparison of results. It economizes talent by giving to each the highest task of which he is capable, while fitting the less efficient workers into the minor places made possible by subdivision. In an American wagon factory, a one-armed man operating a machine is turning out as large a product and earning as high wages as any other employee. The same advantages of specialization are found with modifying conditions in educational and professional lines. The marvelous progress of science in recent years has been made possible by each worker's doing a few things and doing them well. 4. The individual worker, to attain his highest economic efficiency, must select from the occupations made possible by division of labor the one for which his talents are best fitted. It seems unnecessary to state this almost axiomatic truth, yet the slight reflection given to the choice of an occupation by most young people gives to this statement a very practical bearing. The world is filled with industrial misfits, round men in square holes, good carpenters spoiled to make poor doctors. It so often happens that the natural aptitude of the youth is the last thing, or, in any event, least considered. Unreasoning imitation, family traditions, parental wishes, class pride, social prejudice, childish whim are often decisive of the life career. Happily, in some cases, before too late, the man finds himself, but too often the poverty of the family and the obstacles to education preclude the exercise of intelligent choice. It is of importance to society as well as to the individual that talent should be discovered in time, that tasks should be fitted to aptitudes, that each member of society should attain to his highest efficiency. The approach to this ideal, made possible by popular education, the decline of caste, and the spread of genuine democracy, the progress of social justice, will increase not only the worker's efficiency, but society's abiding welfare. End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of The Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. I'm Drew Nelson. The Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems by Frank Albert Fetter. Chapter 23. The Law of Wages. Part 1. Nature of Wages and the Wages Problem. 1. Wage in the broad sense is the income due to labor in distinction from that due to the control of material agents. The uses of material agents, studied under the subject of rent, are sometimes called, quote, material services, end quote. The adjective refers to the source or bearer of the use, and does not imply that the service is to be thought of as a material thing. In its last analysis, a service is never a material thing, but a psychic effect on men and their wants. Material services and human services are merely specific kinds of the genus services or utilities, and would doubtless be a better usage to speak of labor's services and wealth's uses. Wages bear the same relation to man's services that rent does to the material uses of wealth. Wages are more like rent than like interest in that neither wages nor rent are expressed as a percentage. While rent is the value of the uses of things, wages is the value of the services of men. In discussing interest, wealth is capitalized, but in discussing wages, men are thought of as affording utilities for a time, as is wealth under the renting contract. The resemblance, thus, is very close between rent and wages, but not so close between wages and interest. Despite this interesting analogy, it is not well to speak, as some do, of the rent of labor, as well might one speak of the wages of wealth. Such a usage only beclouds the distinction between two concepts, suggesting identity where there are important differences. The aim of scientific classification is missed when contrasts are thus concealed under a single term, nature of the law of wages. 2. A law of wages is a statement of the relation of the general causes of value to the value of human services. In real life, no agent is valued independently of other goods. The felt importance of a good depends on the degree to which other wants are gratified. If men are starving, they attach less importance to ornaments. If cold, more importance to clothing and fuel, being willing to part even with some needed food to secure them. That is, man's desire for each thing is affected by his general condition and by the existence of other goods and wants. A similar relation exists between the values of indirect agents, and must exist between wages and rent. We are to discuss the law of wages. An economic law does not state a command. It is not a political law. It states merely an observed relation. Things do not need to happen actually according to any law of wages that can be formulated, but they will happen in the measure that the assumed conditions exist. The law states a tendency of wages, just as the law of gravitation states a tendency and does not predict positively whether a given object will fall at a given moment. The, quote, law of wages, end quote, therefore, is to be understood as a hypothetical statement of the value that will be attributed to labor under a given set of conditions. Economic wages and contract wages. 3. Economic wages are the value of human services in the broad sense. Contract wages are the goods paid by one wages man to another according to an agreement. In discussing rent and interest, we have become familiar with this important distinction between economic and contract values. Economic wages are fundamental, the primary subject of theoretical study. Contract wages are the wages paid by one man to another in accordance with an agreement, and may not, at this moment, coincide with economic wages. When the contract was made, one party may have been ignorant or helpless and have failed to get all he now could, or meantime the conditions may have changed. But contract wages are based on economic wages and tend to conform to them. If one person performs services for another without expecting to receive economic goods or services in return, it is a gift, not wages. A workman can get as contract wages the amount of his economic wage if free competition exists and he acts intelligently. Of course, these are important conditions. Real and nominal wages must be distinguished. Real wages are the reward of labor as measured in goods and enjoyments. Nominal wages are the reward expressed in terms of money, whose purchasing power varies from time to time and from place to place. Scarce services gratify wants. 4. Human services, being one of the conditions of psychic income, bear the same relation to wants that the material goods bear. As the material agents that are fitted to gratify wants are scarce, labor is applied to the outer world to change and adapt it, thus making it answer desire better. Labor, thus, in many of its applications, merely supplements the bounty of nature. Men have a use to and for each other. They have a relation to other men's welfare similar to that borne by material things. The different human actions have all grades of relation to gratification, from harmful to helpful, just as things have. According to their relation to this scale, services therefore become ranked either high or low in the estimation of men. Some acts are negative services, to use the term service in a paradoxical sense. They are things to be avoided and escaped. Value, then, is attributed to the services of men according to their rank in this scale, just as it is to the uses of agents in the cases of rent. Scarcity is the condition of value in labor, as it is of value in any good, but scarcity is a relative term. The commonest kinds of labor would not ordinarily be called scarce, but compared with their possible desirable uses, they are scarce, and this fact is the key to a large part of the wage problem. The question is, how and in what degree does this scarcity cause value to attach to labor? Part 2. The different modes of earning wages. The simplest case of economic wages. 1. The self-employed laborer earns wages in the broad economic sense. In this sense, the isolated workman, Robinson Crusoe on his island, earns wages, but these wages could not be measured at all exactly. They are a part of an indivisible income, and there is no way to determine how much should be attributed to the uses of the wealth employed and how much to the labor. The independent farmer, producing on his own farm nearly everything he consumes, may be said to earn wages in the broad sense. These can, moreover, be estimated because they can be compared with what he could get by working for someone else. The farmer, therefore, attributes a certain part of his income to the farm as rent and a certain part to his own labor and wages. Wages of the self-employed exchanging worker. 2. The wages of self-employed labor are often simply the value of the material product it secures by exchange. Labor has value indirectly because embodied in products. The worker value of these products is reflected to the labor which secures them. The wages of the fisherman, day by day, as he follows his vocation, are simply the market value of the fish he catches day by day. The gold miner, working with simple tools in the days of placer mining, earned wages exactly expressed by the gold he washed out. The independent worker with few tools does not think of attributing any considerable part of his income to his tools. The umbrella mender's, quote, kit, unquote, is so small that his true wage is less than his total receipts. The tinker, the shoemaker, and the tailor who went from house to house in the old days thought only in the vaguest way of marking off from their incomes a part to be counted as the rent of their little outfit of tools. Until very recent times, the capital invested in tools commonly was small and usually was owned by the hand worker, who thus received an undivided income, of which wages were by far the larger part. It was inevitable, therefore, that labor alone should have been thought of as the cause of the value of goods produced by the artisans in the towns and cities. This error, small at first, was magnified as the capital investment of modern industry grew, and it persists in many fallacious notions that still taint modern economic theory. Both impersonal and personal causes of contract wages. Contract wages paid by an employer rest on the same cause of value, the direct or indirect effect of labor in the gratifying of wants. When contract wages come to be spoken of, the personal element of bargaining between man and a man comes in to obscure somewhat the impersonal causes that are operating. If the fisher and the miner bring their products to the general markets, the impersonal part of the problem is uppermost and the wages are recognized to be the market value of the material products. But if an employer hires a number of workmen, and the labor of each becomes merged and lost to view in a complex product, the uncritical mind stops, loses all hold on a guiding principle of value, and sees only the superficial fact of a personal bargain between employer and workman. Such a view overlooks the logical cause of value and the network of impersonal forces which enwraps and binds the personal acts. A single direct personal service. To begin with the simplest case, workers are often temporarily employed to produce for others the means of gratification at once consumed. The barber shaves his patron. The ferryman takes the traveler across the river. The boy carries a message. The surgeon sets a broken bone. Each performs a useful service, but produces no long-abiding material residue outside of the beneficiary, and no separable, saleable material good. When each is paid according to the value of the gratification afforded, the first step is taken toward the regular contract wage relation between man and man. The continued wage contract for personal services. In ordinary domestic service, the only condition not present in the cases just given is the more abiding character of the contract relation. The employer does not hire a coachman each time he wishes to take a ride, but having summed up the advantages of a coachman's services, he buys them by the month or the year. The price is determined in the market for coachmen of the needed ability, qualities ranging from stupid to bright, from weak to strong, and from drunk to sober. Instead of buying flowers from day to day, A wealthy man hires a gardener to cultivate them in a conservatory. The average market price of flowers influences the wages paid to the gardener, his wages being but the sum of the values, or of his contribution to the values of flowers, well-kept lawn, and garden products. According to the conditions of each household and of the general market, the one or the other mode of buying these utilities is the more advantageous. Labor employed on products exchanged. 4. The payment of the laborer to produce goods for exchanges is the most common modern case of wages. The relation of wages to the value of the product is, in this case, more complex, for the employer is directing the labor to gratifying the wants of others, not his own wants. It is the desire of prospective customers for the product and the chance of exchanging it that will eventually enable the employer to recover the amounts paid to laborers. Labor is only one of the elements entering into the product. Within limits, it may be substituted for the other elements, fewer machines being used and more laborers, or vice versa. No more will be given for any labor than it is expected to add to the value of the product. As employers test by experience the contribution of the marginal labor to the value of the product, labor is constantly compared with the value of other things. When industry becomes complex, the connection between the wages and the value ultimately realized in the product may be broken for a time, but rarely for a very long time. Because of miscalculations, labor is employed on things that prove to be quite valueless, and on other things that have a much greater value than was expected. When months or years intervene before the value of labor is realized in the sale of the product, the employer must forecast the outcome as best he can and employ labor only when the wages promise to be recovered. These are complicating facts, but in any logical view, they do not falsify the principle that wages are determined by their prospective contribution to the utility of goods. Various methods of remuneration, but one general rule. 5. The wages paid by the various methods of remuneration as, by time, by the piece, by premium, for output, all conform in a general way to the economic value of the service. Many methods are employed to measure the services of wage workers. If time is used, a general or average output is assumed, and the workman must come up to that standard if he is to hold his place. If payment is by the piece, the price per piece must be enough to make possible the prevailing time wage to workers of that grade, if the supply is to be maintained in that industry. The convenience of different methods of payment varies from industry to industry, and even from task to task within the same factory, so that now one, now another method is followed. In any case, however, the aim is to find some convenient measurement of the rate of labor, and of its contribution to the value of the product. Part 3. Wages as exemplifying the general law of value. Ratio of exchanging services adjusted to their marginal utility. 1. Each grade of labor is a potential supply of desirable things, and its wage is determined in essentially the same way as if it were an actual supply. If all the various psychic goods that labor produces were spread out before men in visible form, some would be in great demand, some would exchange in a very unfavorable ratio with others. The exchange would come to equilibrium at a point where each buyer had adjusted his supply of enjoyments in the most favorable way, had so distributed his purchasing power as to get those kinds and amounts of services which afford him the highest possible sum of enjoyment. Differences in wages persist. In this situation, the real wages of some being so much more than those of others, the low-paid workers will have a motive to change their occupations. But the various laborers have limited abilities and cannot change at will, and, despite the unfavorable ratio, they may be compelled to continue at the same work. Just as apples cannot become peaches or sheep become horses when there is a change in their price, so the unskilled workman cannot become skilled quickly, if he ever can, and the possibility of changing occupations within any reasonable period is very small indeed. Labor is constantly trying to adjust itself to get into the better paid industries. It moves, it emigrates, it seeks training and education. Especially the workers between the ages of 15 and 25 choose the callings that promise the highest reward. Within limits, an adjustment is possible, but these limits are not wide and not quickly shifted, and the wages of labor continue diverse in different occupations for an indefinite time. Various grades of labor and rates of wages. 2. The term general rate of wages can be used only of a certain grade of labor and of the rate for the average worker. Every grade and kind of ability has its rate of wages. To be sure, it is sometimes convenient to speak in a broad but inexact way of, quote, a general rate of wages, end quote, when comparing different countries and periods. When it is said that the rate of wages is higher in America than in England than in France than in India, the comparison is between men of the same occupation in the different countries, e.g., the unskilled laborer or the mechanic gets more here than the same grade of laborer gets in England. There is no such thing as a general rate of wages extending throughout all industries. The different grades of ability differ more markedly in wages than do industries compared as wholes. In the manufacture of cloth, all grades of ability are required, from the highly paid artist and engineer down to the roustabout in the yard. The industries of manufacturing, commerce, and education alike require the cooperation of bookkeepers, janitors, carpenters, and superintendents. It is easy in most cases to pass from any grade of occupation in one industry to a corresponding grade in another industry, but it is difficult to pass from a lower grade to a higher grade in the same or another industry. Equilibrium of services and wages. Abstractly considered, that is, wherever free competition exists, there is a constant tendency towards a state of equilibrium. Each workman is moving into the industry where he earns the highest possible amount, and where he receives just what his fellow men estimate his importance to be, judged by the service he performs. Each man's place is determined by his specific gravity, just as the place of liquids poured into a glass is determined by their density. There is much reason to believe that this condition is approached actually in a far greater degree than is thought by those who come to the question with preconceived notions of what ought to be, or of what they would like to see. This principle of the economic wage does not preclude the questioning of the justice of existing institutions, but it is a guide in the discussion of all practical problems of wages. Wages follow the law of marginal valuation. 3. The law of wages may be stated thus. In any state of the labor market, the wages of any labor or class of labor is equal to its marginal contribution, that is, to the value of its products. Each agent in industry, whether it be a plow, a horse, or a man, is valued in connection with other agents, never apart or isolated. It is not the total service any one of them performs that can be got at. All that can be got at is the utility attributed to the last unit of supply. Their marginal contribution determines their importance. Each agent is considered in combination with other things at a given moment under existing conditions of supply. Wages exemplify the general law of value. The statement of the law of wages is broad and appears to be modified in many ways in practice, by changes in industry, by ignorance on the part of the worker, by unequal skill in bargaining, but the law of wages just stated allows for these modifications and is a guide amid the complexity of facts, for it gives a place to the influence of trade unions, caste, and everything else that affects the labor supply. The law of wages is but the general law of value, working itself out amid the special conditions accompanying the gratification of wants by human effort. End of chapter 23. I'm Drew Nelson in Atlanta, Georgia. Recording November 2012.
This video is brought to you by Economics and Freedom. Dive into the world of Austrian economics, libertarian principles, and the pursuit of financial independence. At Economics and Freedom, our mission is to educate, inspire, and equip you with the tools to understand the economy, make informed decisions, and to advocate for a freer society. Explore our growing library of expertly written books, including The Principles of Austrian Economics, where you'll discover the power of free markets, sound money, and purposeful behavior. Libertarianism, which advocates for individual liberties, self-ownership, and free choice. Then learn how these principles tie into the economy through real-world examples and stock market analysis. Join our growing community as we expose the dangers of central banks, government spending, and bureaucratic control. Learn how sound money, free markets, and individual liberty are the only paths to true prosperity. If you're content with the status quo, this isn't for you. But if you're ready to take control of your future and reject the chains of economic ignorance, economics-freedom.com is your weapon.
Chapter 24 of the Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Michelson. The Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems by Frank Albert Fetter. Chapter 24. The Relation of Labor to Value. Section 1. Relation of rent to wages. Concrete conditions of industry must be studied with wages. 1. The law of wages must be considered in connection with other far-reaching influences. One may use the sentence, "The marginal productivity of labor determines wages," without having a true understanding of its meaning. Memorizing a definition is only the first step towards economic reasoning. Till that definition becomes a real thing in the student's thought, it helps him but little. The law of wages is an abstract statement of the logical relation of wages to utility. It is not a concrete statement of the industrial conditions in which labor works. Yet these are more nearly in the nature of true causes of value. The marginal utility is itself determined by forces and conditions outside of labor that are constantly changing. The more thorough is the student's knowledge of the actual conditions of industry, the more correctly he can apprehend the relations of wages to other incomes, and the more wisely he will apply the abstract law to practical life. Productivity of labor and diminishing returns of natural agents. 2. The marginal productivity of labor is affected by the relative abundance and efficiency of natural resources. If land suddenly becomes more abundant through the opening up of new continents, the lower grades of agents are sooner or later abandoned, labor having more of a choice as to the place where it is to be used, spreads itself over the better grades and takes on a greater marginal productivity. The marginal unit of labor working on better soil than before produces more, and wages expressed in produce are higher. Ground rent, on the other hand, is less under these conditions. If, however, the land is fixed in area and population increases, no other change taking place, the principle of diminishing returns applies. The marginal laborers, the last arrivals of the growing generation, being compelled to work with less efficient resources on a poorer quality of land, produce less than was the rule before, and a smaller product therefore is attributed to all the laborers of that grade. They get lower wages, and more goes as rent to the owners of the land. By shifting of occupations, this reduction may be somewhat moderated and equalized among the workers in other industries. In both these cases, wages vary more than does the physical amount of the total product. In the first case, wages are a larger proportion of a larger product. In the second case, the product is larger, there being more laborers, but wages are a smaller proportion of it. The iron law of wages. 3. The unwarranted assumption that a disproportionate increase in population is sure to occur gave rise to the subsistence theory, or iron law of wages. This assumption is now seen not to correspond with what is occurring in the civilized world. 100 years ago, however, when the poorer classes of Europe appeared to be increasing with little restraint, it was not strange that thinkers should look upon this increase as inevitable. According to the subsistence theory, the question of population was simply a question of food. It was believed that men surely would multiply up to the point where they could not further increase their numbers, and starvation wages would be the rule. It was this way of looking at things that gave to political economy the name of the dismal science. When population is limited, in large measure, by volition means instead of by war, starvation, and other material means, the problem changes and the error in such a theory of wages becomes clear. The standard of living and wages. The standard of living theory of wages is a refined form of the subsistence theory. This theory is that wages must rise to meet the cost of any standard that the laborers may set, and below which they will refuse to multiply. This is probably a fragmentary truth, but is quite inadequate as a theory. A high standard of living and all the social institutions and customs that aid in keeping the population from too rapid increase are factors in determining ultimately the marginal productivity of labor, and hence the height of wages. If these restraining influences suddenly were withdrawn, a reduction of wages would follow slowly because of the diminishing returns of material agents. But the standard of living is merely a partial and negative factor. No limitation of the number of workers can raise wages above their productive contribution, and in the present state of the industry, a considerable falling off in population might be expected to result in a loss of enterprise, of cooperation, and of capital. The positive factor in wages is productivity. If labor increases faster than wealth, wages fall. 4. An increase of population more rapid than that of the artificial industrial agents would reduce marginal productivity. Labor makes use of many kinds of agents besides the so-called natural resources. If population is stationary, while tools are allowed to wear out, or if an increasing population, while opening up a proportionate supply of land or food, fails to accumulate a proportionate stock of other tools, the marginal productivity of labor must diminish. Labor would be more imperfectly equipped with spades, hoes, wagons, horses, cattle, machinery. These artificial agents help in getting not only manufactured products, but food products. The equipment of labor must keep pace with the number of workers, or they will be forced to the lower or less effective uses in tools. On the other hand, the growth of science and invention, and the growth of wealth faster than the population, equipping labor as it does with more efficient implements, cause the marginal productivity of labor to rise, and hence also the wages. The wage fund theory explained. 5. The wage fund theory was an imperfect perception of this truth that wages are influenced by the efficiency of the industrial equipment. As the subsistence theory took a partial view, looking at agricultural land alone as the determinant of wages, so the wage fund theory looked alone at a portion of the capital in the hands of employers, which was the fund from which wages were paid. The large part played in discussion by this doctrine and the strong hold it had on thought is somewhat puzzling now, for if one begins to doubt its entire truth, it is difficult to be quite just to its merits or to state it in a form that is plausible. The theory was that wages depended on the amount of capital that, in some way not clearly seen, was set apart by employers for the payment of wages. The capital making up the fund out of which wages were supposed to be paid was only a very small part of all capital, even in the narrow sense in which that term was then used. It was assumed that this wage fund, once set aside, was necessarily paid out to laborers, wages being therefore determined by simple divisions. Laborers were the divisor, the wage fund the dividend, and the average wage the result. When the theory is thus badly expressed, it appears to begin and end on the surface of the facts, and the wage fund appears to be rather the arithmetic sum of variously determined payments than, in any sense, the cause of wages. The wage fund theory a partial truth. The abler wage fund theorists did not fail at times to see, though too dimly, as the determining causes behind the employer's action certain other things, such as the material facilities, the desires of consumers, the capabilities of the workers, and the resulting value of the labor. The element of truth which still should be recognized in this theory is that the relation of labor to its equipment influences its efficiency, and determines the part of the product to be set aside for wages. In that sense, wages are related to the abstinence of capitalists and to the supply of capital, but capital understood not as a special fund of the employers, but in a broader sense, as labor's entire environment of indirect agents. Section 2. Relation of time value to wages. Labor may be near or far in time from gratifications. 1. The services of labor, whether for oneself or others, have a more or less immediate relation in time to the gratifying of wants. While all human efforts to which the term services is applied have a relation to wants, there is much diversity in their nearness to the gratification for which they are destined. The process may be technically roundabout. To use the language of a recent economist, one may break a stick from a tree, pick up a stone and drill a hole in it, catch an animal, cut thongs, tie the handle to the stone, and use it as a weapon to kill other animals for food, the first step being taken with the last object in view. But a still more essential relation we have seen to be the relation in time. Some things, some goods, are used at once, some after a long interval. Some are durable, others perishable. Labor produces a song or a glass of lemonade to be consumed on the instant. It is employed on bridges, monuments, railroads, or interoceanic canals lasting for centuries. In all these cases, the general object sought is the same, though very different intervals of time must elapse before the gratification matures. All products of labor are discounted to their present value. 2. As different periods of time must elapse before the services are enjoyed, the expected value of all products but those immediately available is discounted in advance. The services that afford gratification immediately, and those that afford gratification at a later time, are judged and compared at one and the same moment. All economic life centers in the present. This difference in the time of services surely cannot be ignored. If Robinson Crusoe, at work on his island, with his limited supply of energy, continues to provide for next year's enjoyment, neglecting the present goods become scarce and their utility rises as compared with the future goods the same labor secures. To escape inconvenience, and in the extremest case to escape starvation, Crusoe would be compelled to restore the equilibrium between the wants of the two periods by shifting his labor back to the present. So in each little economic group and in our complex society, there is constant rivalry of present and future wants, competing for the limited present supply of labor. The present says, "Give me your labor and I will give you the fullest enjoyment." The future says, "I will give you a greater gratification, but you must wait for it." A given labor force thus making possible a wide range of choice among present and future services. Labor is distributed according to the prevailing rate of time value, which, as we have seen, is approximately expressed by the rate of interest. If the rate of interest is high, it means that the present is urgent and will not easily yield to the future. If the rate is low, It implies that the present is comparatively well provided for, and that future wants are given more consideration. The employer adjusts his labor force to the interest rate. 3. The employer, in hiring labor and producing goods, takes account of these time differences. In the preceding paragraph has been noted the influence of time differences in the simplest problem of economic wages. Interest is likewise taken account of in the bargains between workman and employer, by which contract wages are fixed. The employer of labor works subject to a prevailing rate of interest. If he ignores it, he must lose. He should direct a given amount of labor to products that mature next year only when their expected selling price is greater than that of products that can be marketed this year. This difference due to time can no more be ignored than can any other difference in the cost of the products. If the employer keeps the future goods to sell later, they will normally increase in value as they approach maturity. If he markets the goods at once, he normally must pass on to the purchaser the benefit of the discount he has made on their future value. That is to say, it is not the employer of labor, the purchaser of labor as such, who gains by discounting the future value of labor. It is the investor of capital, whether employer or later purchaser, who secures their rent as it matures. The discount of the future value of services is inevitable. 4. Hence, all wages paid for help on products that are remote are based on the present worth or discounted value of the future gratification of which the labor contributes. The idea is held in one form or another by all radical socialist writers, that the laborer does not get the full value of his products. In the sense that is here discussed, he does not. He does get what the product will sell for in the future. He gets the probable future value at its present worth, discounted at the prevailing rate. That part of the employer's gains corresponding to this discount on labor is economic time value. Nor is this discount of future services dependent on a political system or on private property or on the wage system, as some have assumed. It is a universal truth. It is in the nature of wants that present and future should differ. A communistic or socialistic state would have to take account of this difference, else the whole social economy would be irrational, and there would be no principle by which to apportion in time the productive forces of the community. Contracts to pay interest and contracts to pay wages might be forbidden and made criminal by formal law, but time value would persist. Relations of wages, rent, and time value. 5. Wages and rent are coordinate species of the value problem. Time value is a different kind of problem, bearing to both the other problems a similar relation. A close examination of the problems of rent and wages serves to bring out the close parallelism of these two forms of income as here defined. Rent is the value of the usufruct of wealth. Wages are the value of the usufruct of labor. The bearer of the use in one case is material goods, in the other is human agents. Different in the source of use, they are in large measure alike in the form of contract, or nature of the calculation. Together, rent and wages comprise the value of all currently arising uses. They are the two coordinate species of the genus value of uses. The two groups of uses are closely interrelated in practice, each acting and reacting on the value of the other. Time value is a different genus of the value problem, having to do with time differences. It must be found in connection with every use that is not immediate, whatever be the bearer of that use. Its application to rent is more frequent and obvious, as only the uses of material agents are capitalized, that is, sold in perpetuity. Moreover, any service of labor that is not at once consumed is fixed in material form and appears thenceforward as wealth whose uses are yielded as rent or as consumption goods. Section 3. The relation of labor to value. Several conditions of value. 1. Labor is a cause, but only one of the causes of value. A cause is some one condition which is seen to be necessary to the existence of a thing. and usually that condition which brings the thing about, other things being assumed. In what sense ought a cause of value be spoken of? In one sense, it is in the minds of men. It is their wants. Again, looked at objectively, it is the nature of the good. It is the quality that fits it to gratify the want. But if both these causes are operative, and labor is applied to fit goods better to gratify wants, labor appears as the cause of value. Personal causes are so much more evident. An explanation through personal causation is so much more satisfying in the earlier stages of scientific inquiry, that labor long continued to be looked upon as the one source of value. This erroneous view has never quite ceased to influence economic thought, and a great deal of effort has been directed to formulating theories of value based upon it. The cruder form of the error has now almost disappeared, but in various little recognized ways it still persists. Two phases of economic production. 2. Economic production is the origin or genesis of value finding its source either in objective things or in services. The writers of 50 years ago defined economic production as the application of labor to the creation of wealth. But as there are two factors in production, man and material things, so there are two productive sources of value. In some cases, the origin of value is attributable to man's action. In other cases, scarce uses arise in objective things without man's action. Broad as is this definition of production, it does not include the enjoyment of free goods, as in the case of the carefree darky basking in the sun. Anything that, causing a feeling of greater importance to attach to a thing, changes it from a free good to a scarce good, or makes it more scarce, is a cause of its value. A large rainfall, causing a greater crop of grain, may be thought of as producing utility. The regular surplus of value attributable to the waterfall or to the railroad is the product of the material services of wealth. Production through the human action is the more obvious and is the more usually thought of. The part of material agents must be recognized if the fallacies of the labor theory of value are to be avoided. Labor applied to creating utility. 3. Human activity is directed to shaping and arranging things so as to increase their want gratifying power. Human and non-human agents are combined in different proportions in various products. In one thing more land and machinery are used, in another more labor is used. But either of these two great classes of agents may touch the vanishing point in the production of value. While it is true that man's part is the most striking aspect of production, yet there may be value without labor. The study of rent puts this abstractly, but in a clear light. In actual life, however, a part of the value is usually attributable to rent, a part of labor. Value of labor derived from its products. But in what sense is even this part attributable? Not in the sense that the labor is the original source of value which imparts that value to its products. The usufruct of wealth is the basis of rent. The need to pay rent is not the cause of value in the product. Likewise, product is the basis of wages. Labor is not the origin of value. Labor, like the forces and qualities of wealth, is the cause of technical changes. These changes, if favorable, cause the goods to take on a higher value which is reflected back to the labor. The labor itself has not a predetermined, ascertainable value, but only a resultant, derived value. An exception to this statement appears on a superficial view of the value of labor hired under the wage contract to make a particular product. The labor having a market value because of a large number of well-known alternate uses can be diverted to a particular use only on condition of a definite payment. Labor here, as viewed by the employer, appears to have an original value, products a derived value. But in the logical view, labor is seen to impart technical qualities to the goods. In turn, the goods to impart value to the labor. Man hunts throughout industry for those things to which his labor can be applied usefully. He foresees in them the changes that will increase the value. It is only as he has judged rightly that the value taken on by the things is reflected back to the labor attributed to it. No unit of labor to serve as a standard of value. 4. Labor being of many qualities and receiving many rates of pay, there is no unit of labor that can be used as a measure of value. The idea of finding a unit of labor, an objective standard of value to which the value of all other things could be reduced, has been a very attractive one. This fallacious hope animates everyone beginning to think of the value problem. The thought was so plausibly formulated by Ricardo that it continued for a long time to be the generally accepted doctrine of value. Although most writers reject the formal statement of the labor theory of value, use is frequently made, even now, of the phrase unit of labor, suggesting the thought that labor is the standard by which the value of all goods may be measured. This unit of labor of the textbooks may be seen to be either labor arbitrarily assumed to be of uniform quality and quantity, as a day of unskilled labor, in that form quite incomparable as to an amount with other qualities, or a given amount of money invested in labor of different grades at its market value. It is only by expressing labor in terms of its value that the various grades of skilled and unskilled labor can be reduced to a homogeneous unit, which is but a unit of money wages. This should not deceive us into the belief that in any particular sense labor can be used as a unit of value. It is equally valid and convenient to speak of units of machinery and of units of land. In terms of capital, a factory site can be expressed as a multiple of a potato patch, not less perfectly than can a sculptor's labor as a multiple of a ditch digger's. Scarcity and utility of labor. Scarcity of things desired is the one objective condition of value. The things that labor can produce and the labor to produce them being scarce, labor takes on a value. All things at last become comparable in terms of psychic income in each individual's judgment, but as yet neither in this comparison nor in the market values that are fixed in exchange has any absolute standard been found by which the utility of all goods or the welfare of all men can be measured. End of chapter 24.
Chapter 25 of the Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shana. The Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems by Frank Albert Fetter. Chapter 25. The Wage System and Its Results. Section 1. Systems of Labor. Number 1. The wage system is the organization of industry wherein some men, owning and directing capital, buy at their competitive value the services of men without capital. The wage system is a method of organization never found completely realized. A community made up of entirely independent small farmers, living each on his little patch of ground, does not have any essential feature of the wage system. So long as they continue to be independent small farmers, owners of small capital, self-employing workers, the wage system does not exist in complete form. Some men with capital in every community are working for wages, while others, as independent producers, are their own employers. Society is not sharply divided into two classes, one controlling all the working capital, the other quite without resources. The wage system may be spoken of as prevailing today, not as the exclusive, but as the typical or dominant form, while side by side or along with it is found independent production. It is clear that the wages here spoken of are contract wages. The wage system implies a money contract between employer and employed. The relation or bond between them is that of a wage payment. The wage system cannot be judged properly apart from questions to be later considered, such as private property and the enterpriser's part in industry. But some consideration of the subject properly belongs here. The wage system has become of recent years in America the dominant form of industry. The theory of wages is applied most frequently in the discussion of contract wages, and there are certain practical relations between the results of the wage system and the theory of wages. Number 2, the wage system, historically considered, is seen not to have displaced a system of independent labor. This question should be viewed in historical perspective. As far back as history can be traced, the masses of workers have been subordinate. Civilization began with direction, with obedience to superiors on the part of the mass of men. Within the family, in the rudest tribes, the women and children were subject to the will of the stronger, the head of the family. Among the Aryan races, the family system was widened, and the patriarch of the tribe secured personal obedience and economic service from all members of the community. Chattel slavery, the typical form of industrial organization in early tropical civilization, seems to have been one of the necessary steps to progress from rude conditions. Students today incline to view it as an essential stage in the history of the race. But as conditions changed with industrial development, chattel slavery became a hindrance to progress, a disadvantage to higher industry. Number 3, serfdom for rural labor and many limitations on the workman's freedom in the towns were the prevailing conditions in medieval Europe. Serfdom was both a political and an economic relation. The serf was bound to the soil. The lord could command and control him, but the serf's obligations were pretty well defined. He had to give services, but in return for them, he got something definite in the form of protection and the use of land. Between the lord and the serf continued a lifelong contract which passed by inheritance from father to son in the case both of the master and of the serf. In the towns, conditions were better for the skilled workmen, but many things bore heavily on the mass of the workers, shut out from special privileges. There were strict rules of apprenticeship, guild regulations forbidding the free choice of a trade or a residence, laws against immigration, settlement laws making it impossible for a poor man to remove from one place to another, arbitrary regulation of wages, either by the guilds in the town or by national councils and parliaments, forbidding the workmen to take competitive wages that economic conditions forced the employers to pay, combination laws forbidding laborers to combine in their own interest. It is not an attractive picture, but as far as is possible in a few words, it is a truthful picture of the conditions that existed before the coming of the modern system. Number 4, many continuing limitations on the freedom of the worker are not the result of the wage system or a part of it, but are opposed to its complete workings. The worker's ignorance is a limitation, preventing the choice of an occupation for which he might be naturally fitted. Neglect of children by parents is a limitation, preventing industrial training and the development of qualities that would make it possible for the child to excel. The faults of human nature cannot be attributed to any system, and if they are remedial, it is by education and better social opportunity. Trade unions often forbid boys to become apprentices and forbid the choice of a trade except under conditions so exacting that to many they are impossible. Such limitations are made by the privileged few in their own interest, but they are annoying and opposed to the interests of the many. The typical wage system would be one in which all such hindrances were lacking, in which there were no social or political limitations on free competition, except as would help in educating and training the worker. The wage system should be judged by what it is, not by the things directly opposed to its spirit. Section 2. The wage system as it is. Number 1. Under the wage contract, the worker gets in a definite sum at once the market value of his services. Under the wage contract, the employer takes the risk as to the future selling price of the product. That he is the one best prepared to assume the risk will be made clearer in the discussion of the employer's function. Wage payment, therefore, is a form of insurance to the working man. He gets something definite instead of taking chances he is ill prepared to take. Wage payment is a form of credit to the laborer whose labor has not produced the distant gratification. The employer advances to the workman the value of future gratification, discounting it at the prevailing rate of interest. The darker side of the wage bargain is that the cash nexus, as Carlyle expressed it, is too often the only bond between the parties. When the wages are paid, the employer considers his obligations discharged. There is a lack of fellowship and sympathy in it all. Work should be a bond of communion between men, but as it is, the laborers in some great factories and their employers live in entirely different worlds. The great inequality of their conditions makes mutual understanding difficult. They are master and man, boss and hireling, not co-workers, with each a worthy part in the noble tasks of industry. Number 2. The wage earner gets the competitive value of his services, securing in most cases much more than a bare subsistence. At the present time, competition is in a large measure active among employed as well as among employers. A believer in the subsistence theory of wages must, under these conditions, expect wages to fall to the starvation level. But according to the law of wages here presented, it is expected that wages can and will remain indefinitely above that level, falling or rising as conditions change. The increase in material wealth of itself tends to increase the wages of the workman. The laborer, though without resources, and even though not contributing to the increase of capital by saving, thus shares in the benefits of increasing capital. It is true that under some conditions the workman is at a disadvantage in making the wage contract. Labor must be applied from day to day, or it is lost and the laborer must work to live. While this does not determine the rate of wages in the long run in any occupation, nor to any great extent except among the lowest grades of labor, it does give an advantage for the moment to the employer, and enables him to exercise at times a harsh power over the workman in his immediate neighborhood. A single workman is thus very often at a disadvantage, but it must not be overlooked that in a large degree the competition for good workmen is effective between employers in different trades and in distant localities. Number 3, increase of efficiency due to the sacrifice of parents or to personal exertion goes to the individual worker. The most essential practical feature in any industrial system is the appeal to the ambition of each man. This appeal is made where a premium is placed on the increasing efficiency by ensuring to it a higher return. This result is possible, and in large measure is attained under the wage system. Little less important is the appeal to family affection to make possible by its sacrifices each worker's best preparation. An offsetting disadvantage appears in the loss to the laborer in the decline of his powers As he gains in wages if he increases in efficiency, so he loses if his strength fails from accident or in the course of years. This loss falls upon him, not, as it is sometimes said to have been the case under serfdom or slavery, upon his owner, as if that secured to the slave immunity from suffering. It is true that in general under the wage system the worker has no guarantee against loss of work, or, what is equally important, against sudden changes in industry. He may be, and often is, a victim of invention and of changes in machinery or industrial processes by which the masses of men are the gainers. Number 4. Liberty of the worker in his choice of work and outside of working hours makes for happiness, character, and progress. Opinion is almost a unit as to the truth of this statement. The present wage system is the freest condition for the mass of men that has ever existed. Their religious, political, and personal convictions are for the most part invalid. There is a truth, but much misused maxim, that liberty has its dangers. Freedom means freedom to make mistakes. Intelligence and strong industrial virtues are required to exercise properly a freedom newly acquired. Thus, it is the lowest class of labor that reaps the smallest advantage from free conditions, and that suffers most from their misuse. The main evil in the wage system is certainly not that the liberty of the workers is too great, but that it is too small. The sale of labor involves the obeying of orders during certain hours specified in the contract. Here again the evil is greatest in the lowest grade of work, where the great majority of wage earners are left a large measure of choice in the time and manner of their work. Where labor is severe and without joy to the worker, it appears to be little better than a form of slavery. Contrast the condition of the section head, cursed and beaten by a brutal foreman, with that of the wage earner in the local motive cab, self-respecting, self-directing, entrusted with the safety of property and lives. The wage system is manifold, it is adaptable. If it holds a portion of the laborers with a harsh hand, it gives to all a wide measure of opportunity, and to most a great degree of independence in their lives. A hasty resort to indiscriminating analogy, as in calling wage work slavery, does not further truth or social justice. Section 3. Progress of the masses under the wage system. Number 1. The 19th century was a period of great progress for the masses in America, England, and throughout Europe. There are differences of opinion as to the extent of this progress, the way in which it is to be measured, and the degree to which it is an occasion for congratulation. There is no longer a dispute as to the actual fact that it has taken place. Many lines of evidence converge to confirm this one conclusion. The average money wages in the United States may be represented in 1840 by 87.7, in 1860 by 100, and in 1891 by 161.2. This is a high mark for a time, and a decline followed. Again, wages rose from 1897 on, and in 1899 had reached 163.2. They have continued to rise since, and in 1903 attained the highest point in history of our country, and therefore a history of the world. Another temporary decline undoubtedly will occur when industrial conditions become less prosperous. Real wages, also, the power to purchase goods with labor, are greater than ever before, so as far as this can be measured in the price of leading commodities. The offsetting loss of the free, health-giving pleasures of country life cannot easily be expressed. In England, likewise, the rise in money wages has been great. In 1860, it is represented by 100. In 1870, by 113. In 1880, by 125. in 1891 by 140. In the intervals, some decline occurring. For a century, in all civilized land, wages have moved in an ever-rising series of ways. The purchasing power of wages in England increased 90% in the 30 years between 1860 and 1891. Throughout Europe, the same general change is seen, going always hand in hand with new industrial methods and the displacing of the old agricultural system by the wage system. As the hours of labor have the same time been shortened, the workers gained doubly. Number two, this progress is mainly due to the opening up of rich natural resources and to the development of industrial processes. Recognized in some measure by everyone, this progress is attributed by different observers to different causes. In America, by the many to the protective tariff. In England, by many to the freer trade introduced about 1840. Throughout the continent of Europe, to the spread of constitutional government and free institutions, by trade unions everywhere, to the organization of labor. There is, doubtless, under certain conditions, some portions of truth in each of these claims, but either separately or altogether, they fall short of a broad, reasonable, and sufficient explanation. The twofold proposition just presented, the justification for which has been given in preceding chapters, points to a general and adequate cause. 75 years ago, it was thought that with the increase of machinery, of factories, of concentrated control of wealth, and especially with the wage system, there must go a steady depression in the welfare of the workman. This idea was connected with the iron law of wages. It was believed by some that, whatever the cause of advancing social income might be, the wage system would rob the wage earners of all share in progress. In view of the facts, if it cannot now be asserted positively that the wage system is the cause of all the gain, it can be asserted negatively that it is not inconsistent with great progress on the part of the laboring classes. It might be possible to go further and to maintain that the organization of industry, under the wage system and competitive conditions, by its encouragement of enterprise, energy, and economy, has been an indispensable condition in the industrial progress which has in turn made possible the rising wages of labor. Number three, the increased portions of workers in the higher occupations means a further rise in the average condition of the masses. A smaller portion of workers is now engaged in the low-paid industries than 50 years ago, and correspondingly, a larger portion is in the better or highly paid industries. Decade by decade, the portion shifts towards the upper part of the scale, both in America and in England, doubtless also in other countries. More men are now engaged in the higher professions and skilled occupations, a smaller portion in the lower occupations. This would raise the average of wages even if the wages of particular occupations had not risen. Number four, the diffuse advantages of progress means relatively more to the masses than to the rich. In the olden days, the poor man was bound to the spot where he lived. The rich man had his carriage. Today, poor and rich ride side by side in the trolley car. The introduction of these cheap methods of enjoyment means relatively more to the poor. Better medical care, better sanitation, more abundant food, clothing, comfort, free schools, and libraries have all a part in this movement. The enormous possibilities in these lines are just beginning to be realized. The achievements of the last 20 years read like a story from fairyland. It tells the leveling up of the conditions enjoyed by the common man. Number five, any sound method of improving social conditions must grow out of experience, not break with it. Even if things were on the downward instead of the upward road, there would be no excuse for wild speculation. The only rational way is to find what is good in what is, and build upon it. There can be no excuse for suggesting a method from imagination. Projects of social change must be tried by successful experiment and gradually fitted to present needs. It is in this way that the higher forms of life have developed. It is in this way that social and political institutions have come into being. Things that work successfully first in a small way are worthy of trial on a larger scale. The wage system is a favorable object of attack for radical social reformers. It has many unlovely features, and there are many individual cases of hardship. It may be well asked, what methods shall be pursued to reform it? Its retention, however, is not inconsistent with the great changes in the present political and economic arrangements. The impersonal economic forces are working for improvement. But further, there is a growth of sentiment and increase in sympathy, a feeling among men that the cash nexus is not the only bond that should unite different classes, and this sympathy is becoming an economic force, softening and improving many of the unlovely features of the modern wage system. End of chapter 25.
Are you ready to explore the principles of true economic freedom and take control of your financial education? Economics and freedom brings you powerful resources that will transform the way you think about the economy. Check out our ebooks and courses, where complex ideas like Austrian economics are broken down into clear, actionable insights. Whether you're a beginner or looking to sharpen your knowledge, Economics and Freedom is your guide to understanding the economy in a whole new way. Learn how markets really work, why sound money is important, and how individual freedom shapes prosperity. It's not just theory, it's a practical approach to understanding the forces that impact your life every day. Join a growing community of people who value knowledge, freedom, and the power to think independently. Visit www.economics-freedom.com and start your journey today.
Chapter 26 of the Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philip Dyer. The Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems by Frank Albert Fetter. Chapter 26, Machinery and Labor. Section 1, Extent of the Use of Machinery. 1. A machine is a mechanical device by which power is applied in an automatically repeated manner to change the place or form of things. It is not easy, perhaps not important, to distinguish the machine from the tool in every case. Tools are portions of matter, such as bone, wood, iron, which man guides and directs in applying his energy to things. A machine may be used by the foot, but the hand is the great tool-using member. In many cases, there is a clearly marked distinction between tool and machine. A simple, single piece that can be taken into the hand, as a spade, a hammer, a knife, is a tool. A combination of wheels, levers, pulleys, etc. is a machine. The simplest machine is but a slight adaptation of the tool, by which power may be applied in an automatically repeated manner. The drag develops into the cart, a simple machine. The spinning stick, a tool used in ancient times, developed into the Saxon spinning wheel of the 16th century, the form used when America was colonized. The use of power derived from nature, as that of wind and water and steam, while not the essential mark of machines, is the most characteristic feature of their modern development. Hand machines, such as the hand press and the typewriter, have had important industrial results, but it is the use of power leading to the concentration of industry and the ownership of machinery by the employers that has had the greatest significance in the modern economic problem. 2. Machinery of many sorts has long been used, but the age of machinery begins with the 18th century. Inventions, new machines and new processes, though not frequent, were not unknown in the Middle Ages, but no one class of machines took possession of a whole field of industry and gave rise to a great economic problem by the displacing of labor. The great industrial changes in the Middle Ages generally grew out of political changes, or of changes of routes of trade whereby large industries were disturbed, or of changes in the use of land through new methods and the bringing into use of land in other places. The industrial changes in England at the end of the 18th century, on the contrary, were due mainly to great mechanical inventions. The development of the textile machines for cotton and wool spinning and weaving marked the beginning of the movement. Here, for the first time, were inventions in such numbers, of such a nature, and under such conditions, that they were rapidly and widely applied, affecting the lives of a great number of workers. The steam engine, at the same time, opened up the long line of mechanical inventions, by which wood and iron were shaped and wrought, and the iron industry underwent notable developments. Since that time have taken place in all Western countries that rapid expansion in the use of machines and those notable changes in industrial organization which distinguish our era from all others. 3. Machinery is applicable in very different degrees to the different processes and industries. Machinery can save much labor in some directions, little or none in others. It is especially adapted to the application of power. In the United States, in 1870, in manufactures alone, 2 1/3 million horsepower were used. In 1900, 11 1/3 million, the increase being fivefold. It is said that in the world, in 1870, 3 1/2 million horsepower was furnished by stationary engines, 10 millions by locomotives. Probably today the total is fourfold as great. Machinery is applicable, with this special advantage, to industries that change the form of materials easily transported and widely used. There must be a large output to justify the use of machinery. In 1840, a man's work in spinning cotton was 320 times as effective as in 1769. In 1855, it was 700 times. And though the rate of improvement is diminishing, today the productivity of such labor is still greater. Similar examples are found in the manufacture of shoes and in all varieties of wood and iron work. Machinery is most applicable where there is a compact plant, not so easily where the power has to be distributed over a wide area unless a special track can be provided. Machinery, therefore, has affected manufactures much more immediately and greatly than it has agriculture. It has not as yet, for example, been found practicable to apply steam to plowing to any great extent. As the profitable use of most farm machinery requires a level surface and a large area given to a single crop, it cannot be used as well east of the Allegheny Mountains as in the Mississippi Valley, and it is still uneconomical in large portions of the civilized world. Despite this difficulty, the methods of the farmer of today contrast strongly with those of 100 or 50 years ago. Planters and seeders, reapers, harvesters, corn shellers, hay loaders, automatic unloading forks, elevators, water power, steam, and gasoline engines allow great economies. The labor needed to produce food for 100 people is a fraction of what it was 100 years ago. In many other industries, machines are usable only in a slight measure, indirectly, or not at all. They are of the least assistance in the personal services, and in the work of the thinker, the teacher, the speaker, and the artist. Section 2. Effective machinery on the welfare and wages of the masses. 1. The immediate effect of improved machinery, if suddenly introduced, is almost always to throw some men out of employment. Any sudden change in industry injures men who have become adapted to the work that is effected. A well-mastered trade, a wage earning through intangible possession, may be made suddenly valueless. Men cannot quickly change their methods of working or their place of work. This is as true of change brought about by new trade routes or by scientific discoveries, where machinery does not enter in, as in the case of labor-saving machines. If machines displace labor rapidly, men who cannot adjust themselves to the new conditions suffer, and there are always some who cannot adjust themselves, always some who suffer. It is rarely possible for a man past middle life to shift over into a new trade where his efficiency will be as great and his pay as high as in the old. New methods of puddling iron sent many old men into the poorhouses of Pennsylvania only a few years ago. Even where the total employment increases, the individual sometimes suffers. The increased demand resulting from the cheapening of a product may call for more workers than were employed before the new machinery came in, and yet some of the former workmen may be thrown out of employment. The introduction of the linotype is said to have displaced a large number of hand typesetters, but to have increased greatly the amount of printing. As the machines are expensive and cannot be worked properly by men not highly expert, men past 35 years of age have not been allowed to learn their use. The least efficient men in any trade always suffer most. The change crushes hardest the man at the margin of employment. The more skilled workman can hasten his pace and still earn a living wage in competition with a machine, while the less skilled can but drop out entirely. Innocent victims of an economic change, sacrifices to the cause of industrial progress. Happily, such pathetic incidents are relatively not numerous. Most machinery is introduced in commercial centers and gradually spreads to other factories in such a way that most men can adapt themselves to the change. The effect of machinery must not be judged by the extreme cases. It was found that there were more hand looms in use in England in 1850 than 50 years before, though in the meantime power looms had displaced the hand looms in all the great factories. 2. After time for adjustment, the total sum of employment is as great as before, but the labor is differently distributed. The lump of labor idea, as it is called, is widely held, especially among working men. The notion is that there is exactly so much labor predetermined to be done. Therefore, if machines are introduced, there is that much less for men to do. The logical conclusion, easily drawn, is that every machine reduces wages. Few, however, would go on to the further conclusion that in the aggregate the existing machinery, like an enormous vampire, is sucking the lifeblood of the working people, though traces of such a notion frequently appear. If extreme examples are taken, it may be made to appear either that an increase or that a decrease of employment results from machinery. Industries grade off from those that are capable of developing a greater and greater demand, to those at the other extreme that are capable of a very slight increase, as a result of a lowering of the price. There seems to be practically no limit to the consumption of textiles, provided their price falls. The demand for dress alone is indefinitely expansible. Queen Elizabeth, who had a different dress for every day in the year, has many potential imitators. There is a constant increase relatively, as well as absolutely, in the number employed in transportation, as each census shows. There are more railroad men, relatively, than there were stage drivers and teamsters before the day of railroads. The number of people now engaged in printing books and papers is larger by far than in the days when all the books of the world were written by the old monks in their cloisters. The proportion of workers in agriculture, on the other hand, is less than it formerly was. In part, this is a change in appearance only, for the farmer once made a large part of his tools, which are now made by workers employed in manufactures, yet who, in a very real way, are aiding in agriculture. In part, the change is, however, the effect of the use of machinery and other improvements in agricultural processes. The amount of raw food products required for each 100 persons is quite inelastic. As it becomes possible to expend more for food, the change is made in quality, variety, flavor, rather than in quantity. The greater part of the saving in the cost of food is, however, expended in other products, and the labor saved in agriculture finds employment in supplying these rising wants. In other cases also, new industries are made possible as machines liberate energy from the production of the more necessary goods. At each census, it is necessary to change the schedule of occupations because men have adopted callings unknown before. 3. In some cases, the introduction of new machines injures particular workmen. The only reason for the use of machinery is to improve the quality or to lower the price of products. If the workers can do nothing but blindly pursue the same tasks, it is to be expected that the wages of hand labor will fall, in a particular trade, into which machinery is suddenly introduced. When, as sometimes happens, employers introduce machines for the immediate purpose of breaking a strike, the workmen are convinced that machinery is the enemy of labor. Because the extensive introduction of machinery in England was at first accompanied by the unhappy result of a lengthening of the hours of labor in factories, this result was deemed to be necessary in all other cases. It was, in fact, quite abnormal and has not been seen elsewhere. The owners of factories wish to keep their machines employed as many hours as possible. The laboring classes of England, being at the same time demoralized and depressed by industrial and social influences that had no logical connection with machinery, had no power to resist this movement. In all other countries of Europe and in America, where the introduction of machinery has been more gradual and normal, it has been followed immediately by a shortening of working hours, as eventually it was in England also. 4. Indeed, the economic effect of improved appliances is logically and inevitably to raise wages. It has been shown above, in the discussion of wages, that if the efficiency of machines increases faster than does the number of workers who use them, the marginal application of labor stops at the higher uses or services of agents and is not forced to the lower. The more perfect the economic environment, the higher the incomes, even of those who own no part of the machinery. A part of this benefit may appear in the form of higher money wages received, a part in the form of the lower price of things bought. Real wages are the essential thing, and as a consumer, the laborer shares with every other member of society in the benefits of improved machinery. The benefits resulting from greater abundance are diffused, and as goods are brought from the high or scarcity end of the scale of value down toward the level of free goods, everybody gains by the abundance and cheapness. The general or average gain is not to be judged by comparing the conditions of the lowest grade of society with those of 50 years ago, for while that grade may have been bettered only a little, it has been possible for large numbers to rise to higher grades because of the use of machinery. The physical tasks are today much lighter than ever before, and a larger proportion of society is engaged in industries that require skill and thought rather than physical labor. That portion of the work is being more and more shifted upon machines. It is important, though, to distinguish between classes of workers in judging of the benefits and evils of machines. A machine is an iron man, it has been said, and comes into competition with other men to lower their wages by outworking and underbidding them. But this iron man can do only automatic tasks. It is not capable of exercising judgment. Every intelligent laborer who can adjust, adapt, fit himself for more intelligent action will rise above the machine and profit by its presence. But the crude physical labor, which can compete only on the plane of automatic machines, must find its field of employment more and more hedged in. If the wages of unskilled labor are not depressed, it is because of the enterprise of others who rise to more skilled employments, and thus reduce the competitors of the lowest rank. 5. The early effects of the factory system on the health, intelligence, and morals of the workers often have been bad, but not necessarily the abiding effects. Some kinds of machines can be more profitably used when they are grouped in great factories, and where this is common, it is spoken of as the factory system. In the ideal modern factory, realized in few cases, each smaller machine is a part of a larger organization of machinery, so perfect that the material goes in at one end of the building and out at the other without the loss of a single motion. Factories compel great numbers of laborers to live near each other and to work together. The sudden crowding together of people into new social relations is usually bad for morals. Men are moral under the eyes of their neighbors, acquaintances, and families. Habits become adjusted to right standards, and the temptations in new conditions are always great. Until of late, engineering science has not been able to deal with the problems that arise where population is densely crowded, and the early factories, with their surroundings, were most unsanitary. Under the degrading conditions that resulted in some places, especially in England, the effect of machinery on the intelligence of the workers was bad. Whether this is its natural result is debatable, but the factory worker in general does not appear to be less intelligent than the agricultural worker. The alertness of the city dweller is due doubtless to social contact more than to the immediate work he does. This work may or may not be less thought-awakening than work with simple tools. There is a general improvement along all the lines of intelligence, morals, and health. The conditions in the cities as regards health and morals are approaching those of agricultural communities. While many factory districts are forlorn, there may be seen around many factories more happy conditions, better buildings, better sanitation, increased leisure for workers, workmen's clubs, educational agencies, and many other evidences of civic and social progress. 6. The great social consequences flowing from the concentration of industry and wealth are the most serious problems in the relation of machinery to labor. The ownership of tools was widely diffused in medieval times. It is not yet evident how many can own a share in great factories, but the control drifts into few hands. It is not yet clear what social effects great corporations will have on our democratic institutions. Many problems of large industry remain to be solved in the near future. The question in the old form, as to the effect of machinery on labor, is no longer open. It has been clearly answered by experience and explained by theory. The economic effect of machinery is to lift the productiveness and efficiency of the average man. The benefits are unequally distributed, but nearly all share in them to some degree. The question which the future will have to answer is, what will be the social and political effects of the great fortunes that have been made possible by the enormous development of machinery? End of chapter 26. Recording by Philip Dyer.
Chapter 27 of the Principles of Economics with Application to Practical Problems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Principles of Economics with Application to Practical Problems by Frank Albert Fetter. Chapter 27. Trade Unions. Section 1. The objects of trade unions. 1. A trade union is an association of wage workers for purposes of mutual information, mutual help, and for the raising of wages. The term trade union is used in a general sense both of combinations of workers in the same trade and of men in different trades, though usually the latter are called labor unions. The Knights of Labor is a good example of the labor union, the American Federation of Labor, of a combination of trade unions. The Knights of Labor is composed of local branches to which workers of every class except lawyers and saloon keepers are admitted. The Federation of Labor, however, is composed of chapters or lodges that are homogeneous, all the men of each lodge being in the same trade. The definition given is broad enough to include the various degrees of help given and the various methods adopted by trade unions to accomplish their objects. Trade unions are mutual benefit associations. Insurance against accident, sickness, death, or lack of employment forms an important part, and in some cases, almost the whole of their work. All unions in a measure serve their members as employment bureaus, while in some unions this is a most important feature. Through trade papers, correspondence, and personal meetings, information is exchanged regarding trade conditions, and great mutual service is thus rendered. But a great deal of the help given is in the more impersonal economic ways. Help to get from the employers better wages, to secure shorter hours, to improve in various ways the conditions of employment. 2. The organization of workers has resulted from the separation of the economic and personal interest of employers and workmen. The control of industry has become more concentrated during the age of machinery, and this has reduced the feeling of economic unity among the different ranks of industry. There is now to the average workman no possibility of becoming a master, an employer. The largeness of industry forbids, moreover, the meeting and personal acquaintance of employer and workman which were before possible. Misunderstandings grow when men cannot talk over their differences. The social chasm has widened between the workman and the responsible director of industry. As a result of these changes, the attitude of the employer very often has become that of the buyer of labor as a mere ware. He has with the mass of his employees no personal relations whatever. Under these conditions, when the employer feels the presence of competition, he is more likely to force the lowest wage that is possible. It is not unusual for the immediate direction of factories to be entrusted to paid managers who are responsible to the stockholders and whose work is judged only by the dividends they succeed in earning. Many examples might be found where the managers or the resident owners have wished to pursue a more liberal policy than the absentee shareholders would permit. 3. The need of organization of labor has grown with the growth of factories and with the loss of personal touch among the workers. This is another aspect of the point just mentioned. The smaller the number of employers, the easier it is by an understanding to suppress competition on their side. If there is only one factory of a kind in a town or city, the employer is able to drive a harder bargain with the worker. Especially in times of industrial depression, is a change of employment difficult for the laborer. It involves much risk and loss of time and money in moving. In the long run, competition must be felt even in such cases. The unfair employer will find his workmen drifting away, his force reduced in number and in quality, and his evil reputation going abroad among workmen. But there is a great deal of friction in this adjustment, and the loss falls largely upon the workmen. In a large industry, especially, the workers have no personal acquaintance with each other, nothing to give them a sense of unity and power. In the old-fashioned shop, with its close association and its interchange of views, could grow up a strong public opinion. But in the wilderness of a modern factory, the worker may be unknown in name and character to the man who touches elbows with him. Moreover, in America, differences in nationality and in speech among immigrant workers is often an effective factor in preventing the assertion of their interests. There is an analogy, though it is only an analogy, between these conditions and the political conditions that have led pure democracies to give way to representative governments. So long as a community is small and men know each other personally, there may be popular government. But when the number becomes larger, the only way in which public opinion can be concentrated and made effective is by delegating the functions of government to representatives. 4. The main objects of labor unions today are to improve conditions in their working places, to maintain or increase wages, and to shorten working hours. Better conditions of safety and sanitation in their work were not the first thoughts of the unions. The workers, as a result of habit and ignorance, were strangely unconcerned about this matter. Reforms in this direction at the outset had to come largely from sympathetic observers. But since better ideals have been developed, organized laborers strive to improve the sanitary, moral, and other conditions in their places of work. Their main object, however, was for a long time to raise wages or to resist any decrease. Shorter hours have been a prime object of recent years, and almost coordinate with that of higher wages. The 8-hour movement has declined somewhat of late, but a few years ago it seemed possible that the 8-hour day would become the rule. This aim has never been lost sight of, however, and now and then another step is taken toward it. Labor leaders have repeatedly asserted in recent years, when the two demands have been made together, that shorter hours were more desirable than increased wages. Section 2. The methods of trade unions. 1. The union's first aim is to get control of all the labor force in the market and to minimize competition among workers. Every labor federation aims to extend its control to every branch of its trade. A sense of wrong is one of the strongest forces to bring the workers into the organization. The appeal to a common interest is effective in times of great grievance, as it was effective in the dangerous times of the American Revolution, though failing during the Confederation. The unwilling are first persecuted, then coerced by threats, by petty persecutions, by the most cruel of all peaceful weapons, social ostracism, and finally by personal violence. The public opinion and class feeling fostered among workers by their organization are analogous to the sense of patriotism and loyalty in the country at large, and at times displace it, as is seen in the opposition to the militia and to the maintenance of public order at times of strikes. The individual who declines to enter the union is denounced as a traitor and made to feel the scorn of his associates. When all these measures fail, pressure is brought to bear upon the employer to get him to force the unwilling workers into the union. 2. Its next aim is to use collective in place of individual bargaining, to force as much as the competitive wage and more if possible. The term collective bargaining has been much used to describe bargaining between a group of labor leaders, the delegated representatives of the workingmen, and a group of employers or directors. It is sometimes claimed that all the trade union seeks is to put the workman on an equality with the employer in bargaining, enabling him to get all he would if competition were free on both sides. It is said that organized labor simply prevents the employer from following the maxim of Napoleon to divide and conquer, from meeting his employees one by one and forcing his own terms upon them. But the most effective argument in organizing the trade union is that it forces a higher wage, more than the market would warrant. It is sometimes assumed by labor leaders that competitive wages would be very low, almost starvation wages, and anything above that level is credited to the work of the union. While in other cases, where the wages are already large, the purpose frankly avowed is to limit the labor supply in the particular trade and to force a monopoly wage by any means possible. One's opinion of trade unions is likely to differ according as they work in one or the other of these ways. The impartial onlooker sympathizes with the efforts of the trade unions insofar as they serve merely to put the workers on an equality with the employers in bargaining. The public wants to see fair play, and up to a certain point the union is merely a device to get fair play. But if the union is a device to defeat competition, to force artificially high wages, it will be judged differently. The public readily sees that if the unions force more than a fair and open market affords, it is rarely at the expense of the employer, that in the long run it is at the expense of the purchasing public itself, including the unprivileged workman shut out from the monopoly of labor. 3. In order to accomplish their ends, the trade unions seek to control their employers' business in various ways. They demand, first, that no non-union men shall be employed, even at union wages. They demand that the employer shall help them to force his employees into the unions. In this very unusual demand for the closed shop or union shop, the public can see very little justice. On this point, nearly always, unions forfeit in a strike the sympathy of the public. Yet the unions assert that it is almost absolutely necessary to gain this point in order to carry out their objects. If a union and a non-union man work side by side, there are many ways in which the employer can make the union man suffer. If business slackens, it is likely to be the union man that is discharged. If any preference is given, it is to the non-union man. Certainly all will agree that if the unions are to get the strength to enforce all their demands, it is essential that they make good this claim which leaves the employer almost helpless. Yet it is certainly not essential to the accomplishing of valuable services for the members of the union. The educational and mutual benefit features are attained without this means, and much experience shows that if their cause is strong, the organized men can carry with them a large portion of the workers and the sympathy of the public in a contest for higher wages. It never has seemed to any considerable portion of the public any more desirable that organized labor through its officers should be able to dictate to employees than that employers should crush the workmen. It is by just this assumption that union advocates beg the question of the union shop. Further, the unions direct and control the employment of labor, often limit the number of apprentices in a trade, and assume to determine who shall enjoy the privilege of learning it. They limit the output, fix the maximum amount, and forbid the use of labor-saving machinery. Whenever the unions are charged with these acts, labor leaders either deny the facts or avoid giving a direct answer. But there is no doubt that the charge is true in many ways and in many cases. The requirement that each special kind of work shall be controlled by a special trade, and disputes between rival trades, for which their jealousies are responsible, give rise to great annoyance, expense, and a loss to employers and to the entire public. 4. The strike is a threat and a mode of attack to enforce the demands of the union. To most newly organized laborers, the union appeals mainly as an instrument for striking, for threatening the employer, or for making him suffer. When a new union is formed, it is nearly always dedicated by a strike, which is the simultaneous stopping of work by a number of workers. A strike is intended to force the employer to grant the wages and conditions demanded. Its effectiveness lies in the injury which it occasions or threatens in the stopping of machinery, the ruin of material, the loss of custom, and the failure to complete contracts undertaken. Its success being dependent on the inability of the employer to fill the places of the strikers, their energies are bent on persuading or coercing other workers from taking employment. There are many ways of coercing workers without personal violence. Public opinion does much, and probably the severest of all coercive measures is the social ostracism of the worker. What may be called the endless chain boycott is an excommunication, without measure or limit, of the non-union worker and of every one in any way befriending him or the employer. So far as in their power lies, the enraged strikers dissolve the very bonds of society. Brother casts off brother, and mother disowns son. The unhappy conditions in the coal regions in 1902 rivaled the tragedies of civil war. A reasonable use of the boycott, refusal to maintain social relations with the person who offends one, is doubtless a part of personal liberty, but the boycott, as experience shows, has moral limits, and it should have strict legal limits. Its use beyond the moderate limit for the first degree of personal relations is antisocial to the degree of criminality, whether it be used as the weapon of organized workers or of organized wealth. When peaceable means fail, often there is a recourse to violence both against the employer and his property and against the non-union men. The evils of violence in strikes often are tardily recognized by the public, whose sympathy up to a certain point is with the striker as the underdog. It is slow to realize that strike violence is mob law. Whenever men of one group assume the right to coerce forcibly and to wreak their hatred against one of their fellow workers, it is a blow to political liberty. No free society can safely go the first step in permitting one group of men to usurp control over others in this way. 5. The great losses caused by strikes are the penalty of an unsolved industrial problem. The losses to workers in wages, to employers and to investors in income and property, and to the public in interruption of business, aggregate an enormous sum. It is, however, impossible to estimate it at all, exactly, as the losses are in many cases indirect and intangible. The strikers are concerned not with the balance of total losses and total gains to society as a whole, but with the net gain that in the long run accrues to them. It is true that there are indirect gains not easily calculable, as the advance of wages made to avoid a strike while the lesson of the consequences is still fresh. Opinion among working men is not a unit as to the value of strikes. A few years ago it seemed safe to say that strikes were declining as compared with the period of the early 80s. It is probably true, as is often said, that as laborers become educated, they put less faith in strikes. The epidemic of labor troubles marking the years from 1899 to 1903 gave no evidence of a decrease in the use of strikes, yet many of these were due to the recent organization in various trades. The coal strike of 1902, though doubtless due to real grievances, was opposed by the officers of the Union, an unusually capable set of men, but the more violent and discordant elements overruled the more pacific councils. The public is perhaps as favorable as it has ever been to the cause of labor, but it appears to have less patience with strikes than it had 15 years ago, and strikes usually fail if not backed by public opinion. The public has not yet thought out consistent conclusions on the question of the rights of the Union. It is just now much impressed with the value of arbitration. As experience destroys the unsound sentiments and divides the wise from the unwise measures, a peaceful solution of industrial differences must and will be found. Section 3. Combination and Wages. 1. Wages in particular industries often are maintained above the competitive rate. The older economic writers were somewhat unsympathetic with trade unions, and were even inclined to deny that organization could be helpful in any way in raising wages. This view, it must now be recognized, was mistaken, and overlooked the hindrances to competition and the effective economic forces that organization can bring to play. The sympathies of most men favor the wage earner so strongly that they hesitate to express an opinion in any way unfavorable to his efforts to raise wages. But the view of the economic theorist as to the services of the union cannot be as roseate as is that of the union labor leader. The general proposition, however, is applicable that wherever it is possible to limit supply, prices may be raised. If men fitted to do a certain work are not permitted to do it, labor in the special industry becomes more scarce and consequently more highly valued. This involves the result that some men are forced to remain where they get lower wages than they could earn if free to act. The temporary need of the employer may enable the union to force from him a division of his profits. If the trade union watches its opportunity and takes occasion to strike when a failure to fill orders would cause him great loss, it may compel him to pay for a time more than the normal value of the labor. It may well be doubted whether such action on the part of labor is generous, fair, honest, or in the long run wise, but that it may be immediately effective cannot be denied. By the principle of complementary goods, an essential kind of labor can be given an artificially high value if its supply can be controlled, if only the labor that is ready and willing to come in to take the place of the strikers can for a time be kept out. Wages may be fixed practically according to monopoly principles, later to be discussed in connection with capitalistic organization. 2. Trade unions can, in various but limited ways, set in motion economic forces to increase the productiveness of labor. It is difficult to take a moderate view of trade unions. It is easier to go to one extreme or the other. In a book by Trant, reprinted from the English edition and circulated by the American Federation of Labor as representing its theory, and claims all the advances in wages that have been made are said to be due to the trade unions. This claim is believed by many besides the members of trade unions. The thought is sometimes expressed even by social students that but for the trade union, wages in America would be the same as in 1850. Many well-known facts should cause such an opinion to be accepted with hesitation, to say the least. Only about 1/10 of the workers in England are unionists, and of the 22 million workers in the United States, far less than 10% are organized. Can it be maintained that 1/10 of the labor supply fixes the value of all? In many lines where labor is not organized, as in teaching, clerical positions, professional and domestic service, wages have risen even more than in organized trade. The evidence advanced to support the extreme claim is that wages are higher in some organized trades than in other unorganized trades requiring the same grade of laborers. Trant says that where there are no unions, wages should be lower. This is exactly the case, and he quotes, "Whenever we find union principles ignored, a low rate of wages prevails, and the reverse where organization is perfect." But he later explains in part this difference. The union men are the best workmen, and often employers pay a man more than union wages. This is not surprising, as no man can be a union carpenter unless he be in good health, have worked a certain number of years at his trade, be a good workman of steady habits and good moral character. If this be true, it is in accordance with strict competitive principles that, as the elite of the trade, they should get higher wages than those outside. Moreover, the unions exist mainly in the more populated places where cost of living, wages, and all price range is higher than in the towns. A much higher standard of work prevails in the cities, both among union and non-union men, and the old men and the inefficient drift away to the smaller towns and the places where wages are lower. Many of the differences are explicable without taking any account of the union. So far as unions tend towards intelligence, education, sobriety, efficiency, fuller and fairer competition, they are economic factors in all branches of industry, and it cannot be doubted that they do work in some measure in all of these ways. So far also as they strengthen the bargaining power of the laborers, or as they can enforce a monopoly of labor in a particular trade and locality, they can secure the full competitive or even a monopoly price. 3. Wages viewed in general industry and in the long run are determined mainly by impersonal economic forces. That implies the converse, that they are not determined mainly by the trade unions. This statement, in fact, is admitted in calmer moments by the extreme partisans of the unions. Even the book before quoted says somewhat vaguely that it is an error to think that the trade union seeks to determine the rate of wages. It cannot do that. It can do no more than affect them. Again, it says, capital is increasing faster than population. It seems, therefore, merely in obedience to natural laws that wages should rise. Men can easily see personal and immediate results. They cannot follow out of the impersonal and ultimate workings of economic forces. The leaders make exaggerated claims. Laborers believe them and pay their dues more readily. The public believes them and is the more inclined to pardon the excesses of so important an institution. That wages in a number of special trades are raised in a considerable degree cannot be questioned. The open or secret use of violence and other antisocial forces make much of this boasted service to some of the workers, an injury to others, and an occasion of reproach from the citizen who condemns the spirit of lawlessness thus encouraged. The chief factors tending to raise the general standard of wages are the productiveness of industry, peace, order, and security to wealth, honesty in man and master, in lawmaker and in judge, the efficiency and intelligence of the workers, and an earnest effort on their part to get the share that competition would accord them. Chiefly, though not exclusively, because of their bearing on this factor, trade unions have a useful, even though subordinate, part in the regulating of wages over the whole field of employment. End of chapter 27.
This video is brought to you by Economics and Freedom. Dive into the world of Austrian economics, libertarian principles, and the pursuit of financial independence. At Economics and Freedom, our mission is to educate, inspire, and equip you with the tools to understand the economy, make informed decisions, and to advocate for a freer society. Explore our growing library of expertly written books, including The Principles of Austrian Economics, where you'll discover the power of free markets, sound money, and purposeful behavior. Libertarianism, which advocates for individual liberties, self-ownership, and free choice. Then learn how these principles tie into the economy through real-world examples and stock market analysis. Join our growing community as we expose the dangers of central banks, government spending, and bureaucratic control. Learn how sound money, free markets, and individual liberty are the only paths to true prosperity. If you're content with the status quo, this isn't for you. But if you're ready to take control of your future and reject the chains of economic ignorance, economics-freedom.com is your weapon.
Chapter 28 of the Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems by Frank Albert Fetter. Division B. Enterprise and Profits. Chapter 28. Production and the Combination of the Factors. Section 1. The Nature of Production. 1. The aim of industrial effort is the increase of the quantity and quality of scarce goods. This is economic production. The thought has become familiar to the student that the supply of economic resources of whatever sort is limited, while the wants are practically unlimited. A supply of consumption goods meets a perennial stream of wants, the result being that value is attributed to things. The aim of production is to add to scarce things, to make the supply of goods as large as possible. There is occasion here to recall the thought of the two aspects of production noticed in Chapter 24. Man's part in production is passive when goods come into existence without his effort. One can imagine the indolent savage of the tropics lying under the banana tree, letting the fruit drop into his mouth. One can conceive of a tribe living upon manna, where every day the people awoke to discover a certain amount of food provided to each person's hand. Though no effort could increase that amount, still, if the food differed in flavor and the better qualities were rare, value would come into existence and exchange would arise. Now there is something very analogous to that in daily experience. There are some goods which effort can do little to increase. Usually, however, there is a possibility of change and adaptation to make them better suited to needs, and there is required the use of intelligence to choose amongst the goods and to employ them in the best way. Further, man can intervene and direct the course of industry. He does not merely gather what is provided. It is this active intervention and effort that is here to be considered. 2. To have value, a thing must be of the right stuff, in the right form, at the right time, and at the right place to gratify wants. A distinction is sometimes made between elemental, form, time, and place value. It is a mistake to say that the value of anything is due to any one of these features, for to have value all must be united in a single thing. but the distinction is useful in emphasizing the missing characteristics, which, if supplied, cause value to emerge. Ice may be considered to have form value when produced artificially by a machine, time value when stored from winter to summer, and place value when brought from the north to the south. But not less essential is the psychological condition of a hungry and thirsty population ready to consume the ice. Any act or agent is said to be productive which works in any one of these respects, puts things in a better form or in a more fitting place, or provides them at a more fitting time to serve human wants. 3. Economic production, in contrast with technical or merely formal production, is such a change in goods as is attended by an increase in value. It is often well to contrast form, appearance, imitation with the thing itself, the reality. Men sometimes go through the forms of study when their eyes and thoughts are wandering, through the form of getting a college education when they are simply having a good time. Likewise, in production, there is the form and the reality. The young lady just out of boarding school rarely produces a masterpiece with the tubes and brushes that Raphael might have used. The justification for amateur work is to be found in the doing and not in the market value of the result. Blue rosebuds, painted with loving if unskilled touch on red velvet slippers, may bloom into a romance and happiness. But to the economist this appears to be a consumption of good pigment for amusement, not a creation of value. The difference between the form and value of productive effort becomes, in the study of business organization, a most essential question. The significance of leadership and control of industry is found in this fact that economic goods may be united to produce results having either a less or a greater value than the materials that are used. 4. Individual acquisition may be contrasted with social production in cases where the individual increases his wealth at the expense of others without adding to value. Most economic efforts increase the income of the individual and the income of society at the same time. The fruits of the field and uses of machines are net additions to current income. They are not merely subtracted from the income of one and added to that of another. The increase of products by labor may depress somewhat the exchange value of competing labor, but the general welfare is furthered by the greater abundance. With very slight qualification, it is true that in these cases the good of each is the good of all, but in some form of human effort, social and individual interests clash. When two men bet, one gains and the other loses. The gambler's gain is a loss not only directly to his beaten opponent, but indirectly to society. Certain forms of speculation approach dangerously near to the appropriation of the goods of others, and others become outright stealing, or cheating so nearly like stealing that it would be treated as a crime if discovered. But many a man prowls along the borderline of crime all his life, and succeeds in making large gains without falling into the clutches of the law. Cheating that can be detected, and outright stealing, are prohibited by the law not because the burglar is an idler, he loses sleep, he has his trials too. The pursuit of burglary requires courage, effort, and ingenuity, but society does not reward these as virtues nor recognize as production the transfer of wealth from the bank vault to the pocket of the burglar. It is the aim of social institutions to harmonize individual and social interests in the pursuit of wealth, to force men into lines of action where individual acquisition adds to the sum of social utilities. But there are many marginal cases where human justice discriminates only in bungling way, and many controverted questions arise at the meeting point of ethics, economics, and law. 5. In this sense, productive industries may be distinguished from unproductive ones. The old distinction between productive and unproductive labor rested on the idea that production must be embodied in material and lasting form. We have rejected this for the thought that the test of production are to be found in feeling, not in outward things. The distinction, therefore, between productive and unproductive labor must now be of a very different kind. Viewed from the social standpoint, the efforts of men may be seen to be directed along more or less productive lines. Enterprise and effort shade off from the more to the less productive, from the extreme where the value is a net addition to wealth, through other cases where one's gain is partly at the cost of others, to fraud and crime, where there is merely a transfer of ownership. Section 2. Combination of the factors. 1. The various parts, materials, and agents that unite to form products are called the factors of production. In a general sense, every separate thing that enters into industry is a factor. As in agriculture, for example, the seed, plows, fields, fences, barns, cattle, labor. But usually in economic discussion, these numerous factors are grouped in large classes. The main factors are two, variously named as man and nature, or labor and material agents, or humanity and wealth. Rejecting, as we have, the old view as to the nature of consumption goods and as to the nature and possibility of the distinction between land and artificial capital, we class under wealth all material economic agents whatsoever. The discussion of labor and wages has broadly laid down the principles that apply to the value of human effort, but the factor of directing energy presents in modern society so many important features that it calls for special and fuller consideration. 2. The economic progress of society has been marked by decreasing dependence on the bounties and chances of nature and by increasing control of natural forces by man. Various stages of progress in human history have been recognized. First is the stage of appropriation, the stage of hunting or of fishing or of gathering fruits. Man in this stage is still an animal in his economic methods, not guiding and controlling nature, but merely gathering what nature chances to bring forth. The limitations to man's powers in this stage are marked. There is excess of supply and waste at one season, scarcity and great suffering at another. With such crude utilization of the bounties of nature, a vast area will support but a small population. When sheep and cattle have been domesticated, and when there is a large area for grazing, industry rises to the pastoral stage. While still dependent on nature's bounties for the feeding of his cattle, man is hourly intervening to increase, regulate, and improve the supply of food and materials. Famines are more rare. Economic welfare is greater. A greater population is nourished on the same area. The agricultural stage begins whenever man plants seeds, trims, tends, and increases by his care the supply of vegetable food. There is a still greater intervention in the course of nature. Man anticipates the future, directs forces, and groups materials to his purpose of getting a regular food supply. He is thus himself forced into settled life, begins hand production, and makes the first steps in commerce. Then gradually comes the industrial stage, in which control over nature grows, supplies increase, machinery and motives forces are utilized, and humanity is in the full tide of industrial development. These are not sharply marked changes, but throughout all there is a growth of security, of certainty, and of productivity. With man's increasing power and foresight, chance is lessened, for directing energy takes its place. 3. For a high efficiency of production as a whole, conditions must favor the best organization and direction of industry. Industry is dependent primarily upon natural resources, climate, rainfall, iron deposits, fuel, supply of wood or coal, predetermine in large measures the limits within and the direction in which the industry of any community can move. The progress of production depends also on the increasing efficiency of labor as embodied in individual men, and upon social and political conditions making possible an increase of capital. But, a condition as important as any of these, production is dependent also on a wise combination of the factors. Social, political, and economic conditions must be such as to call forth the factor of direction and control of industry to make possible industrial progress. This is one of the greatest sources of American superiority today. It has been strikingly said that it is now no longer young America and old Europe, but old America and young Europe. America is older in industrial experience. Europe, with underdeveloped resources, awaits the touch of American methods and machinery. There are dynamic forces in American society not present in equal degree in any other. It is therefore not alone the great resources of coal and iron. Equal resources may be found in unexplored parts of the world. It is the dynamic social forces, invention, enterprise, and organization which have brought America to the forefront in industry. Her natural resources have thus yielded an incentive and a premium to enterprise as a sort of byproduct. Absence of caste, political liberty, the democracy following the spread of the frontier, have not made it possible for everyone to succeed, but they have made it possible, as nowhere else in the world, for real ability to scale the barriers of birth, poverty, and hardship. A conservative population never can equal a progressive population in industrial efficiency. It has been remarked that America has little to fear from Oriental competition, so long as the avenues of education and enterprise are open to her young men, ensuring her the highest capacity in the organization and direction of industry. 4. A high efficiency of industry is dependent on many social causes, making possible a great specialization. It was said in another connection that division of labor is dependent upon the size of the market. With a large population massed at one spot, so that the demand for even the less important products is large, there may be a high specialization of industry. An increase of transportation, such as railways and telegraphs, is equivalent for many economic purposes to growth of population on one spot. In colonial days, it took 10 days to go from Boston to Philadelphia and 2 weeks to go to Washington. San Francisco is now, for many economic purposes, but 1/4 as far from Boston as Washington was at that time. California and the eastern states are distant only 30 minutes by telegraph and 3 days and a fraction by railroad, and are thus in many respects in the same market. The great development during the past century in the means of communication and of carriage has made possible, as never before, the massing of population to secure the advantages of division of labor in most lines, without meeting the hitherto insurmountable difficulty in the securing of food for such large numbers in a limited space. The population draws its food from the whole vast area, whereas it is massed at the points more favorable for other products and can make use of the most highly specialized machinery. These several conditions thus have favored the growth of large industry under a single control and direction on a scale never before approached. These changes have brought in their train social problems connected with the concentration of economic power. It remains to be seen whether the unquestioned economics of this new organization can be retained and improved while it is divested of its evils. 5. With the growing division of labor grows the need of the highest ability for the directing of industry. Ability may be judged by various standards. From one point of view, the scientific mind, grouping facts in the cold light of reason to arrive at truth, is the highest type. But supreme, each in his own sphere, are also the artist expressing, through painting, poetry, dramatic action, and music, the subtleties and complexities of feeling, the moral philosopher, the prophet, the preacher, in the best sense of the term the teacher, all aiding to guide the spiritual forces of humanity along lines that make for social welfare. Not least is the business enterpriser, whose function is to direct the economic forces for production. It is vain to assign a mean place to the organizing intelligence and its social work. Its importance grows apace with the growing magnitude and complexity of industry. Misjudgment now will destroy more wealth, and wise judgment can produce larger results than ever before. The captain of industry also may work as an artist or as a gambler. He may, by the methods he pursues, uplift the moral plane of his society, or he may help to corrupt and degrade it. No citizen is in control of more potent influence for good or ill than the successful business organizer. On the attitude of society towards him, and on the standards to which he is held, depend in large measure the use that will be made of his exceptional powers. End of chapter 28.
Chapter 29 of the Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marian Servasi. The Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems by Frank Albert Fetter. Part 2. The Value of Human Services. Division B. Enterprise and Profits. Chapter 29. Business Organization and the Enterpriser's Function. Section 1. The Direction of Industry. Judgment and Self-Direction as Elements in Personal Skill. 1. In the simplest kinds of individual production, the value of the results depends largely on intelligent choice. Even for the solitary worker, the choice of the right time to do work is most important. The first thing Robinson Crusoe did was to turn to the ship to save as much as possible of the cargo before it was dashed into pieces by the waves. If he had begun first to till the soil to provide a future supply of food, it would have shown one kind of foresight, but it would have shown very poor judgment. Every moment of delay in recovering the cargo of the wrecked vessel cost him many useful materials. The humblest farmer has a great range of choice and a need of good judgment in fixing the time to sow, to reap, to do each simple task. There is the same need today for the small shopkeepers, for the blacksmiths, for the small producers of all kinds to make wise choice of time in the use of their own labor. There is also a wide range of choice in the distributing and combining of labor, agents, and materials. A limited supply of agents can be used to secure a variety of goods, more or less desirable. There are many chances for mistake, but in the long run it is judgment, not chance, that determines the success of one man as compared with another. There is a choice in ways and methods by which a thing can be done. There are many wrong ways, and there is but one best way at any stage of industrial progress. While most work is done in customary ways and little independent judgment is required, yet in every business from time to time new problems arise and call for an exercise of choice as to methods. Moral qualities are continually called for, such as control of impulse and the giving up of the comfort of the moment. The wisdom of our fathers is embodied in a multitude of proverbs that suggest the wise course. Men must make hay while the sun shines, not lie in the shade. But virtue fails less often from lack of knowledge than from lack of will. As men differ in judgment, character, and willpower, their products differ even in the simplest circumstances. The ability to choose and to do wisely is an element in personal skill. Direction of a group of workers. 2. When men work in an associated group, the direction of effort becomes relatively more important. The first and simplest advantage of association is working in unison. Men unite their muscular efforts for a single task and accomplish what is impossible to them working singly. But when many work in unison, the right selection of time and way is of greater importance. A mistake will waste more materials and agents. If association is to yield its advantages, there must be division of labor, hence harmony of effort, hence agreement or direction. While the gain of well-directed association is large, the waste of ill-directed effort is greater when specialization has taken place than with isolated workers. Most communal societies have failed because of the lack of a good head. The few exceptional successes have been due to the presence of a man of superior ability, such as George Rapp of the Harmonist community, who, had he lived in this day, could have become easily the head of a great business corporation. Direction of interrelated groups. 3. Where various industrial groups are associated, direction becomes still more important. In the single group, it is an internal harmony alone that is needed. The work of a dozen men must be so arranged that each is in his fitting place. But as this group comes into contact with others, the relationship becomes twofold, and there must be both internal and external harmony. The more complex the economic organization of society, the more the chance of mistake, and the more injurious are the mistakes to a wide range of interests. Large amounts of capital and labor can be rapidly lost through lack of wise direction of associated groups. Greatest need now of capable direction of industry. 4. The increased efficiency of industry has been accomplished by the specialization of control. The crude early methods of enforcing harmony in industry were slavery and political subordination. Under division of labor with free workmen, industry is ruled by impersonal economic forces that bring the less capable under the direction of the more capable. This work is rudely done, no doubt, but the penalties of bad direction of labor and capital are so great that blundering cannot be permitted. The man who shovels dirt must do it at the right time and place if in this complex society it counts for something and gives the effort value. If he cannot choose well for himself, he comes under direction. The average man cannot decide nearly as well here as he could on a desert island, where and when to put his spade. There it would be to raise food for the current year. Here it may be to dig a canal or a tunnel whose uses will not become actual for many years. The more distant the end sought, the more difficult is the choice. To every worker, according to his personal skill, is left some degree of choice in the method of his work, but in a large part of industry the range of choice is very narrow. The man with the shovel and the man with the hoe come under direction. Section 2. Qualities of a business organizer. Technical knowledge and skill. 1. The organizer and director of industry must first have technical knowledge of methods, processes, and materials. The qualities required in the direction of industry are implied in the foregoing section, but they may be more specifically enumerated. Knowledge of technical processes is relatively more important in the direction of industry in the earlier stage. In the single independent producer, it is the quality most desirable. He must know the quality of the materials with which he works and the best modes of combining them. But as industrial organization becomes more complex, only a broad knowledge and ability to judge of the results of different processes and to compare plans are necessary in the organizer. He can hire the technical knowledge of details required in the larger management of business. Draftsmen, engineers, pattern makers, men with far more education and capacity in certain lines than the business manager, work under his direction. Judgment of men. 2. The organizer requires ability to judge men and tact in relations with them. In the small group, ability to get on well in personal contact with workmen is of great importance. Especially rare is the genial manner that wins the confidence and even the affection of the men. A sense of humor and the ability to turn a joke are said to have obviated many a strike and thus to have prevented losses both to the employer and to the men. In large affairs, much of this managing tact can be hired in good foremen, but the organizer must still have a knowledge of men, ability to judge of human nature, to select his subordinates, and to animate them with his own purposes and plans. Mr. Carnegie has said that an appropriate epitaph for him would be, "He was a man who knew how to surround himself with men abler than he was himself." That seems too modest, but in a sense it is not, because he claims for himself, and justly, the highest of all industrial qualities. A great administrator in political or industrial affairs can dispense with everything else rather than with this, the supreme quality of the great organizer. Foresight in commercial affairs. 3. The organizer must have unusual foresight and the ability to form a large commercial policy. This proposition is to be interpreted relatively to the task before the organizer and to the size of the business. Modern industry anticipates demand far more than did primitive industry. Large amounts of materials and energy are embarked in directions from which they cannot be recalled. With the progress of electrical engineering, it soon may become possible to recall at any moment a cargo embarked for a distant port. But no wireless telegraphy is able to recall the great masses of capital that are embarked on distant and definite journeys in modern business. The organizer anticipates future demand and prepares for it. The process has been figuratively expressed somewhat as follows. The enterpriser throws into the crucible great quantities of material. They melt, and an industrial result is secured. But whether the deposit is greater in value than the material is a question that cannot be answered for years. The need of anticipating demand is greater today than ever before, and this requires large investments, months and even years in advance. The losses are proportionally large if there is miscalculation of demand. A large commercial policy is one that takes into account the more distant factors and anticipates the new conditions. The rare ability to do this is rightly called statesmanship in economic affairs. Command of financial resources. 4. The organizer need not himself have great wealth, but he must have ability to command financial resources. Business today is done in many cases with borrowed capital. Even a subscription to stock is frequently as much in the nature of a loan made in reliance on the reputation of the organizer as an investment for profits. There are many temporary needs that require sudden loans. The confidence of investors, whether banks, trust companies, individual shareholders, or investors in bonds, must be secured by the organizer. Good judgment of the money market often is as vital as judgment of the market for the particular product. In some of the largest corporate enterprises, this quality becomes the most essential. Scarcity of great organizing ability. The industrial leaders. 5. Organizing ability of the highest order is rarely found. This is almost a superfluous statement after the foregoing. According to the theory of chances, such a combination and balancing of qualities is likely to occur in very few cases. Even where it exists, it may not be discovered or developed. The man may not find his opportunity, nor the task the man. There are many misfits in the world. On the occasion of the visit of Prince Henry of Prussia to America in 1902, he was entertained at luncheon in New York with 100 of the leaders in invention, finance, and industry, wherein, having been the most characteristic achievements of America. In jocular reference to the French Academy, whose members are the 40 most noted literary men of France, the newspapers called this the meeting of America's 100 immortals. There were J.P. Morgan, the great financier; Vanderbilt, Hill, and Harriman, the railroad kings; Carnegie, the iron magnate; Irving Scott, the man who built Oregon; nearly all the company deserving a place at the table mainly by reason of excellence as business organizers. Such a gathering has a dramatic interest as presenting the greatest leaders of industry, but about other tables might be gathered thousands of other less notable figures worthy to be accounted captains of industry in their several fields. One may well ask, how did they come into the important places they occupy? Section 3. The selection of ability. Various roads to industrial leadership. 1. The men actually in control of industry have been selected in manifold ways. Skill develops a small industry into a large one. A small factory owner gradually adds machine to machine, building to building, till he finds himself at the head of a great industry. Or an employee develops ability and becomes an employer. Who does not know of someone who, as a small boy, went into a store to do chores, worked up to a clerkship, and, enlisting the confidence of men of wealth, was enabled to establish a business of his own and become an employer? Others have won promotion from the ranks to the head of a large industry in which they secured at last a controlling interest. Employees that have proved their ability may be selected by the directors of a stock company. Men that have worked their way up from the ranks may bequeath their business positions to their sons and grandsons, as in the case of the Vanderbilts and the Goulds. And finally, but rarely, there may be selection by fellow workmen in the case of cooperative business. Success as the evidence of ability. 2. There is a constant selection process, dropping out the weak and advancing the efficient organizer. There is, to be sure, an element of chance in this selection. The process in general is a rude one. Accidents and unforeseen changes, industrial crises, failure of health at a critical moment, fraud and crime may defeat men of ability and they may never regain their foothold. Lack of experience may lead to disaster. A naturally able but youthful heir too suddenly burdened with the responsibilities of a fortune. On the other hand, men of limited ability may inherit fortunes and preserve them by caution, without enterprise. It is not always true, even in America, that it is but 3 generations from shirt sleeves to shirt sleeves, although many fortunes slip away from the sons of rich fathers. In general, success in retaining the control of a business is an evidence of considerable ability. By loss of fortune unwisely risked, though unforeseen changes in methods, and after manifold blunders, the less capable drop out. Thus, by the ceaseless working of competition, the higher places are taken by those most capable of filling them, and the efficiency both of the employers and of the workmen is increased. Various modes of business organization. 3. In the various kinds of business organization, the merits of men and of methods are tested. The independent producer working entirely alone, directing his own industry, is analogous to the animal organism of a single cell. More complex is the family partnership, found often in early stages of industry, but more rarely now, where the father directs the work of his children and all share in common. The simplest form of the wage system is the single employer with a few assistants. When the employer is in danger of losing valuable assistants, he sometimes gives them a share in the business. In the ordinary partnership, 2 or more men divide the ownership and duties, agreeing as to the division of control. Cooperation among workmen, though rare, gives an unusual opportunity for the discovery of special talent. The dominant form of organization today is that of the stock company, or corporation, the ownership of which is divided among the holders of shares of stock or of certificates of membership. Many chances to try ability. This variety of organization affords opportunity for a twofold test, that of the ability of men and of the merits, in varying circumstances, of the different forms of organization. Methods of organization are constantly tested by their results. Men having money to invest are asking whether they would be better off to go into business by themselves or to join with a partner or to buy stock in some large corporation. Each of these forms of organization has its peculiar advantages. A stock company can better enlist large amounts of capital, while the individual employer is generally more free from dictation and can adapt his business more quickly to changing conditions. At the same time, this variety of organization offers better opportunities for managing ability to show its mettle. On the watchtowers of industry are many observers sweeping the horizon for the appearance of men of business talent. Some characters develop better under direction. Others prove that nowhere does native ability count for more and mere book schooling for less than in business administration. There is some ground for the belief that a college education does not increase executive capacity in business. Such ability often seems to be a freak of nature and a product of practical experience, rather than the result of college training. End of chapter 29. Recording by Marian Servasi.
Are you ready to explore the principles of true economic freedom and take control of your financial education? Economics and Freedom brings you powerful resources that will transform the way you think about the economy. Check out our ebooks and courses, where complex ideas like Austrian economics are broken down into clear, actionable insights. Whether you're a beginner or looking to sharpen your knowledge, Economics and Freedom is your guide to understanding the economy in a whole new way. Learn how markets really work, why sound money is important, and how individual freedom shapes prosperity. It's not just theory, it's a practical approach to understanding the forces that impact your life every day. Join a growing community of people who value knowledge, freedom, and the power to think independently. Visit www.economics-freedom.com and start your journey today.
Chapter 30 of the Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by I. M. Clifford. The Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems by Frank Albert Fetter. Chapter 30. Chapter 30. Cost of Production. Section 1. Cost of Production from the Enterpriser's Point of View. The Enterpriser's Cost. 1. The task of the enterpriser is to get together the essential factors to secure valuable products. The enterpriser must first decide what product he'll endeavor to secure, and the kind, the place, the time, the quantity, and the quality. He must then select in the right proportion the materials, labor, plant, and machinery necessary for that product. He must purchase these factors in the market at the lowest price he can, unite them, and sell the product to recover the expenses in the selling price. 1,000 items enter into the cost, and perhaps a single product emerges. What the businessman thus pays out, expressed in money form, are the costs that are here to be considered. Several meanings of cost. 2. The term cost of production is used in several senses, the chief of which are money cost, psychic cost, and alternative cost. The ambiguity of this term is a source of much confusion. Psychic cost is the pain, fatigue, and irksomeness of labor. This is not definitely measured except at rare points. When the pain of work more than offsets the value of the product, the worker, who is free to determine the length of his own working day, stops. At that point, the psychic cost and the utility of the marginal unit are almost equal in intensity. The one is a positive, the other is a negative quantity. But the value of the product as a whole cannot be related to the psychic cost or sacrifice, and therefore it cannot serve as a measure of cost in everyday business. Alternative cost is any good or gratification that must be given up when any other good is chosen. One may stay at home and read a book or go on a picnic. The pleasure of reading the book will cost the pleasure of the picnic. A good dress may cost a happy vacation that must be given up for it. In this sense, each thing is the cost of every other thing that might be chosen in the place of it. Alternative cost is therefore manifold and indefinite. The thought is significant at the moment of a choice, but it is not constantly measurable for practical purposes. The money cost is the practical cost generally implied in the term cost of production. It expresses not the pain of the laborer in doing the work, not the sacrifice of the owner of the capital in saving the money, but merely the sum of money paid out by the producer. There is frequent confusion of these ideas in economic discussion, few even of the leading economists of the 19th century having quite escaped it. The cost of the factors is their market price. 3. The enterpriser, looking upon the cost of most of the factors as fixed, seeks to combine them as economically as possible. Whether the enterpriser is running a factory or a farm, is engaged in a retail or a wholesale store, is conducting a school or a railroad, he has to solve much the same problem. By close attention, good judgment, skillful bargaining, he may be able to buy slightly cheaper than his competitors, and thus have an advantage over them at the outset. When he does this, it is usually by searching out a better market in which to buy, buying at a better time, and judging better than its competitors the quality of goods. If in a given market at a given time, goods are sold to one more cheaply than to others, it is an act of generosity. Even the best buyers pay nearly the prevailing market price for agents. The most successful enterprisers are not found to be those paying lower wages or lower ground rent than their competitors. It must not be forgotten that the main forces fixing the price of agents are impersonal and can be only slightly modified in most cases by a particular buyer. He looks therefore upon the cost of the elements as an ultimate fact which he can change little, if at all, and he shows his judgment chiefly in the selection of quality. Cost determines and limits the extent of his business and determines the price at which he sells. The right proportioning of the factors. 4. The right proportioning and skillful substitution of the factors is a delicate technical task for the enterpriser. Good buying and good selling must precede and follow the central part of the enterpriser's task, that is, the combining of the various factors. Each factor is applied subject to diminishing returns up to a point where its addition will not secure the value attributed to it in its cost. The enterpriser is constantly studying the question whether the application of another unit of any one factor at the price will add to the value of the product as much or more than the cost. This calculation is made for every one of the minor factors entering into the business and for the business as a whole. The proper proportion varies at different prices or costs. If wages rise, it pays to get machinery. If wages fall, it pays to let the machinery deteriorate and to do more by hand labor. Likewise, there is a constant substitution of the various materials. The right proportions change constantly with inventions. A model factory is so proportioned that the buildings hold the right number of machines with the right amount of space for the workmen and the right amount of power. If there is more of a single factor than the ideal proportion, it is an unnecessary cost. Even the model factory begins to be out of date almost as soon as the walls are dry, and the latest method is to build as nearly as possible on the unit system, so that new parts may be added without the loss of harmony and proportion. Pressure of price toward cost at certain points. The enterpriser in contact with cost. 5. The enterpriser's costs determine the lowest price at which he can continue to sell, but if successful, he may have a wide margin of profits. New factories are constantly arising with new and better adjustments. In industries of competing products, also the processes are changing. Hence, there is always a pressure of competition on some enterprisers who constantly complain that they must sell below the cost of production. The organizers of a trust always declare, some no doubt truly, that they have been selling below the cost of production. Businessmen say that competition is destructive, and it certainly does destroy the less favorably situated enterprises. Each enterpriser's price is the highest he can get in the market for his product. It may far exceed his cost, it may even fall below them, but only temporarily, for if sales continue to encroach on capital, the sheriff soon closes the doors. Successful competitors are constantly pressing upon the marginal enterpriser, fixing a price that leaves themselves a profit but is below his cost. Even the most successful enterpriser comes into contact with cost and seems to be compelled by it. He reaches out for trade and sells some, not all, goods at a price which leaves him no profit. He enlarges his factory and ships goods farther, paying the freight, which means a lower price at the factory. The expanding business, therefore, comes at length to the point where it cannot go farther at the prevailing prices. Hence, the businessman's view of the cost is that they determine value. It is true in the sense that the supply of a particular product in any market is at last limited by cost of marginal producers or of marginal portions of supply. But it is not true of all the units of product that cost determine or equal market price. There is a margin above cost to the successful enterpriser on a large portion of his output. The margin may be narrow or wide, according to the business. The margin is profit, or the gain of the enterpriser. Section 2. Cost of production from the economist's standpoint. The economist should view money cost as an intermediate and not as an ultimate explanation of value. 1. The value of all things must be traced back to gratification, to the relation of goods with psychic income. This being true, the value of the factors which the enterpriser uses must be derived from the value of the products, and not the reverse. This does not mean that the businessman is deceived into the belief that he has in cost of production a final explanation of value. He simply is not interested in that question. He knows that there are many influences determining the cost of the factors he buys, but they are distant. He cannot influence them, and in the single stage of his production they seem to fix the price. In some purchases and on the stock exchange, a marvelous recognition and analysis of the most distant influences is necessary, but in general, a superficial view of value is taken in business. It does not pay to do other. Money costs not the ultimate explanation of value. The logical treatment, however, must go deeper into the question and trace the cost of agents back to the ultimate cause of value, that is, to want gratifying power. To say that the price of a product is determined by the money cost or price of the factors is simply to postpone the answer to the question of value. One has still to ask, what determines the money cost or price of those factors themselves? The cost of agents is fixed by their marginal utility in alternative uses. 2. The demand for any factor entering into products is reflected in an increased price to its cost in all competing products. Figuratively speaking, products compete with each other for the factors that enter into them. According to location, quality of the soil, and improvements, a certain area of land has various rival uses. These uses bid for the land or put in an economic claim for it. Products of a higher value outbid and exclude those of a lower. If fine wine can be raised on a piece of land, potatoes ordinarily will not be planted in it. But if there is such a supply of that quality of land that it continues to be used side by side for both products, it will have the same value and yield the same rental in both uses. The least utility yielded by any portion of the supply fixes the value of all the units. Machines are usually made for some product determined in advance, but often they are only partially specialized, and within limits they can be adapted. Sewing machine factories were readily turned to the making of bicycles at the time of greatest demand, and bicycle factories later were used for the making of automobiles. Thus, in general, machinery is used for the product to which it contributes the most value. Any enterpriser seeking it for any other use finds its cost affected by its various alternative uses. The same is true of all the materials and of all the grades of labor entering into products. The enterpriser's cost is therefore the reflection of the want-gratifying power of the productive agent in all its other uses as well as in the particular product he desires. To the enterpriser, cost seems the cause of the value of a product. To the economist, it should be clear that the utility found in the various products is the basis of value in the factors, i.e., of the cost. A single source of a single product. 3. The genealogy of value may thus be traced through the various intermediate products to consumption goods. A single product having a single source of supply shows most clearly the reflection of value directly from the product. The discovery of a mineral spring or of a good quality of building stone on worthless land will cause a value to attach at once to the source of supply. When a great singer like Adelina Patti commands several $1,000s for each appearance in concert, the source is the magical throat of the singer, and the salary reflects the utility of the music in the minds of delighted hearers. One source of several products. When the one source of supply yields several different kinds of products, there is just one new condition which confuses the thought, and suggests the error that value begins in the source, with cost therefore, and not in the product. Looking at the products severally, no one of them explains the value of the source, and on the contrary, each one is seen to have a value independent of the particular use to which it is put. To make the illustration most simple, a savage finds in a wreck on the coast a number of bars of iron. His fellows wish them for various purposes: to make arrowheads, spears, knives, hatchets, hoes, ornaments, nails, needles, etc. Value is in this case derived in part through the source from the alternative uses. Taken jointly and considered as one sum, the value of the various products accounts as completely and exclusively for the value of the source as if they were merged into one product. The source, S, is distributed to each of the products in accordance with their marginal utility, and therefore the value of the various products from any source of supply constantly tends to equality. Any unit of product sought for any purpose must be paid for according to a marginal utility determined in all the applications. The genesis of the value is in the utility of the product. The value of the source is derived. 1. A single product. 2. Several products from one source. Complex conditions with intermediate products. In actual life, the problem is far more complex, and yet, through its settlement, runs just the same principle. There is constant bidding for materials, and through their price, the claims of rival products are adjusted. A point is reached where it does not pay to use any more of an agent in a certain industry. The production of another unit results in a loss. There is a most complex relation among many different industries using the same factors. The value of a unit of product at A being reflected up to the source, and through successive links to the most distant product, Z. The effect of this is to reduce the sale of Z and correspondingly the use made of the agent in question. A higher price of leather, due to the increased use of shoes, raises the value of hides and cattle, this increasing the extent of cattle raising, and raises thus the cost of carriage trimmings, pocketbooks, footballs, leather belts, and every other leather product. As the price rises, substitutes for leather and imitations of it are used for such of the products as cannot bear the increased cost of leather. 3. Complex relations through intermediate products. The enterpriser the medium of price movements. Costs are an expression of consumers' estimates. 4. The enterpriser does not fix the value of products or of agents, but is the medium through which consumers express their estimates. The enterpriser who anticipates right and satisfies the public taste is the good medium. He readily transmits and accurately focuses the rays of public judgment. One that misjudges is a poor medium. The enterpriser is himself the servant of cost. Laborers sometimes assume that the employer can dictate wages, prices, and markets, can rule things with a lordly hand. With rare exceptions, the ultimate control in these matters by businessmen is very slight. In the main, the enterpriser masters the situation only by bowing to it, just as the scientist and the engineer gain mastery over nature because they know when to bend and how to obey. The consumer, by deciding to buy this or that product, sets in motion waves of value. The consumers of products are the true purchasers of labor, materials, and uses of agents. The enterpriser must closely conform to cost to the price prevailing for the moment, or his competitors in this day of narrow margins will seize the opportunity. The enterpriser is merely the distributor or equalizer of cost among all the different products for which different agents can be used. If he acts efficiently, profits arise. End of Chapter 30. Recording by I. M. Clifford. Reno, Nevada, USA. Web address is www.spielmaster.com.
Chapter 31 of the Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marian Servasi. The Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems by Frank Albert Fetter. Chapter 31. The Law of Profits. Section 1. Meaning of terms. Broadest use of the term profit. 1. The term profit is popularly used as a gain or advantage secured by any means in business. The terms used in economics, being taken from popular language, vary in meaning according to the context. It is necessary to clear thinking to reject some words entirely, and when using others to define them more strictly. The broad usage of the term profits just noted includes every kind of return to industry, such as interest on capital and wages or services of the man owning the industry. Precise thinking requires its use in a much narrower sense. Used of gross gains on sales. 2. A common meaning of profits in retail business is the gross gain on a given sale. Buying an article for $1 and selling it for $2 is said by the merchant to be selling at 100% profit, jocularly called the Dutchman's 1%. The cost price is considered to be that paid to the manufacturer or wholesaler. In different lines of goods, there is added regularly to this cost 20, 30, or 50%, as the case may be, as the merchant's profit on the sale. This is, of course, a gross profit, and not net, or true profit. It leaves out of account rent, interest on capital, clerk hire, freight, and many other minor items that enter into the cost of running a store. It often happens that the Dutchman's way of reckoning is nearer the truth, and that the gross profit of 100% proves at the end of the year to be only a net profit of 1%. This evidently is a loose meaning, impossible in the discussion of theoretical questions. This meaning is sometimes developed, making profits the sum of all the gross profits on separate sales within a year, or the difference between the wholesale and retail prices of goods sold within the year. Another meaning given to the term is gross profit, as above, compared with the capital invested. The profit in this case varies partly with the rate of the turnover. To illustrate, if the amount invested in a printing office is $100,000 and the annual business done is $300,000, the capital is said to be turned over 3 times. If the gross profits on sales averaged 20%, they would be 60% on the investment. But if the capital had been turned over 4 times, the gross profit would have been 80% on the investment. Of net gains as a percentage of invested capital. 3. Another meaning of profits is the annual net gain of the business as compared with the average investment of capital. This is a long step toward greater definiteness. If at the end of a year it were found that after paying all outside expenses there were $10,000 to set aside, this would be accounted a profit of 10% on $100,000 invested. But confusion still reigns because of wide variation in the methods of estimating costs before fixing net profits. In one case, the enterpriser rents land and buildings. In another, he owns them. In one case, he has borrowed money and counts interest as a cost. In another, he is free from debt. In one case, he counts as a part of cost an estimated fair salary for himself and his partners. In another, usually in a small business, no such allowance is made. Such a variation in business usage is most perplexing. In all these cases, one must have the exact conditions in mind before it is possible to make any comparisons and draw any conclusions as to the relative profits of different industries. Profits in economic theory. 4. In the narrower and exacter sense, profits are the net gain of the enterpriser after counting the rent of material agents and contract wages of employees at the prevailing rates. Into the practical problem of cost and profit many factors enter, and the theoretical problem is to determine just how much ought to be attributed to each. In a large business, usually the practical bookkeeping problem is not unlike that of economic analysis. A stock company counts as cost, as a part of fixed charges, interest on capital borrowed, either from banks or bondholders. Its managers are paid salaries, counted as a part of cost. The net balance, after deducting these and all other expenses, is counted profits and paid in dividends to stockholders. The economic student is not attempting to get a theory of profits that is in contrast with practice. Rather, he is trying to analyze profits generally, just as they are analyzed in the few cases where the books are properly kept. In economic theory, therefore, profits are the part of the gain of any business that is logically attributable to fortunate investment and good management. Profits are the income attributable to the enterpriser's services. Profits as species of wages. 5. Typical economic profits are thus a species of wages, but are marked by peculiar features. In some of the older treatises on political economy, profits are treated merely as a combination of wages of management and of interest on capital invested. A man hired at a fixed sum to manage a business is receiving simply contract wages. Economic profits are not contract wages, not being paid by agreement, but being yielded impersonally by the industry. Profits are, however, economic wages or the earnings of services. As business has developed, it has been seen that the enterpriser's work has its peculiar character and deserves special attention. The Old English word enterpriser, used of the adventurer who embarked in foreign trade, may fittingly apply to the organizer and director of business today. Foreign trade then, more often than now, was most uncertain, and there were many chances that the ship would be lost or the venture prove a losing one. In the simplest business today, there is this element of enterprise or undertaking combined with ordinary capital and labor. As industry develops, this special service stands out more clearly. In the corner grocer and in the manager of the little newsstand, the elements of enterprise and labor are not apart. In the large wholesale house, the enterpriser is seen to be not merely an abstractly thinkable function, but a separate and concrete person. The typical enterpriser is the man who gives his time and energies to the launching and guiding of business. Section 2. The typical enterpriser's services reviewed. The enterpriser's skillful use of capital. 1. The enterpriser guarantees to the capitalist lender a fixed return. Agents will yield the highest economic rent of which they are capable only in the hands of those who can use them with exceptional skill. Owners of capital who for any reason, such as youth, inexperience, ill health, incapacity, or conflicting duties, are not able to make agents yield the average rent, seek out or are sought out by those who in general can make the agents yield more than the average. The interest contract between them is one of mutual advantage, in that the enterpriser pays a definite sum to the investor unable himself to apply his productive agents. Immense sums of capital are now put into the hands of small enterprisers, such as Western farmers improving their lands, builders of city homes and business blocks, and small manufacturers. But stocks and bonds of corporations give a wide variety of investments which shade off from the safer or capitalistic type to the more uncertain or enterpriser's type. First mortgage bonds, being a first claim on the income and property, have the highest security and yield generally the lowest interest. Even national bonds are not absolutely safe, and for that reason, as well as because of their fluctuation in price, even their purchase has something of the nature of an enterprise. Stocks are the enterpriser's type of investment, the dividends being more uncertain, but giving the chance of a higher return than the average. It is because some stand ready to assume the risk of making goods yield average returns or more, that others can sit and enjoy a fixed income with little effort and in comparative security. The enterpriser's insurance of the lender's capital. 2. The enterpriser gives up the certain income to be got by lending his own capital, and, becoming a borrower, offers his capital as insurance to the lender. Every business has an element of uncertainty in it, and someone must meet the risk. A man with marked ability as an organizer of industry is rarely found long without capital of his own. But even a penniless man who can gain the confidence of investors is able to get backing and to secure the necessary funds to engage in business. The lenders in such a case, however, run a greater risk than when the enterpriser is a man of some means, and they therefore ask a higher rate of interest than if they were loaning to a wealthy man or to a wealthy company. They are, in part, the enterprisers. When, as usually, the enterpriser invests some of his own capital, it is a guarantee of his good faith, a sort of insurance reserve to protect the lender from loss. The first loss falls on the enterpriser, and the chance of loss to the lender is in large part, though not entirely, eliminated. It is characteristic of modern loans that the borrower may be rich, not poor, often richer than the lender. The mortgage on real estate and the creditor's claim on a merchant's property usually give security of far greater value than the loan. The enterpriser's insurance of the laborer's production. 3. The enterpriser gives to other workers a definite amount for services applied to distant ends. In discussing the wage system, it was pointed out that most labor at the present time is put upon future goods. It is not known what they will be worth a month or a year later, when they mature as consumption goods. Their present worth can merely be estimated. If they prove to be worth little, the profits may be nothing or less than nothing. The enterpriser, however, buys the services for ready money, embodies them in goods, and assumes the risk. The goods may sell for more or less than the wages. It is sometimes said, with a certain irony, that if the enterpriser assumes the risk, he is very careful to pay so little for labor that he does not lose. In this naive view, the enterpriser is so independent of the market that he can pay much or little as he pleases. In fact, in many cases, he gains little, and in many he loses, and loses largely. The risk of the enterpriser's services. 4. The enterpriser risks his own services and accepts an indefinite chance instead of a definite amount for them. Assuming the risk for the right conduct of industry, he backs himself, expresses his faith in himself as a manager who can make labor earn more than the prevailing wages and make capital yield more than the prevailing rate of interest. If it were otherwise, he would loan what capital he has instead of borrowing more. Instead of employing others, he would himself seek employment in some other industry. Men are constantly shifting from the class of hired workers to that of enterprisers. It is a rude and often tragic process of adjustment and selection that enables men having ability as enterprisers to continue in that work and forces others into the class of employees. The enterpriser, the intermediary in industry. 5. The enterpriser is the economic buffer. Economic forces are transmitted through him. In a more primitive industry, each man is wage earner, capitalist, and enterpriser combined in one. As industry develops, some of the factors of cost become distinguishable and relatively stable and calculable. A low rate of interest, ranging from 3 to 4%, can be secured with practical certainty by putting one's money into good corporation securities, into the savings bank, or into national bonds. Contract wages in each class of labor also are fixed by competition at a point where they are a medium or average of gains and losses. The enterpriser is the most movable element. As the specialized risk taker, he is the spring or buffer which takes up and distributes the strain of industry. He feels first the influence of changing conditions. If the prices of his products fall, the first loss comes upon him, and he avoids further loss as best he can by paying less for materials and labor. At such times, the wage earners look upon him as their evil genius, and usually blame him for lowering their wages, not the public for refusing to buy the product at the former high prices. Again, if prices rise, he gains from the increased value of the stock in his hand that has been produced at low cost. If the employer often appears to be a hard man, his disposition is the result of natural selection. He is placed between the powerful, selfish forces of competition, and his economic survival is conditioned on vigilance, strength, and self-assertion. Weak generosity cannot endure. Fluctuation of profits. 6. Profits therefore fluctuate more from industry to industry and from man to man than do other incomes. As a somewhat exceptional case, small employers in industries such as baking and tailoring may for long periods get less for their work than their employees get in wages. The pride in being an employer and occasional chances of greater gains perhaps explain the fact. The fluctuations of the market may sweep away from the enterpriser not only all his profits, but all his accumulated wealth. As a consequence, profits may be at other times very high, for men will not take the risk of great losses unless there is a chance of large gains. While the income of the salaried man is occasionally advanced, and then for long periods remains unchanged, the profits of enterprise come in waves. In seasons of prosperity, the income of the employer swells with a dramatic swiftness, while rents and wages move tardily upward. But for years again the employer earns a return hardly exceeding a low interest on the capital invested in the enterprise, or runs the business for a time at a loss. Profits of this kind should not be spoken of as a percentage. Greater or less, they are the net result attributable to the enterpriser's skill, and bear no fixed or calculable relation to any capital investment. Section 3. Statement of the law of profits. Antisocial or pseudo-profits. 1. Some apparent profits are due to antisocial or criminal acts. Cheating, lying, breaking of contracts, bribery of public officials, and many similar acts may greatly increase individual incomes. These are not profits, as the term is here understood, but they are hard to distinguish from profits in practical life. One man gains a temporary success by acts that are later punished as crimes. Another, guilty of like deeds, escapes conviction for lack of evidence or on technicalities, and enjoys ill-gotten wealth. More fortunes, however, are due to actions on the borderline of ethics, which society is not yet honest enough to condemn or wise enough to prevent. No code of laws can be framed that will make possible the punishment of all antisocial acts. Any law that would catch all the guilty would injure many of the innocent. Economic analysis may exclude from the concept of profits the gains made by such means, but only omniscience could distinguish them in every actual case from swag and boodle. Chance profits. 2. Some profits are the result of pure chance or luck. What is luck? A result that is not calculable, coming to pass in conditions where a rational choice is not possible, is called luck, for lack of another name. Now, pure luck often brings temporary profit to the individual, but chance does not in the least account for the average and abiding profits. There is bad luck as well as good luck. According to the law of chance, in the tossing of a coin for heads and tails, one side is as likely to come up as the other, and in the long run the number of heads and tails will be equal. Where cases are numerous, losses and gains distribute themselves about a general average, and may be eliminated by insurance, as that against fire, flood, lightning, against sickness of the employer, which would cripple the business, or against his death, which would check it. But many factors evade all attempts to reduce them to rule, and chance remains a considerable factor in the success of many individuals. It still sometimes appears better to be born lucky than rich. Profits due to a union of chance and choice. 3. Some profits are temporary gains from happy but not entirely accidental choice of the best course. Many cases of profit said to be due to chance are found on closer knowledge to be due to superior judgment. A slight advantage in choice will give now and then apparently chance gains. The adventurer who, on the discovery of gold, goes at once to California or to Alaska, may stumble upon a gold mine. It is luck, but if he stays at home, it is more likely, according to the theory of chances, that he will stumble over an ash heap. In places where gold mines are comparatively plentiful, one takes chances between a load of lead and a bag of money. Throughout life, there is constant opportunity, but it must be sought. One who has the good judgment to be ever at the right time at the right place where he has the best chance of stumbling upon a good thing usually gets the advantage, and men call it luck. The more the causes of success in general are studied, the larger is found the element of choice, the smaller that of luck. Some writers make these temporary gains the essence of profits. Considering that profits are always due to the introduction of new and better methods, and not to the continued use of better ones, they argue that as the knowledge of these becomes common property, profits will disappear. But this, in our view, is a partial truth. Skill the essential condition of continuing profits. 4. Continuing profits arise from the continued exercise of superior judgment. After all the chance elements are taken into account, there remain differences in the abilities of men, and a continued and ever renewed need of organizing power. Profits, being recognized as due to these differences in the abilities just as rent is due to differences in the fertility and efficiency of goods, have therefore been called differential gains. There would be no objection to the term were it not intended to emphasize a supposed difference between profits and rents on the one hand and interest wages on the other. Risk of loss reduced by skill. Some writers have so magnified the thought that the enterpriser's function is to assume risk, as to make it a denial of the view that profits are the earnings of ability. The risks of business are not those of the throwing of dice, in which, if it is fair, skills play no part, and gains in the long run offset losses. Business risks are rather those of the rope walker in crossing Niagara. The task is easily undertaken by the skillful Blondin. It is fatally dangerous to the man of unsteady nerve and limb. Profits are due not to risks, but to superior skill in taking risks. They are not subtracted from the gains of labor, but are earned, in the same sense in which the wages of skilled labor are earned. So long as some men have better organizing ability than others, have better judgment, are better able to take the risks, there is reason to believe that profits will continue. Profits are the share or income of the enterpriser for his skill in directing industry and in assuming the risks. Despite the complex influences, they are determined by his contribution to industry essentially as is the value of any skilled service. End of chapter 31. Recording by Marian Servasi.
This video is brought to you by Economics and Freedom. Dive into the world of Austrian economics, libertarian principles, and the pursuit of financial independence. At Economics and Freedom, our mission is to educate, inspire, and equip you with the tools to understand the economy, make informed decisions, and to advocate for a freer society. Explore our growing library of expertly written books, including The Principles of Austrian Economics, where you'll discover the power of free markets, sound money, and purposeful behavior. Libertarianism, which advocates for individual liberties, self-ownership, and free choice. Then learn how these principles tie into the economy through real-world examples and stock market analysis. Join our growing community as we expose the dangers of central banks, government spending, and bureaucratic control. Learn how sound money, free markets, and individual liberty are the only paths to true prosperity. If you're content with the status quo, this isn't for you. But if you're ready to take control of your future and reject the chains of economic ignorance, economics-freedom.com is your weapon.
Chapter 32 of the Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marian Servasi. The Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems by Frank Albert Fetter. Part 2. The Value of Human Services. Division B. Enterprise and Profits. Chapter 32. Profit Sharing. Producers and Consumers Cooperation. Section 1. Profit Sharing. Nature and Definition of Profit Sharing. 1. Profit sharing is rewarding labor with a share of the profits in addition to contract wages. The essential mark of profit sharing is that the additional payment depends on the net profits of the whole business at the end of the year. It is not to be confused with a free gift or with special privileges granted by the employer, such as lunchrooms, bathrooms, or houses at a low rent. Profit sharing is a contract made in advance, not a free gift. Nor is it the same as a bonus or premium for a larger output, made contingent on the physical product, on the increased number of pieces turned out by the workmen, individually or in groups. Premium for output is given for something directly under the influence of the worker. The amount of profits is affected by the amount of output, but also by a number of other things that are quite outside the control of the workman. The possibilities of profit sharing. 2. The purpose of the employer in adopting profit sharing is to stimulate the industry of the workers, thus reducing waste and cost of labor and supervision. The employer adopting the plan does not intend to lose by it. He believes that if he can get his workmen to take an interest in the business, his costs will be reduced. He offers to divide with them the resulting savings. There is in every factory greater or less waste of materials, destruction of tools, and loss of time that no rules or penalties can prevent. If the worker can be made to take a strong enough personal interest, he will use care when the eye of the foreman is not upon him. The product also can be slightly increased in many ways by the workman's exertions or suggestions. In some cases, the quality of the work cannot be ensured by the closest inspection as well as it can be by a small degree of personal interest. Either responsibility for the fault cannot be fixed, or the defect is one not measurable by any easily applied standard. Strikes are averted, good feeling is promoted, and contentment is furthered if the interest of the worker can be made to approach and actually to be in harmony with that of the employer. The economic result of the plan, if it can be made to work, must be to reduce the costs of these establishments below what they are. The crucial question is whether this alone ensures that the costs will be less than those of competitors, thus giving a source out of which an increased amount, really a wage, can be paid to the laborer. This additional wage is made conditional on the employer's success in gaining a net profit on the year's business. Its successes and failures. 3. The profit-sharing plan is now successfully working in over 100 firms in America and Europe. The plan was first tried in Paris by Leclerc, a house painter. In house painting, there is often a great waste of materials and time by men working singly or in small groups in different parts of the city. By this new method, Leclerc enlisted the aid of the workmen, reduced the costs, and increased the profits. It is a remarkable fact that the plan has been continued successfully by the same firm to the present time. The most important examples of profit sharing in the United States are at the Pillsbury Mills in Minneapolis, Procter & Gamble's soap factories at Ivorydale, Ohio, and the Nelson Manufacturing Company at LeClaire, Illinois. In some cases, both manufacturer and workman value the system highly. N.P. Gilman, the author of Profit Sharing, puts the ratio of successes very high. Others declare that the failures are mostly lost sight of and are very many. The proportion of business done in this way is not large. 100 firms is a very small fraction of 1% of the total number of firms in Germany, France, England, and America. A still more important fact is that this method of remuneration did not spread in the 10 years preceding 1900. Objections to and difficulties in profit sharing in practice. 4. The failure of profit sharing to grow is due to objections on both sides of the employer and of the workman. On the side of the workman, there is the bookkeeping difficulty. He is suspicious and he lacks knowledge of the business. If at the end of the year the books show no profits, the workman loses confidence, considers the plan to be mere deception, and rejects it. Moreover, the plan puts a limitation upon the workman's freedom to compete for better wages by changing his place of work. It is almost indispensable to make length of service a condition to the sharing of profits. Workmen coming and going, working only a few months, cannot be allowed to share. The percentage given to the others increases with length of employment. Whenever men are thus practically subject to a fine equal to the amount of shared profits, if they accept a better position, there is danger of a covert lowering of wages. The plan tends to break up the trade unions, which is one of the reasons that the employers like it, and is the reason that organized labor opposes it. The employer, on his part, objects to the interference with his management, the troublesome inspection of the books, and the constant grumbling and complaint of the workmen. It makes known the amount of his profits. If they are large, the advertising of his success invites competition. If they are small, publicly injures his credit and depresses the value of his property. In view of all these difficulties, it is not surprising that while the plan often starts promisingly, it usually loses its efficiency after a short trial. Business methods are severely subject to the principle of the survival of the fittest. Though competition and the survival of the firms that adopt improvements, better methods must eventually supplant poorer ones. If a method fails to spread when it has been tried for 50 years, and all are free to adopt it, there must be some defects inherent in it. That must be our conclusion as to profit sharing. Defective character of profit sharing. 5. It is usually better to make wages depend on the worker's efficiency rather than on the profits of the whole business. The strongest motive to efficiency is present when reward is connected immediately and directly with effort, not with some result only slightly under the worker's control. In profit sharing, the added share is only partially due to increased effort of the worker. Labor is but one of the groups of costs. Profits are the net result of many influences. Chief among these is the wisdom of the enterpriser in planning and conducting the business. The profits may be nothing, though the worker may be exerting himself to the utmost. The plan is therefore reactionary, not in accord with the general progress of the wage system, which is tending constantly to centralize responsibility, to put the risk into the hands of the competent managers, and to secure to the worker a definite amount in advance, as high as conditions make possible. The system of premiums or bonus payments for output gives in most cases better results and is rapidly spreading. It is sounder in conception and works better in practice. This premium depends on the increase by the laborer of the output of his particular machine or process as compared with a standard based on the experience of some defined period. Section 2. Producers' cooperation. Purpose of producers' cooperation. 1. Producers' cooperation is the union of workers in a self-employing group to do away with any other enterpriser than themselves and to secure for themselves the profits. Its object is not to do away with any return on the capital investment. Capital may be borrowed either from outsiders or from the individual cooperators, and is paid a stipulated interest apart from the profits. The source of the gain is to be found in the saving of what the worker looks upon as the needless drain of profits into the pockets of the employer. The hope is that the enterpriser's function, if it is admitted that he has any useful function, will be performed by the workers collectively or through their representatives. They undertake to furnish brain as well as muscle, management as well as hard work. The hope is even to increase the profits through increasing the stimulus to the workers and by saving in friction, disputes, and strikes. Its limited success. 2. Practically, the plan has been made to work in a comparatively few simple industries. The most notable examples of successful cooperation in America have been the copper shops in Minneapolis. There were a simple problem of costs, few and uniform materials, patterns, and qualities of product, few machines, and much hand labor, simple, well-known processes, a sure local market. Mr. Lloyd, in a recent book, describes many successful societies in England, but they are all of a simple sort of industry, as agriculture and dairy farming. Within the whole field of industry, this method of organization makes little if any progress. Most experiments have failed, and the successful ones often become ordinary stock companies with the most able men in control. Therefore, whether losing or making money, they nearly all cease to exist as cooperative enterprises. This result has disappointed the prophecies of many wise men of 75 years ago. In the time of John Stuart Mill, great expectations were entertained of the future of productive cooperation, which was thought to be a solution of the whole social problem. Its main difficulty. 3. The main difficulty in productive cooperation is to secure managing ability of a high order. There is no touchstone for business talent, no way of selecting it with any certainty in advance of trial. This selection is made hard in cooperative shops by the jealousies and rivalries, and by the politics among the workmen. A man thus selected by his fellows finds it almost impossible to enforce discipline. In cooperation, there is occasionally developed good business ability that might have remained dormant under the wage system. Some workmen showing unusual capacity cease to be handicraftsmen. But the unwillingness on the part of the workers to pay high salaries results in the loss of able managers. Having demonstrated their ability, the leaders go to competing industries where their function is not in such bad repute and where higher salaries can be earned, or they go into business independently, being able easily to get control of the necessary capital. Cooperators undervalue the enterpriser's function. 4. Most cooperative schemes have suffered from a lack of good theory, an inability of the workers to see the importance of the enterpriser's service. Most men make a very imperfect analysis of the productive process. They see that a large part of the product does not go to the workman. They see the gross amount going to the enterpriser, and they ignore the fact that this contains the cost of materials, interest on capital, and incidental expenses. They ignore further that the enterpriser's function is a productive and essential one. The theory of exploitation or robbery, as explaining the employer's profits, is very commonly held in a more or less vague way by workmen. With a body of intelligent and thoroughly honest workmen, keenly alive to the truth, the dangers, and the risks of the enterprise, cooperation would be possible in many industries where now it is not. The producers' cooperative schemes usually stumble into an unsuspected pitfall. When a heedless and overconfident army ventures into an enemy's country without a knowledge of its geography, without a map, and without leaders that have been tested on the field of battle, the result can easily be foreseen. Section 3. Consumers' Cooperation. Nature and kinds of consumers' cooperation. 1. Consumers' cooperation is the union of a number of buyers to save for themselves the profits of the merchants or agents. There are many classes of consumers' cooperation, but the chief ones are: 1. To sell goods, retail stores; 2. To provide insurance, cooperative insurance companies; 3. To provide credit or capital, cooperative banks. These are also productive enterprises, for the merchant's work adds value to the goods. The insurance company and its agents do a real service. The profits of the small bank are, ordinarily, earned fairly under existing conditions. The terms producers and consumers' cooperation merely set in contrast the part of the productive process that is undertaken. Producers' cooperation is concerned with the earlier steps, usually stopping when the product is disposed of to wholesale or retail merchants. Consumers' cooperation, often called distributive cooperation, is concerned with the latter steps, the placing of a consumption good, rarely also productive agents, into the hands of the final user. It imparts the same value to goods that the retail merchant does. The one thing this class of cooperators is sure of when they begin is a number of consumers to make use of the service or products they purpose to supply, hence the name. Costliness of competitive mercantile business. 2. The waste of competitive mercantile business is the source from which it is expected that the savings of the cooperative enterprise will come. It is a great expense to the retail dealer to secure a body of customers. Rent of a storeroom, clerk hire, interest on invested capital are fixed charges which can be met only on condition of a regular and frequent turnover of the stock. To attract customers, the dealer must have a well-located store, must advertise, keep open long hours, and pay idle clerks. Frequently, he must give credit, raising the price enough to cover the expense of bookkeeping, collection, bad accounts, and loss of interest. The public's likings, whims, lack of judgment, and lack of business analysis make these charges necessary. There are many communities where it would be impossible to carry on a cash business even at considerably lower prices. Customers are exacting and require the costly delivery of small packages. 2 horses and a driver must travel 2 miles to deliver a spool of thread or a half a dozen oranges. Frequent changes of fashion and the shifting of customers from one store to another keep the merchant always insecure in his trade. A number of buyers mutually agreeing to pay cash, to buy at certain times, to place all their orders with one store, to go to a cheaper location, down an alley or into a basement, can save much of this cost on one condition: that the management approaches in its efficiency that of ordinary competitive business. In spite of all these advantages, if there is inefficient management, the final cost will be no less than that of ordinary business. The more successful cooperative stores. 3. Despite the possibilities of saving, most cooperative stores fail through a lack of good management. Note first the greater successes. Since 1842, from which time it dates, the cooperative store movement has progressed steadily in England, where the scores of retail societies are federated and own large wholesale stores. The long experience has developed good methods and are a conservatism almost inconceivable to the American mind. They are practically great stock companies in which one can buy a share at a small cost and become a purchaser at usual prices, receiving a dividend later according to the amount of his purchases. Cooperative stores in American universities are generally successful, apparently because they don't cooperate. Some get into politics and go the way of the wicked. The survivors gravitate into the hands of a committee of the faculty, which tries to employ an efficient manager and administers the business as a public trust without private profit. The wastefulness of multiplying orders for textbooks to be used by a class whose number is definitely known in advance, and the comparatively uniform character of the supplies, make economy peculiarly easy in this case. A large part of the services of the cooperative store, however, are indirect. It reduces and regulates the charges in the stores nearby. The failures and their causes. Nearly all the Granger stores started 30 years ago in great numbers, and most of the cooperative stores among American workmen have failed. The failure is easily explained by the ignorance of danger, by lack of harmony, by credit sales, and by inefficient management. The wastes of competitive business are partly a tax imposed upon men, taken collectively, by their lack of business method. The community is not intelligent enough, honest enough, or self-sacrificing enough to do business in the most economical way. Partly they are the price paid for variety and change, and for the cherished American right to kick, something difficult for the members of a cooperative store to do without hurting themselves. Profit sharing and cooperation in relation to the enterpriser. Continued need of the enterpriser. 4. The experience with these plans verifies the analysis of the enterpriser's function. Pure profits are the earnings of a productive service. Comparing these 3 plans, they are seen to be alike in seeking to make workers share some of the profits, to change the destination to which profits would go. The first would create profits by the effort of the workers and give them a part of the saving. The second would have collective workers perform the enterpriser's work in the factory and get his reward. The third would have collective buyers do the work of the merchant and save his profits and other costs. The last is the easiest to do. Profit sharing is next in difficulty, and the producer's cooperation is the hardest of all to put into practice. In some cases, under some conditions, the enterpriser's services may be more economically performed than at present, for the waste is great. But taking men as they are and things as they are, in most places the enterpriser's service is necessary and must be paid for. His contribution to the success of the industry depends on his nature and ability, and it can be distinguished theoretically and practically from the contribution made by the workman. Nothing but changes in human nature, in education, and in morality can diminish the necessity for his service. End of chapter 32. Recording by Marian Servasi.
Chapter 33 of the Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by I. M. Clifford. The Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems by Frank Albert Fetter. Chapter 33. Chapter 33. Monopoly Profits. Section 1. Nature of Monopoly. Difficulty of fixing the meaning of monopoly. 1. The term monopoly is used loosely and in many senses. In popular discussion, monopoly means almost any wealthy corporation or the power the corporation possesses, a power which is usually thought of as oppressive. Even economists have held the vaguest ideas regarding monopoly. The recent rise of trust in monopolies has given a large new body of facts bearing upon the subject, but all the resulting discussion by the public and by economists has not brought agreement upon a definition entirely satisfactory. When usage has not settled upon any one meaning, the selection of a definition is in a measure arbitrary, although it may be guided by logic and considerations of expediency. Let us state the various meanings and indicate the one adopted in this discussion. Monopoly is not merely scarcity. 2. Monopoly should not be used as synonymous with scarcity. Scarcity is the essential condition of all value. The simplest things, bricks, sand, the commonest unskilled labor, would have no value were there not a degree of scarcity relative to the wants that may be gratified. Monopoly, whatever else it means, always conveys the idea of some exceptional kind of scarcity. Scarcity due in part to some source or cause not ordinarily present. It is a bad practice in definition to apply two words to one idea, leaving the other idea unnamed, as is done when monopoly is made synonymous with scarcity. Both words are needed. Such a usage, unfortunately, is common in economic literature. Many economic writers, for example, have called land ownership monopoly, saying that land being the work of nature cannot be increased by men, and therefore must always be scarce. Even if it were true that in the economic sense land could be produced by man, there still would be confusion here between a general class of goods and a special thing. The fact that a particular field cannot be duplicated does not make a monopoly of land as a whole, any more than the existence of desert land in Arizona makes land value less or a free good. Nor is a landowner a monopolist any more than is the owner of a valuable machine. The owner of 40 acres of land worth $400 or the owner of a village lot worth $100 can hardly be called a monopolist. It leads to absurdity to use the word monopoly with reference to land ownership indiscriminately. Neither mere scarcity nor the limitation of natural stores should be called monopoly when ownership is scattered and combination between owners does not exist. Monopoly is not merely superior economic power. 3. The ability of superior material agents and of skilled workers to secure higher returns than do poor ones does not constitute monopoly. The free competition assumed in abstract discussions of value does not mean equal capacity or efficiency, but the legal freedom and personal willingness to move a productive agent into the highest industrial place it is capable of holding. The rocky field does not compete with the fertile one in the sense that it can yield the same uses. The field fit only for potatoes does not compete with those rare and favored localities that can raise the best wines. The gardener, earning $2 a day, does not compete with the skilled physician with an income of $20,000 a year, for he has not the economic capacity to do so. but he is free to compete, as is the owner of the rocky field, unless law, caste, class legislation, social prejudice, or some other objective factor forbids. Anything, however, that prevents the labor or capital of buyers or sellers from application for which they are fitted defeats free competition. To use the term monopoly of any and every limitation of economic ability is to extend it to every case of value. To use it of the high wages of skilled workmen, where no union to suppress competition exists among them, is to make it a colorless synonym of scarcity. It should be confined to a narrower and more exclusive use. Some special kinds of limitation should be connected with the idea of monopoly. Monopoly consists in unified control. 4. The limitation connected with monopoly is not that of economic capacity, but that of ownership and control. The derivation of the word from the Greek points to the general thought. Monos, alone, polio, to sell, a single seller, the sole source of supply in a given market. The term was first used in England of special grants or patents of monopoly from the Crown to make or deal in specified articles such as soap, candles, etc. The political power of the state created and defended the monopoly. This policy is pursued in a limited degree today for the encouragement of invention, in the granting of patents and copyrights. In the current definition, the exclusive right, power, or privilege of dealing in some article or trading in some market, the term dealing in is well chosen, for it is broad enough to cover cases of buying as well as selling and includes power derived from political as well as from other sources. But the term exclusive is too absolute, allows of no gradations, and makes the definition applicable only in the rarest cases. Definition of monopoly. Monopoly limits supply. 5. Monopoly is such a degree of control over the supply of goods in a given market that a net gain will result to the seller if a portion is withheld. Every producer has control over some agents and some portion of the supply of products, but ordinarily the portion controlled by anyone is so small that withholding it entirely from sale would not cause the market price to rise in any appreciable degree. The producer in such a case regulates his action as if the market price were fixed beyond his control, and he uses his productive agents fully up to the point where cost equal price on the marginal unit of product. A skilled worker getting $5 a day loses that sum every day he is idle. A landowner whose land can command a competitive rent of $10 an acre must take that sum or less or nothing. He cannot get more. And how can a net gain ever result from a smaller sale? As a reduction of supply results in a higher price, it is possible, as is seen in the paradox of value, for a situation to arise in the case of some goods where a smaller number of units yield a larger sum in the market than a larger number of units. But the seller's interest lies not in the increase of total sales, but in that of net gains. Net gains, being the product of the number of units sold multiplied by the gain in each unit, increase at a much faster rate than do total sales. The existence of monopoly power in any degree depends therefore on several factors: the effect of contraction of supply in raising prices, the effect on cost, the number of units remaining in the ownership of the one contracting supply, and the possibility of preventing others from increasing supply later to profit by the higher prices. Section 2. Kinds of monopoly. The sources of monopoly power. Political monopoly. 1. Monopoly gets its power from political, economic, and commercial sources. A political monopoly derives its power of control from a special grant from the government, forbidding others to engage in that business. The typical political monopoly is that conferred by a crown patent, bestowing the exclusive right to carry on a certain business. A second kind is that conferred by a patent for invention or the copyright on books, the object of which is to stimulate invention, research, and writing by giving the full control and protection of the government to the inventor and writer or their assignees. In this case, the privilege is socially earned by the monopolist. It is not gotten for nothing. Moreover, the patent is limited in time, expires, and becomes a social possession. A third kind is a government monopoly for purposes of revenue. In France, the government controls the tobacco trade, and the high price charged for tobacco makes the monopoly yield a large income. A fourth kind are political franchises for public service, as street railways, lights, gas, waterworks, etc. These are granted to private capitalists to induce them to invest capital in something which has public utility. Economic monopoly. Economic monopoly arises when the ownership of scarce natural agents, as mines, land, water power, comes under the control of one man or one group of men who agree on a price. Economic monopoly is a result of private property that is undesigned by the government or by society. It is exceptional, considering the whole range of private property, but it is important. The oil wells embracing the main sources of the world's supply have come under one control. One corporation may control so many of the richest iron mines of the country as to be able to fix a price different from that which would result under competition. Coal mines, especially those of some peculiar and limited kind, such as anthracite, appear to become easily an object of monopolization. Economic monopoly merges into political monopolies, such as patents and franchises. Private property is a political institution designed to further social welfare, and only rarely is any particular property a monopoly. Private control of great natural resources doubtless would have been prohibited had it been foreseen. Commercial monopoly. Commercial monopoly, variously called contractual, organized, or capitalistic monopoly, arises where men unite their wealth to control a market, to overpower or intimidate opposition, and to keep out or limit competition by the mere magnitude of their wealth. These various kinds so merge into each other that they cannot always be distinguished in practice. A patent may help a capitalistic monopoly in getting control of a market. Great wealth may enable a company to get control of rare natural resources. Special classes of monopoly. Monopoly may, for special purposes, be classified also as selling and buying, producing and trading, lasting and temporary, general and local. 2. The terms selling and buying monopoly explain themselves, though the latter conflicts with the etymology. Under conditions of barter, the selling and the buying monopoly would be the same thing in two aspects. A selling monopoly is by far the more common, but a buying monopoly may be connected with it. A large oil refining corporation that sells most of the product may by various methods succeed in driving out the competitors who would buy the crude oil. It thus becomes practically the only outlet for the oil product, and the owners of the land thus must share their ownership with the buying monopoly by accepting, within certain limits, the price it fixes. The Hudson Bay Company, dealing in furs, had practically this sort of power in North America. Many instances can be found, yet, relatively to the selling monopolies, those of the buying kind are rare. A producing monopoly is one controlling the manufacture or the source of supply of an article. A trading monopoly is one controlling the avenues of commerce between the source and the consumers. Monopolies are lasting or temporary, according to the duration of control. By far the larger number are of the temporary sort, because high prices strongly stimulate efforts to develop other sources of supply. Yet the average profits of a monopoly may be large throughout a succession of periods of high and low prices. Monopolies are general or local, according to the extent of territory where their power is felt. At its maximum, where transportation and other costs most effectively shut out competition, monopoly power shades off to zero on the borderline of competitive territory. Relativity of monopoly. The test of monopoly. 3. Degrees of power to affect price result from varying extent of control. Monopoly is a relative term. The term monopoly, by its derivation, has reference to a single seller, but there are other thoughts in the concept. Monopoly has reference also to the amount of the supply controlled. The frequent use of the adjectives partial, limited, and virtual are implied but usually superfluous recognitions of the relative character of monopoly. Ownership of a particular knife, pencil, book makes one the unique seller of it, but confers no monopoly power, as the power of substitution is practically absolute. The welfare of no one depends in any appreciable measure on that particular pencil. Ownership of an important fraction of an entire species of goods gives more power to affect value. One owning a large part of the desirable building sites or houses in town may gain by occasionally letting one stand vacant in order to drive better bargains with tenants. A trade union may control most of the labor supply of one kind in a town. But the test of monopoly is that a gain results from a higher price and fewer sales. It begins at the point where there's a motive to limit the supply in accordance with the paradox of value. The control of an entire species of goods gives price-fixing power, limited only by substitution of goods. Even though one person controlled all the coal and wood in any market, their prices still would be limited. If there were but one possible source of meat supply, most people could live without meat. The monopoly of great species of goods can thus be seen gradually to merge from one grade into another. It is a matter of quality as well as quantity. There is more or less of it in the different industries, and as noted in the preceding paragraph, it varies over time and territory. Section 3. The fixing of a monopoly price. Forces governing competitive prices. 1. A competitive producer gets the highest price that will permit him to dispose of his product. The enterpriser seeks to get the highest price for his product that the market will afford. His ability to continue making a profit at a lower price does not induce him to reduce the price unless the reduction is to his interest. The ordinary competing manufacturer is limited in his price by two things. First, his customers may cease to buy such articles entirely and may substitute other goods if the price is too high. Secondly, they may buy of other sellers. Between his wish to keep the price up and the customer's wish to buy as cheaply as he can, the price is fixed at a point where there is no inducement for others to come in and reduce his sales, or for him to seek a better market. There may be under these conditions a potential but very limited monopoly power. The sole druggist in a small town might occasionally get extortionate prices from particular customers in times of dire need, but he would thus drive away much of his custom and would tempt a fairer and less grasping competitor to come in. Thus, when men and capital are free to come and go, there results an average or normal return for ability and agents of a certain grade. Prices come to equilibrium where each is selling his total product. Monopolies greater control of price. 2. Where a monopoly exists to a greater or less degree, there is less reason to fear loss of custom to competitors. The degree of control determines the fear of competitors. If the control is slight, a very small rise of price will bring in competitors. The monopoly profits in this case either must be very small or they will be very brief. Those outside controlling a large supply will be tempted by large profits to market it at once and to increase it as fast as possible. Even where a large part of the supply is under one control, the fear of substitution puts a limit on the price demanded. If the control were extended to all wealth, the monopolist would be the absolute despot of the lives of his fellows. But as things are, the monopolist aims, just as the competitor does, to get the price that gives the maximum gain. The monopolist, however, is in more or less favored position as he can raise his price considerably before losing the most of his customers. Much depends on whether the cost increase or decrease as output grows. Where a large increase in output greatly decreases the cost, lower price may leave a larger margin between the cost and the selling price. A general monopoly price is therefore not an unlimited price. It is higher than the competitive price if the same cost of production is maintained. It may conceivably be lower than the former competitive price if the economies of combination greatly reduce the cost and justify a large increase of the output. Discriminating monopoly rates. 3. A monopoly often seeks to avoid a general market price, and it adjusts its charge in each small market separately. This is a most important aspect of the monopoly problem and a most important modification of the principle just stated. A market price is the expression of the least urgent demand that aids in carrying off a given supply. It is a maxim that there can be but one price at a time in a given market. The baker ordinarily sells the loaf at the same price to everyone buying a given quantity. If he had a monopoly of the bread supply, however, he might deal with each customer separately, ascertain by personal inquiry into the lives of the citizens, and by the aid of a force of detectives, just how much each could or would pay rather than do without bread. The policy of varying prices is thus followed by monopolies, though usually in a less inquisitorial way, to enable them to get the highest possible returns. Under the name of charging what the traffic will bear, it is practiced by the railroads as local and personal discrimination. The endurance of some communities and of some individuals being greater than that of others, the burden is adjusted to the back, being made not as light but as heavy as each can be forced to bear. Lower rates to destroy competitors. Large monopolies dealing in commodities use an adaptation of this method to kill off small competitors who, within a certain district, sell at less than the monopoly price. Prices are suddenly reduced in that community below cost until, the small competitor being ruined, the monopoly rate is reestablished, perhaps higher than before. Fear of suffering a like fate prevents others from attempting competition even when prices offer a great attraction and give a high monopoly profit. The source of monopolistic profits. The profits of monopoly can be explained by the ordinary laws of value, yet evidently they form a peculiar economic and social problem. They appear to be due not to the services of the enterpriser in increasing production, but to his success in limiting it. There is, therefore, an antisocial element in them not found in the profits of ordinary industry. This deserves further and closer study. End of Chapter 33. Recording by I. M. Clifford. Reno, Nevada, USA. The web address is spielmaster.com.
Are you ready to explore the principles of true economic freedom and take control of your financial education? Economics and freedom brings you powerful resources that will transform the way you think about the economy. Check out our ebooks and courses, where complex ideas like Austrian economics are broken down into clear, actionable insights. Whether you're a beginner or looking to sharpen your knowledge, Economics and Freedom is your guide to understanding the economy in a whole new way. Learn how markets really work, why sound money is important, and how individual freedom shapes prosperity. It's not just theory, it's a practical approach to understanding the forces that impact your life every day. Join a growing community of people who value knowledge, freedom, and the power to think independently. Visit www.economics-freedom.com and start your journey today.
Chapter 34 of the Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Jackson. The Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems by Frank Albert Fetter. Chapter 34. Growth of Trusts and Combinations in the United States. Section 1. Growth of Large Industry in the United States. 1. In the discussion of the so-called trust problem, three things must be distinguished: large individual capital, large production, and monopoly power. Capital, in the sense of valuable agents, is found in the smallest as well as in the largest industry, and every owner, from the small shopkeeper to the wealthiest bondholder, is a capitalist. In popular discussion, however, the word frequently implies great wealth in a single hand, though this wealth may be invested in a large number of small industries. Large production is the concentration of capital into large units of industry. The capital may be the same as before. The ownership may or may not be widely diffused, but the control and management are unified. Large factories may or may not have monopoly power. As factories grow in size, competition among them often becomes more, not less, complete and severe. On the contrary, monopoly, as before defined, may exist where the industry is small, as the waterworks in a small town, or a small factory for making patented articles. In periods of depression, a business with a capital of $10,000 may go on and prosper, while one with millions may be forced into bankruptcy. These three ideas, great individual wealth, large industry, and monopoly power, are often hopelessly confused in the discussion of present-day questions. 2. Three industrial stages may be broadly distinguished: that of tools, that of machines and small factories, and that of large production. Men are prone to forget that all the world is not doing just as they are. Over 2/3 of the people on the globe are still in the first industrial stage. 1 billion people use only tools, and have no better source and means of power than domestic animals. This is true in the most of Asia and Africa, in the greatest part of South America, and in many portions of North America. About 200 million people live in the stage of simple machines and small factories. These are found in Eastern and Southern Europe, small portions of South America, some parts even of the United States. In this stage, there is not enough manufacturing power in the community to supply much more than its own needs. About 200 million people in the United States and Western Europe have reached the third and highest industrial plane, where the highest mechanical devices are employed and industry becomes highly specialized. These differences are broadly stated. There are contrasts within every nation. 300 miles from here, in the Alleghenies, people still can be found spinning and weaving and wearing homespun as in colonial days. In a trip of 20 miles in Tyrol or Switzerland, one can observe every one of these industrial stages. The most striking development, if not the typical form, in America today, is large or concentrated industry. 3. In the last half-century, the unit of organization in leading industries has tended to grow larger. 75 years ago, a tool-using household industry on farms and in homes, where the greater part of the things used were produced in the family, was still the typical organization in the United States. The early factories growing out of the household industry were small. A family specialized in producing cloth and exchanged with its neighbors. So with shoes, candles, soap, canned goods, cured meats, etc. Since that time, two counterforces have been at work to affect the ratio of manufacturing establishments to population. The number of establishments has been increased by specialization of farming, which has called for many industries to produce the things once made on farms, and by increasing wealth and invention, which has made possible many small industries supplying things before almost unknown. The number of establishments has been diminished as the staple products that can be transported have come to be made in larger factories. The resultant of these movements during the 30 years ending in 1900 is somewhat surprising. The ratio of factories, with an output worth $500 to population, has somewhat increased. In 1870, there were 252,000 establishments. In 1890, 355,000, and in 1900, 512,000, a ratio to population of 1 to 162, 177, and 144 respectively. The last date was one of great industrial prosperity, and doubtless many ephemeral enterprises had been called into existence, thus giving a somewhat abnormal result. Moreover, there has been a large increase in the number of things made in factories, which were formerly made in the homes, and which then did not appear at all in the census of manufacturers. In cotton weaving, however, the unit of industry is growing. Factories in 1870 numbering 956, in 1890, 905, In 1900, 1,055, the latter increase being due to the fact that many new factories in the South have been started in the last decade. The population, meantime, doubled. This movement has been going on for 70 years, there being about the same number of mills in 1900 as in 1830, though population had multiplied sixfold. Iron and steel mills numbered 1,300 in 1880, 1,000 in 1890, and 965 in 1900. In industries having local markets and sources of supply for materials, the change has been less rapid. There were 24,000 grist mills in 1880, 18,000 in 1890, and 25,000 in 1900, a change of ratio from 2,100 to 3,000 population per grist mill. There were 26,000 sawmills in 1880, 22,000 in 1890, and 33,000 in 1900, a change from about 1,920 to 2,270 persons per sawmill. But while the number of establishments in these staple industries was decreasing, the number of employees per establishment in most cases was increasing. The average in all industries in 1870 was 8, in 1890, 12, in 1900, 10 and 4/10. In cotton mills in 1870, the average was 184, in 1890, 244, in 1900, 287. The grist mills in 1880 had 2 and 4/10 person per establishment, in 1890, 3 and 4/10. The sawmills in 1880 averaged 6 employees each, in 1890, 14. Iron and steel mills in 1880, 121 each, in 1890, 196. 4. The amount of capital per establishment is tending to increase in the leading lines of industry. The amount of capital is not so easy to determine as the number of employees, and it is recognized that the census figures on this subject are only approximately correct. We are told that in cotton mills in 1830, the average capital invested was $50,000. In 1890, nearly $400,000. In 1900, $440,000. It is easy to observe the large increase in investment of capital in flouring mills since the new processes came into use. The average capital of all industries does not grow as in the staple ones, for many smaller industries have come into existence. In 1880, the average capital was $11,000. In 1900, it was $18,000. The years between 1890 and 1900 saw the rapid formation of trusts and combinations, and of larger industries. Consolidation took place on a great scale in railroads and in manufacturers. Much of this has been of such a kind that it does not appear at all in the figures showing the number of establishments and of employees. Many discrepancies appear in the data regarding this movement given by different authorities, as there is no generally accepted rule by which to determine the selection of the companies to be included in the lists, and as the conditions are changing from day to day. A competent financial authority gives the following figures regarding the industrial trusts, manufacturing and commercial, and gas trusts organized in the United States between 1860 and 1899, not including combinations in such businesses as banking, shipping, railroad transportation, etc. The figures refer to the reorganization and consolidation of industries into larger units, some of which have much and others little or no monopoly power. Headings: Decade, Number Organized, Total Nominal Capital. Decade 1860 to 1869. Number Organized 2. Total Nominal Capital $13 million. Decade 1870 to 1879. Number Organized 4. Total Nominal Capital $135 million. Decade 1880 to 1889. Number Organized 18. Total Nominal Capital $288 million. Decade 1890 to 1899. Number organized, 157. Total nominal capital, $3,150,000,000. Totals for 40 years. Number organized, 181. Total nominal capital, $3,586,000,000. The number organized and the capital represented by this movement in the last of these decades are 8 times as great as in the 30 years preceding. In the last 10 years can be traced the influence of general industrial conditions. Headings. Year. Number organized, total nominal capital. Year 1890. Number organized, 6. Total nominal capital, $82 million. Year 1891. Number organized, 13. Total nominal capital, $168 million. Year 1892. Number organized, 13. Total nominal capital, $140 million. Year 1893. Number organized, 5. Total nominal capital, $226 million. Year 1894. Number organized, 2. Total nominal capital, $35 million. Year 1895. Number organized, 7. Total nominal capital, $104 million. Year 1896. Number organized, 3. Total nominal capital, $40 million. Year 1897. Number organized, 6. Total nominal capital, $93 million. Year 1898. Number organized, 22. Total nominal capital, $574 million. Year 1899. Number organized, 80. Total nominal capital, $1,688,000,000. Total over 10 years. Number organized, 157. Total nominal capital, $3,150,000,000. The first 3 years enjoyed great prosperity, and the number of combinations were 6, 13, 13. In 1893, the number was less, but the total nominal capital, preferred and common stocks and bonds, was still the greatest it had ever been in any year. Then came the period of depression, 1894 to 1897, when both the numbers and the capital were comparatively small. Then followed the period of the greatest formation of trust companies the world had ever seen, which extended from 1898 to 1901 and ended in 1902. In a list recently revised by another authority, it appears that the data for all industrial trusts, nearly but not quite comparable with the foregoing figures, are in round numbers as follows. Date, January 1st, 1904, number 318. Number of plants acquired or controlled, 5,288. Total nominal capital, $7,246,000,000. These figures would indicate that the industrial trusts more than doubled within 4 years, most of the growth being within 3 years. The same authority, in a more comprehensive list, classifies in 6 groups all so-called trusts of the United States, at the date of January 1st, 1904, as follows. The figures just given above are the totals of the first 3 groups. Headings: Date, Number, Number of plants acquired or controlled, Total nominal capital. Date: 1. Greater industrial trusts. Number: 7. Number of plants acquired or controlled, 1,528. Total nominal capital, $2,660,000,000. Date: 2. Lesser industrial trusts. Number: 298. Number of plants acquired or controlled, 3,426. Total nominal capital, $4,055,000,000. Date: 3. Other industrial trusts in process of reorganization or readjustment. Number: 13. Number of plants acquired or controlled, 334. Total nominal capital, $528 million. Date: 4. Franchise trusts. Number: 111. Number of plants acquired or controlled, 1,336. Total nominal capital, $3,735,000,000. Date 5. Great Steam Railroad Groups. Number 6. Number of plants acquired or controlled 790. Total nominal capital $9,017,000,000. Date 6. Allied Independent Railroad Groups. Number 10. Number of plants acquired or controlled 250. Total nominal capital $380 million. Totals. Number total 445. Number of plants acquired or controlled total 8,664. Total nominal capital total $20 billion. Section 2. Advantages of large production. 1. A great technical advantage of large production is the better and fuller use of machinery. A large factory with a large output can keep a special machine adjusted for each pattern and process, whereas in a small factory much time and energy are wasted in adjusting one machine for various processes. The machinery in a large factory is thus more fully utilized. Compare the machinery used in a large axe factory with that used in 25 small axe factories, having the same total output. The 150 workmen in 25 small factories would use 25 shears, 100 trip hammers, 50 grindstone pits, 50 polishing frames, a total of 225 machines. The same 150 men in one large factory would require 3 shears, a saving of 22, 20 trip hammers, a saving of 80, 37 grindstone pits, a saving of 13, 30 polishing frames, a saving of 20, a total of 90 machines, a saving of 135 machines. The difference in cost due to machinery is not so great as these figures indicate, as the unused machines last longer, but in the small factory there is more depreciation from rust and decay, and a larger proportionate investment of capital for which interest must be earned. The average amount of stock and material required in a large factory is not so great in proportion to the output. 2. In a large factory, the division of labor may be more complete and effective. The technical economies of the division of labor can be realized in large measure only when a number of men work together, partly because of the advantages in the use of machinery, but partly from other causes. Labor in a large group is proportionately more effective than in a small group, especially in producing form value. In making plows, 9 men working separately will average 66 plows each per year, while 180 men working together will average 110 each per year, the output per man being increased 66 2/3%. In a rifle factory with a daily output of 50, 8 men are needed for the same product that can be supplied by 3 men in a factory with an output of 1,000 daily. 3. In the larger industry, the costs of management, supervision, and marketing are relatively less. Division of labor decreases the difficulty of supervision in larger factories, where the processes are divided, systematized, and made a matter of routine. The necessary inspection of the results is more rapid and easy. The advertising of certain kinds of goods involves a large and inevitable outlay, which is relatively less for a larger business, as the greater the output, the smaller the burden on each unit of the product. Combination affects a great saving in the number of commercial travelers, a result partly due to the decrease in competition, but partly also to better organization. Each of 20 different factories must send its drummers into every part of the country to seek business. In combination, they can divide the territory, visit every merchant, and get larger orders at smaller cost. Supplies can be purchased more cheaply in large amounts, and shipments in carload and trainload lots make possible special, sometimes illegal, concessions from railroads and from carriers on waterways. 4. There are some disadvantages in a large industry which puts a limit to the growth of a single local establishment. There is practically a limit to the advantages of size in a factory. When each man is working on the smallest possible subdivision of the product, doubling the number of employees will not increase his skill. When the finest machinery can be kept constantly in use, economy in its use has reached the maximum. As large factories tend to create cities around them, land rises in value and higher wages must be paid the workmen. Small factories are constantly seeking out lower rents, taxes, wages, salaries, cheaper local sources of materials, cheap though limited sources of power, and thus they compete successfully in many markets. The point is reached in the growth of establishments where oversight cannot be as perfect and complete. The eye of the master cannot be over all. The market that can be reached by one factory is limited by distance, as the cost of transportation finally offsets all the other advantages of large industry. It is evident that most of these reasons apply to a single local factory with far greater force than to a federation of locally scattered plants. It was once believed that the growing disadvantages of large industry would set an early limit to consolidation. While there is a truth in this thought not to be overlooked, the effects must now be recognized to be more distant than was supposed. The limits to the advantages of combination have been removed by the application of the federative plan, which makes possible under one management the maximum of advantages with the minimum of the disadvantages in large industry. That was the discovery of the early promoters of the trust movement. Section 3. Causes of industrial combinations. 1. Trusts are large combinations of capital with some degree of monopoly power. The original, legal meaning of the term trust does not include the idea of monopoly. The old legal idea of a trust is the confidence imposed in a trustee. The method that was adopted by the early combinations was the trust method. That is, they made use of this legal device. The stock of the separate companies was put into the hands of a board of trustees, to whom was thus given the right to control. As it has been found possible to accomplish the same end without the use of this legal method, the popular meaning of the word trust as applied to monopoly no longer agrees with the legal meaning. The word trust is popularly used of any large industry, though usually there is connected with it the idea of some evil power to raise prices to the consumers. A large number of the corporations called trusts have, however, little monopoly power, and some have none at all. They are simply large establishments. 2. A strong reason for a combination of competing plants is found in the legitimate economies of large production. The economies that are possible within a single factory may be still greater in a number of combined or federated industries. The cost of management, amount of stock carried, advertising, cost of selling the product may all be smaller per unit of product. A large aggregation can control credit better and escape loss from bad debts. By regulating and equalizing the output in the different localities, it can run more nearly full time. Being acquainted with the entire situation, it can reduce the friction. A strong combination has advantages in shipment. It can have a clearinghouse for orders and ship from the nearest source of supply. The least efficient factories can be first closed when demand falls off. Factories can be specialized to produce that for which each is best fitted. The magnitude of the industry and its presence in different localities strengthens its influence with the railroads. Its political as well as its economic power is increased. A recent phase of corporate growth is the integration of industry. That is, the grouping under one control of a whole series of industries. One company may carry the iron ore through all the processes from the mine to the finished product. A railroad line across the continent owns its own steamers for shipping goods to Asia or Europe. Large wholesale houses own or control the output of entire factories. The possibilities in this direction have only begun to be realized. 3. The men uniting to form a trust always declare that its formation is the necessary result of excessive competition. The statement is often true in the sense that a hard fight and lower prices have preceded the formation of the trust. But as this excessive competition usually is for the very purpose of forcing the combination, this explanation is a begging of the question. It is fallacious also in that it ignores the marginal principle in the problem of profits. Profits are never homogeneous from factory to factory, and to those that are on the margin, competition may appear excessive. It is generally the largest and strongest factories in the more favored situations that, in order to get rid of troublesome competitors, force the smaller, weaker industries to come into the trust. When therefore it is said that competition is destructive, and may be a partial truth, but more likely it is a pleasantry reflecting the happy humor of the prosperous promoters of the combination. 4. Another strong motive for the combination is the profit to promoters and organizers. There are indirect as well as direct gains to the managers of a large business. There is the gain from the production and sale of goods to consumers, and there is the gain from the financial management from the rise and fall in the value of the stock. The promoters of a combination often expect to make from sales to the investing public far more than from sales to the consumer of the product. A season of prosperity and confidence, when trusts and their enormous profits are constantly discussed, has an effect on the public mind like that of the discovery of a new El Dorado, a California, or a Klondike. Then is the time for the wily promoter to offer shares without limit to investors. These considerations show that the trust is not simple in its cause, nor in its nature. In a sense, the most artificial of industrial arrangements. In another sense, it is a natural evolution of industry. More and more it is being recognized that though it has in it something of evil, it has as well something of good, and certainly much of the inevitable. End of chapter 34. By Richard Jackson.
Chapter 35 of the Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marian Servasi. The Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems by Frank Albert Fetter. Part 2. The Value of Human Services. Division B. Enterprise and Profits. Chapter 35. Effects of Trusts on Prices. Section 1. How Trusts Might Affect Prices. Economics of the Trust Problem. 1. The economist's task, strictly confined, is to explain the relation of trusts to prices, not to solve the problem of their political control. The question of trusts is such a large one that its discussion here must be confined to those aspects having close relation to the central subject of economic study, the laws of value. These laws were, by the older economists, thought to be true only within the limits of free competition. Seeing that in various ways this freedom is interfered with not only by caste, custom, organized labor, but by patents, political privileges, and the power of large aggregations of capital, in short, by all things that check the flow of ability and of agents from one industry to another. The question occurs: are the abstract laws of rents, profits, and wages of any significance or of any help in discussing the great practical questions of today? Are not prices determined by the personal whim of industrial despots who can bid defiance to the laws of price? The control of trusts by legislative action is largely a political problem, but it must be guided by a correct economic analysis. Proposed legislative measures often assume or imply that in no way, directly or indirectly, is competition found in the problem. It should be the aim of economic study to make clear the true bearing and force of monopoly power in practical problems of value. Limited power of trusts. Monopoly and supply. 2. The fundamental principles of market value cannot be changed by a trust. A selling monopoly can affect price only as it affects supply or demand. The strongest trust yet seen has not been omnipotent. Many careless expressions on the subject are heard even from ordinarily careful writers and speakers. The trust can fix its own prices, has unlimited control, can determine what it will pay and for what it will sell. This implies that trusts are benevolent, seeing that the prices they charge are usually not far in excess of competitive prices in the past. Such a view overlooks the forces that limit the price a monopoly can charge. The law according to which the value of products on the market is determined is as valid where there is a trust as anywhere else. The marginal utility of goods to the consumer determines the price of any given supply. If the supply remains the same, no trust can make the price go higher. What it gets in exchange are the services or the wealth of the rest of the public. At what rate can it exchange its products for the products of others, including other trusts? The monopoly usually directs its efforts to affecting the supply, leaving the price to adjust itself. This is the case of the selling monopoly. The statement must be adjusted where it is a buying monopoly. It can affect the supply either by lessening its own output or by intimidating and forcing out its competitors. It is true that this logical order is not always the order of events. The trust does not first limit the supply and then wait for prices to adjust themselves. It first raises its prices, but unless it is prepared to limit the supply in accordance with the new resulting conditions of demand, such action would be vain. The control of the sources of supply is the logical explanation of the higher price, even though the limitation of supply is effected later by successive acts found necessary to maintain the higher price. Monopoly price is therefore a rational thing, not a mystery entirely out of harmony with the simple law of value laid down for consumption of goods. The trust works as the magician does, not as was thought of old in defiance of natural laws, but in harmony with them and by their aid. The view the public took of the trusts was at first medieval. That should not be the view today. Monopolistic gains from successful combination. 3. The economies of large production after a successful combination may be divided in varying proportions among monopolists, workmen, and consumers. If the great economies of large production are affected by a new combination which makes no attempt to fix a higher price and limit production, where will the fruits of these economies go? They will go first to the owners of the trust, because, unless inspired by motives of philanthropy, they have no need to lower prices. Though they are in possession of special facilities, they will try to secure as high a price as before. A wider margin permits greater profits on each unit without limiting the output or the sales. They may retain this so long as they do not yield to the temptation to increase the output in proportion to their new facilities. Gains to workmen. These economies may, however, at times inure the benefit of the workmen in higher wages if they succeed by any means whatever in squeezing the employers at this time of exceptional gains. The suggestion has even come from employers that in order to allay labor troubles, there should be a union of capital and labor to squeeze the consumer by doing away with all competition in fixing prices. This proposition to divide the plunder of monopoly has been viewed approvingly by some leaders of organized labor, but it does not look especially alluring to the general public, to which is assigned the humble part of paying the bill. Gains to consumers. Part of the advantages will go to the consumer whenever there is a motive on the part of the large establishment to increase supply in order to get a larger profit or to forestall new competition. As the improvements become matters of public knowledge, most of the new economic methods can and will be adopted by new enterprisers, and other large aggregations of capital will be introduced to come in to reap the benefits. The effect, of course, is an increase in supply and a lowering of prices. The fiat of the trust to prices to remain fixed while supply increases is as vain as a mortal's commands to the waves to be still. The undesigned result of the economies of large production, therefore, where control is not great, is to lower the prices and to diffuse the benefits among the public. Social burden of monopoly profits. 4. If the trust succeeds in raising its prices, it gains at the expense of the community. If a producer has some monopoly power, recognizes and uses it, his gain does not correspond with an increase in production. It is taken from those who buy these products. It is deducted from the psychic incomes of other members of society. This raising of prices actually reduces technical production, for the output is limited in order to secure the higher price. The probably less urgent wants of the receivers of monopoly incomes are gratified in place of the probably more urgent wants of the average purchaser. The result is a decreased social income with an increase of the inequality of distribution. There is an analogy here with the effects of trade unions. If the trade union succeeds in forcing prices higher than the competitive prices, it gains at the expense of the other portion of the community. But while its gains appear to be more largely at the expense of the richer elements of society, the gains of the trust are more likely at the expense of the poorer elements. If the success of organized labor means to some extent a leveling up of income, the success of the trust means a still further inequality, hence a difference in public sympathy in the two cases. The praise and blame for trust prices. 5. The responsibility for either the rise or the decline of trust prices cannot always be determined. Prices are changing constantly under competitive conditions. In this active moving world, changes of demand, the exhaustion of sources of supply, new processes, expiration of patents, opening up of new lines of transportation, affect prices in a multitude of ways entirely independent of organization. Trust-controlled industries are open to all these influences. Economic forces cannot be isolated as can elements in a chemical laboratory, and therefore trusts claim the credit for all the reductions of price that have occurred. By such a calculation, the trusts usually make a showing of progress, as until 1896. For 20 years, the tendency of prices in most lines was downward. Always getting the highest price they can under the market conditions, they yet pose as benefactors. They would claim that the economies possible only under trust organization cause even a monopoly price to be less than a competitive price would be. Critics of the trusts, on the other hand, charge them with causing all the increase that occurs and with checking the decline in prices. The critics compare the percentages of decline in price during the decades before and after the combination was formed, and as it is impossible for a geometric rate of decrease in price, as a result of improvements, to be long maintained, this showing is very unfavorable to the trusts. A method has been found, however, of testing, in the case of a few leading industries, the effects they have had on the price of their portion of the productive process. Section 2. How trusts have affected prices. Trusts raise prices. The Oil Trust. 1. Examination of the course of prices in the case of some notable trusts shows that, wherever effective, they raise prices above the competitive rate possible to smaller production. The most instructive study in the subject is that undertaken by J.W. Jenks a number of years ago, and later developed by him when working with the Industrial Commission from 1898 to 1900. Its results are embodied in a series of charts. It appears that the price of refined petroleum in 1871 was 25 7/10 cents per gallon. In 1880, 8 6/10 cents. In 1887, 7 8/10 cents. In 1900, 7 8/10 cents. A writer in the North American Review claims this decline was due to the economies accomplished by the Standard Oil Trust. It will be noticed, however, that prices fell most rapidly, from 25 7/10 cents to 8 6/10 cents between 1871 to 1880, a period of intense competition when the industry was new and when the independent companies, fighting for their existence, introduced many improvements and began the construction of the pipelines that were later secured by the Standard Oil Company. Despite this rapid decline, the smaller companies still could have maintained a profitable business had it not been for the ruinous discrimination of the railroads against them. Because of this, the Standard Oil Company in 1880 obtained almost complete control. The price 20 years later than that date was less than a cent cheaper. In the meantime, the price for a time continued to fall. Competition was never quite stilled. The small competitor, wherever he saw a chance, has nibbled off a bit of the tempting profits. The rise from 1898 to 1900 was in accord with that occurring in other lines. A much lower cost of production is now possible to the great monopoly with its larger sales and more economical methods. The byproducts, unknown at the beginning of the period, now yield large sums, yet the price remains much the same as a quarter of a century ago. The trust has succeeded in retaining a large part of the increasing margin of price over cost. The Sugar Trust. The influence of the Sugar Trust may be studied by what is known as the method of differentials. The differential in sugar is the difference between the cost of the raw sugar and the refined granulated sugar. Raw sugar is the main material and the principal fluctuating item of cost beyond the control of the trust. Changes in the differential reflect the changes in profits except as modified by a cheapening of the process. The period from 1880 to 1887 was one of great competition. In 1880, the differential was 1 cents on each pound of refined sugar, but it fell steadily till, in 1887, it had reached 64 cents. In the fall of that year, the trust was formed, and the next year the differential had risen to 1 cents, in 1889 to 1 cents. Tempted by the enormous profits, the rival refineries of Klaus Spreckel were started, and with competition the differential fell, in 1890, to 70 cents. The rival factories were then bought up, and under the new combination of the differential went sailing up to 1 3/100 in 1892 and to 1 15/100 in 1893. Rival factories again arose and competition grew stronger, reducing the differential to 94/100 in 1894. It was in that year that the firm of Arbuckle Brothers and Klaus Dorscher each opened a great refinery, and in the next year the differential fell to 50/100 cents. In 1900, some agreement, the terms of which were unknown to the public, was entered into by the rivals, and the differential had risen, in March 1901, to 95/100 cents. In every case, the differential fell when competition was effective, and went up when monopoly power was regained. The Nail Trust. The differential of steel wire nails is the difference between the cost of the steel billets and the price of the wire. Between 1890 and 1895, there was a steady decline in the differential. In 1895 was formed the nail pool, an agreement to share the profits, a form of combination. A rapid advance took place both in the price and in the differential. In the fall of 1896, the pool was broken, and then occurred a fall in prices and in the differential during 1896 through 97. In January 1899, the Nail Trust was formed, controlling 65 to 95% of the output of wire nails, and a rapid advance occurred in the price and also in the differential. The Tin Plate Trust. The tin plate industry practically had its origin in the United States in 1892 under the McKinley Tariff. As competition increased, prices in the differential fluctuated and declined. At the end of 1898, the Tin Plate Company was formed, and prices at once started upward with a rapid increase in the differential. Cause may, in a measure, be mistaken here for effect. In these cases, the part of the rise in price due to the rise of materials is not brought about by the trust. The differential represents its part of the productive process and its source of profits. The power to make the differential high is due in part to the general conditions of business in the last 3 years considered. The profits of all industries in those years increased. While prices may have risen partly because the trust was formed, it may have been possible to form the trust because prices were rising. The general conclusion is that trust prices are always raised when, and to the extent that, control is secured. They are lowered below normal prices when competition becomes troublesome. Fluctuation in prices probably had been more rapid and more spasmodic under trusts than it has been under ordinary competitive conditions. Effective trusts injure various producers. 2. A large degree of monopoly control may lower the incomes of producers of materials, the value of competitive plants, and prices in special local markets. A strong selling monopoly tends to become also a buying monopoly. A great industry using great quantities of material may either own the sources or purchase from small producers. The steel trust owns mines and ships and railroads to bring the ore to the furnaces, but the tobacco trust buys from the farmers. If the packing, refining, and marketing of a product is monopolized, the sellers of the raw or partly finished product are subject to one-sided competition. The small producers of tobacco, of crude oil, and of anthracite coal claim that the effect of the trusts is to give them lower prices for their products. Some have been severely punished by the monopolies for refusing to take the first offer made. Monopoly is thus likewise able to purchase competing plants at ridiculously small sums, by first making them valueless through fierce price cutting or by threats of it. Rich is often a relative term, and it is said that many a small millionaire producer has anxiously waited to see whether the great trust would next turn its attention to him. The persistence of competition reducing prices. 3. Competition of less capable producers works in most cases to prevent the great or continued rise of trust prices. Early trusts overestimated their power. The persistence of competition in industries where the trusts have had great advantages in position and resources has been astonishing. The wallpaper trust, though for many years it kept prices above competitive rates, was repeatedly undermined by competition. The whiskey trust, while it frequently raised prices, was as often forced by the growth of small distilleries to lower them below competitive rates. Competition in the oil industry has persisted under the greatest difficulties. The smaller companies have hauled the product by wagon when the trust was moving it by pipelines. The continuance of high prices by a trust depends on a high degree of control of supply. A recognition of the limits of their power has led trusts in some cases to a policy of moderate prices, affording a good profit but not encouraging competition. Supply as the condition of low prices. The limits of the power of the trust to control prices are strikingly shown by the fact that it cannot even ensure low prices if the market conditions do not justify them. The Steel Trust in 1902 through 1903 declared that it would not advance the price of steel rails above $28, and this was hailed as a benefit effect of trust control, which, by equalizing production, could prevent excessive fluctuations of price. But the trust's declaration was a bit of inexpensive humor on the part of the managers. The trust had nothing to sell at the price quoted, as its entire product had been sold out months in advance. While therefore the trust continued calmly to quote steel rails at $28, competition raised the market price to $33 a ton. $28 or more was paid for second-hand rails, and the proportionate price for other iron products. Such exceptional conditions, raising prices to abnormal levels, are followed by a decline disastrous not only to the small producer, but to the trusts as well. Modes of controlling trusts. 4. The control of the trusts must be sought in the direction of maintaining potential competition through fair and free conditions of industry. Many of the remedies suggested are reactionary and would give up the benefits of large production. measures must be sought in harmony with the economic principles of price. Since many of the trusts have grown wealthy by special shipping privileges from the great quasi-public corporations, the railroads, and by special favors from public or corporation officers who have been false to their duties, the solution must be a political and moral one. It must be sought in the development of honest citizenship and of a more efficient social regulation of quasi-public industries. The conditions of competition may be made fairer by requiring publicly of accounts and by making it impossible for great corporations to strangle their local competitors by special and temporary prices. The state here has the same duty to perform that it has to protect the weak man from personal violence at the hands of the strong. This will not prevent competition, but it will determine the ways in which rivalries of men can be manifested. Any measures for controlling the great combinations must start from a right understanding of the law of value, neither underestimating or overestimating their economic power. Public sentiment toward the trust question has changed somewhat in recent years, because of the nature of trusts and the extent of their power are better understood. There is now less fear of them and more confidence that they can be tamed and made to serve the welfare of society. End of chapter 35. Recording by Marian Servasi.
This video is brought to you by Economics and Freedom. Dive into the world of Austrian economics, libertarian principles, and the pursuit of financial independence. At Economics and Freedom, our mission is to educate, inspire, and equip you with the tools to understand the economy, make informed decisions, and to advocate for a freer society. Explore our growing library of expertly written books, including The Principles of Austrian Economics, where you'll discover the power of free markets, sound money, and purposeful behavior. Libertarianism, which advocates for individual liberties, self-ownership, and free choice. Then learn how these principles tie into the economy through real-world examples and stock market analysis. Join our growing community as we expose the dangers of central banks, government spending, and bureaucratic control. Learn how sound money, free markets, and individual liberty are the only paths to true prosperity. If you're content with the status quo, this isn't for you. But if you're ready to take control of your future and reject the chains of economic ignorance, economics-freedom.com is your weapon.
Chapter 36 of The Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems by Frank Albert Fetter. Part 2. The Value of Human Services. Division B. Enterprise and Profits. Chapter 36. Gambling, Speculation, and Promoters' Profits. Section 1. Gambling versus Insurance. Unavoidable Chances. 1. Many forms of chances are inseparable from the individual enterprise. There are what may be called natural chances, chances arising from the uncertainties of the seasons, from rainfall, heat, hail, storm, flood, lightning, landslides. Such chances must be taken both by the small enterprises and by the large. In an earlier condition of society, natural chance almost dominated industry, and it still remains and must always remain an important factor to deal with. There are political chances, as war and riot, as legislation on money, tariffs, credit, and business relations. These are caused, it is true, by the action of men, but it is a collective action out of the control, to a greater or lesser degree, of the individual, absolutely out of the control of most individuals. Men of greater political influence can to some extent control these chances, possibly in their own favor. There are chances of carelessness causing fire, explosions, wrecks on misplaced switches, and involving penalties and losses that must be met. There is the chance of physical or mental collapse, as the sudden insanity or the sudden death, unforeseen and unpreventable, of one performing responsible duties. Sickness often wrecks the plans and the fortune of a whole family. There are economic changes, such as those in the methods of production, in machinery, in the methods of transportation, such as the growth of fashions or the growth of population, changing demand in some direction and for some materials. Average of chances in each industry. Some of these chances are more connected with money lending, others with manufacturing, some with agriculture, others with commerce, but all are present in some degree in every industry. In their broadest view, they are not chances, for on the basis of experience it can be foretold that they will occur to someone, but no individual can tell when and how they will occur to him. A general average of chances in different lines of business causes some to be called safe, others extra hazardous. The chances averaged and added to the profit or gain of that industry for an extra hazardous industry must in general afford a higher average of profit in order to induce men to engage in it. It is folly to take a risk without ascertaining its degree, so far as a general experience enables one to choose. But inasmuch and in as far as the gains and losses fall unequally upon different individuals, income depends on chance. Other chances, artificial and avoidable. 2. The essence of gambling is the attempt to gain by taking chances that are not the unavoidable incidents of productive enterprise. The chances just enumerated are not sought, but avoided as far as possible. Yet they must be borne by someone, and the burden must be distributed throughout the society. There are unquestionably many kinds of chance taking, which differ from these in economic, and therefore in moral quality. But it has taxed the ingenuity of philosophers to lay down an abstract definition of gambling that would permit ready and certain distinction in practice between gambling and legitimate chance taking. Typical gambling is the transfer of wealth on the outcome of the events, absolutely unpredictable so far as the two gamblers are concerned. Examples are the shaking of an unloaded dice or the honest dealing of a pack of cards. There can be no doubt of the entire lack of productive economic basis in the betting on prices carried on in so-called bucket shops by ignorant persons having no connection with the market of real things, and seeking to get something for nothing as a result of mere chance. Cheating and gambling. Cheating is not a necessary mark of gambling, although the cruder kinds of dishonesty, such as the loading of a dice or the collusion of horse owners or of horse jockeys to deceive the betting public, are so common that they seem often to be its essential feature. Gamblers recognize fair as opposed to unfair methods. Fair gambling is a kind of minor morality within the immoral field of gambling. Like the honor found among thieves, gambling bears somewhat the same relation to legitimate chance taking that play does to labor. The chance taking in gambling has no useful purpose or result outside itself. The gamblers constitute themselves as a little fictitious economic circle, and they transfer gains and losses on the turn of events that have no practical objective result within their circle except to determine the direction of the transfer. Various cases of a mixed nature. Partisan bets. 3. Legitimate forms of chance or risk taking shade off into illegitimate forms or gambling. Ranging between the extremes of legitimate risk taking of gambling are a number of cases of mixed nature. The bets made on college games, races, and contests differ from the ordinary bets only in the added feature of a so-called college loyalty, a travesty on the real sentiment. These college gambling contracts are supposed, according to a mode of reasoning found also among primitive people, to exercise a subtle and irresistible influence upon the result. A crew that enters the race with the odds against it is unnerved and undone, thinks the patriotic collegian. Knowledge and skill affecting the result. In nearly all wagers, judgment in some degree influences the choice of sides. One man bets on a horse whose pedigree and performance he knows thoroughly. Another judges by the horse's appearance as it seems upon the track. The professional bookmakers have the latest possible and most exact information on which to base their bets. In the bets made on one's own prowess, as on speed in running or rowing, or in playing cards, wherein also the element of pure chance is mingled, the chance taking is still far over on the uneconomic side of the borderline. The running is for the sake of the wager, not for a useful purpose. A premium won by a runner for speed in delivering a message of economic importance is in striking contrast to the winnings in a wager. Finally, the very borderline of difficulty is reached in the purchase and sale of goods in the market with a view of profiting by chance changes in price. Land speculation, the purchasing and holding of lumber, grain, cattle, and other tangible and useful things must be judged liberally. The quality of gambling depends somewhat on the motive as well as on the ability of the actor. The enterpriser dealing with real wealth, unfitted to take the risk, both because of his resources and of his exceptional knowledge, needs the motive of gain, and in a sense can be said to earn socially what he gets. The motive of the uninformed must be a blind trust in luck, and a hope to gain from a rise in prices which they are quite unable to foresee or rationally to explain. Gambling and economic loss to society. 4. In its relation to value, a bet or wager is the exchange of the chance of loss for the chance of gain involving a social loss. Even when fairest, the average results of such an exchange must be unfavorable to society. One person loses a part of his income that gratifies relatively urgent wants. Another gains something that gratifies only less urgent wants than were represented by the sum he risked. The area that is subtracted from the loser's psychic income is larger than the area added to the winner's psychic income. The result would be different on the impossible condition that it were always the poorer man that gained and the richer one that lost. Betting, when does not produce wealth, it merely transfers ownership in a way that reduces the total want gratifying power of wealth. The effects that gambling and betting have upon character are still more important and dangerous than their effects upon income. Motives of economic activity are reduced, energy is diverted from the productive enterprise, society is demoralized through dishonesty of men intoxicated by gambling, speculation and embezzlement occur, and there is reduction of both production and of enjoyment in society. These things can be reasoned out with mathematical certainty by means of the law of marginal utility. Insurance as a wager. Insurance is, in outer form, a bet, but its essential purpose is the useful one of equalizing and eliminating chance. In its early form, insurance was a bet made by a ship owner to protect his cargo from loss. The chance of loss in shipping was even greater in the Middle Ages than now, and it became customary for the ship owner to bet with a wealthy man that the ship would not return. If it did come back, the owner would afford to pay the bet. If it did not, he won his bet and thus recovered a part of his loss. It was what is called today a hedge. That is, one bet made to neutralize or offset another. This gave to the smaller merchant the advantage of distributing his losses over a number of voyages, as was done by the owner of many vessels. Antonio, the wealthy merchant, is made thus to express his security. My ventures are not in the bottom trusted, nor to one place, nor is my whole estate upon the fortune of this present year. Therefore my merchandise makes me not sad. Gradually There came about a specialization of risk taking by men most able to bear it. They could tell by experience about what was the degree of uncertainty and could lay their wages accordingly. When several insurers were in the same business, competition forced them to insure the vessel and cargo of the ordinary trader for something near the percentage of risk involved. The insurance thus tended to become a mutual protection to the ship owners. What had to be paid in premiums to cover risk came to be counted as a part of the cost carrying on that business. Insurance as mutual protection. Modern insurance is mutual in nearly every case. The total premiums equal to the total losses plus operating expenses. The interest on the reserve of premiums counting as a part of the premium. Each one gets protection for the loss of his property in return for the payment of a sum that will cover the losses on others' property. Such an exchange is a profitable one. The premium comes from marginal income. The loss of house or property would fall upon the parts of income having higher marginal utility. The less urgent wants of the present are sacrificed in order to protect the income that gratifies more urgent wants of the future. In insurance, each party gives a smaller utility for a greater. Each has a margin of advantage, while the greater certainty in business stimulates efforts and rewards it. This is quite the opposite of working, of betting and gambling. Conditions of sound insurance. To be economically sound, insurance must have to do with real productive agents and with somewhat regular, ascertainable events beyond the control of the insured. The difficulties that arise in the case of fire insurance are due largely to the failure to meet these requirements. When the insured sets fire to his own building, fire insurance ceases to be a legitimate thing. Constant efforts are made by insurance companies to guard against these moral risks, the least calculable of any. Merchants whose stocks have been mysteriously burned 2 or 3 times find difficulty in getting insured. In life insurance, it was the custom formerly to refuse to pay death losses in the case of suicide. But now that condition is attacked only for the first 2 or 3 years. It's being reasonable to suppose that no man would plan suicide years in advance. Death by one's own hand, some years after taking life insurance, is regarded as coming under the ordinary rule of chance. Section 2. The speculator as a risk taker. An element of speculation in all businesses. 1. Every enterpriser is to some extent specializing as a risk taker. This familiar idea may be taken as a starting point in discussing speculation. In its broadest sense, speculation means to look into things, to examine attentively, study deeply, contemplate, meditate. In a business sense, the speculator is one who studies carefully the conditions and the chances of a change of prices. Hence arises the thought that speculation is connected with chance. The enterpriser can estimate these chances better than most men. He stands on a hilltop, sweeping the horizon, and can see further than the working man can. He relieves the other agents of part of the risk, and he insures both laborer and capitalist against future fluctuations of prices. Some of the profits of successful enterprise in countries where no system of regular insurance has grown up, and in certain lines where no insurance is possible, are speculative gains of this sort. Offsetting them, however, in large measures, are the speculative losses, by which in many cases the investment has been swept away altogether. The cautious businessman tries to reduce chance as much as possible by insurance, and to confine his thought and worry to the parts of the productive process where his ability counts in the result. The wise have found out that it is better to shift the risk to some specialist who can take it better than they. For a man has his thought and effort concentrated on running a flour mill, it is foolish to take the risk of fire or loss in shipment, of a rise in the price of grain needed to fill outstanding orders. It is as foolish as it would be for him to make his own machinery. Insurance being the economical way to cover risk, the reckless will, in long run, be eliminated from the ranks of enterprisers. Specialization of risk taking. 2. In some lines, the risk of marketing and carrying large stocks becomes highly specialized, so that ordinary enterprises shift it to a small group of risk takers. In buying and selling large quantities of produce, there is required the closest and most exclusive attention of a small group of men. The marketing of some staple products requires the most minute acquaintance with world conditions. To foretell the price of wheat, one must know the rainfall in India, the condition of the crop in Argentina, must be in touch as nearly as possible with every unit of supply that will come into the market. Such knowledge is sought by great produce speculators in central markets. If all means of communication, telegraph, cables, mails, are open to all, competition among these speculators becomes intense, and the result is the extremest efficiency. Their survival depends on the development of acute insight into market conditions. It is the testimony of expert witnesses and of writers in the report of the Industrial Commission that the margin at which farm produce is sold has fallen greatly in the last few years. These products are marketed along the lines of least resistance, that is, of the greatest economy. The function of the commercial specialists is to foresee the markets and to ship to the best place at the right time in the right quantities. If a product shipped to Liverpool will, by the time it arrives there, be worth more in Hamburg, there is a loss. Such difficult decisions can be made best by a small group of men selected by competition. When handling actual products, they perform a real economic service. Produce speculators as insurers. Source of legitimate speculators' gain. 3. Even some mere speculators on the produce markets may and do at times perform a productive service as risk takers. Many of the speculators in staples, wheat, corn, wool, rarely handle the material things, the real products. They make it their business to study the world conditions, to foresee prices, and in a sense to bet upon them. Regular merchants buy and sell fictitious products of these men. When a miller buys 10,000 bushels of wheat that will remain in the mill 3 months before they are marketed as actual flour, he at the same time sells that number of bushels to a speculator for future delivery. Or selling flour for future delivery, the miller buys a future in wheat. In either case, he cancels the chance of loss or gain, giving up the chance of profit in the rise of wheat in exchange for protection from the loss of the product on his hands. To him, this is legitimate insurance, for he is striving not to create an artificial risk, but like the medieval ship owners, to neutralize one that is inseparable from the ordinary conditions of his business. One may ask, how, if the miller in the long run benefits, can the speculator gain? He does not intend to perform this service for nothing. Yet, as the sales in the whole market equal the purchases, some say that there can be no profits to the speculator. There are unsuccessful speculators, and at any rate their losses go to the successful as a sort of gambling profit. Speculators do not dine entirely on lambs. They are anthropophagus. But further, the sales to legitimate purchasers should net a gain to the abler speculator in proportion as his estimates are correct. There will remain a regular slight margin of profit to him. If he agrees to sell wheat at 85 cents to be delivered in 3 months, he expects it to be a little less at that time. In the long run, the ablest speculator probably buys at a little less and sells at a little more than the price really proves to be. This means that the merchants in the long run pay something for protection against changes in prices, just as they pay something for insurance, and yet This is the cheapest way to eliminate risk, and a man engaged on a large scale in milling is, it is said, at a disadvantage if he neglects this method of marginal buying. Ignorant and dishonest speculation. 4. The buying of margins by the lambs is simple betting, and much manipulation of the market is dishonest. What has been described in the most legitimate phase of marginal buying, not its darkest aspect. One who has no special opportunities to know the market buys or sells wheat or other commodities or securities on a margin is called a lamb. He is simply betting. He has no unusual skill. He cannot foresee the result. The commission paid to brokers loads the dice slightly. The opportunities of the larger dealer of anticipating information load the dice heavily against the lambs. Secret combinations and all kinds of false rumors cause fluctuations large enough to use up the margins of the small speculator. At times, a number of powerful dealers unite to cause an artificially high or low price, a situation called a corner. But this is little other than gambling between bettors. The general public gains and loses little, if any, of these operations, except in evil effects they entail socially. Section 3. Promoters and trustees' profits. The promoter's service to the owners. The promoter of trusts performs in some ways a substantial economic service. A promoter is one who undertakes to convert a number of unrelated factories or establishments into a trust or combination. He gets options on different factories, that is, the right to buy them at an agreed price with certain time limits. He gets some banking house to underwrite the combination, that is, to agree to dispose of a number of shares to the investing public. A certain number of shares go to the owners, a certain number of the banking house for its service in underwriting, and a substantial number, it may be 10 or 20% of the enormous capitalization, to the promoter itself. This is payment for his ability to water the stock successfully, to capitalize it for more than its former value. Evidently, the owner thinks he earns the money, or they would not pay him. So far as there are economic advantages in large production, and in as much as there is always a friction in the forming of new industrial agreements, there is real social service performed by the promoter. The gains of the promoter are in part the legitimate price of the progress. The loss of the investors. 2. A large part of the profits of promoter and of owners is unfairly taken from the investor. The larger modern business is less and less attached to particular neighborhoods. A much smaller proportion of investments is made in industries which the investor itself can control or even see in operation. Business, therefore, in these days is done largely on faith in other men. Especially the investor takes great chances. The prospectus announcing a reorganization is frequently misleading. It frequently misrepresents the sources of income and the probable dividends, conceals essential facts, and makes misleading statements. The capitalization often is absurdly high compared with the value of different establishments. In one case, $8 million of stock were issued to represent factories whose combined value had been $500,000. So far as the capitalization is based on the increased profits due to the monopoly power, the profits of reorganization are taken out of the pockets of the public. But in fact, even monopoly earnings cannot support such valuations, and from the outset, if fair dividends are paid, they are falsely paid out of capital, not out of earnings. With the approach of bad times, there must be a suspension of dividends, a fall in the value of securities, and a loss falling upon the investors. Such practices are a serious evil, for the stability of industry depends on the opening up of opportunities for the safe investment to the average man. The speculating trustee. 3. corporation officers and trustees, speculating in the stocks of their own companies, are reaping illegitimate gains. It is recognized by the public sentiment and in law that for the public officials to let contracts to themselves is bad morals and a bad public policy. It is the duty of the legislators not to make laws for companies in which they are interested. One of the greatest scandals in American public life, the Credit Mobilier affair, was caused by the acceptance of the members of the Congress, virtually as a gift, of shares in a company that was seeking favorable legislation. Such action might be looked upon as a sort of industrial treason, comparable to the old form of political treason. Corporation officers are in a position of public trust toward the investors quite comparable to that of the government officers toward the citizens. The power of directors and of other officers to manipulate earnings and dividends, and thus to affect the market value of the stock, leaves the investing public helpless. The practice by officials in great corporations of speculating in their own stocks, whose prices they can manipulate, is so common as scarcely to attract comment. Large fortunes result from this betrayal of trust imposed by the shareholders. This is not legitimate speculation. It is like loading the dice, pulling the horse, drugging the pugilist, things despised and condemned even in gambling and sporting circles. Two types of speculation. It appears, therefore, that in the complex conditions of modern business, there is a legitimate concentration of risk in the more capable hands, but also the growth of opportunities for illegitimate speculation and for large dishonest gains that were not possible before. These two types of speculation should be distinguished as far as possible in thought and in practice, but this is not easy in concrete instances which vary almost indistinguishably from the clear case of honest earnings to the other extreme of illegitimate gains. End of chapter 36. Recording by Lambda.
Chapter 37 of the Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adrian Maskill. The Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems by Frank Albert Fetter. Chapter 37, Crises and Industrial Depressions. Section 1. Definition and Description of Crises. Broader definition of a crisis. 1. In a broad sense, a crisis is a decisive moment or turning point, hence in industry a collapse of prosperity. In the course of a fever, the crisis is the point where there is a turn for the better or for the worse. The figure of speech as applied to industrial conditions would seem to fail in that what precedes is apparently exuberant health, not disease. Business conditions do not move along uniformly. There are waves of prosperity. Profits are apparently great, then may be suddenly swept away. The profits of the prosperous time are partly illusory or exist only on paper. The situation has all the unhealthiness of the fever patient. Men trade in promises, and when the crisis comes, they have only promises for profits. The discussion of business management and profits is not complete without a consideration of this rhythmic movement of confidence in prices. A crisis in the business affairs of an individual, in the sense of a collapse of prosperity, may occur from many mischances. A local crisis may be felt in some one neighborhood as a result of flood, of fire, or of other accidents. Such a case was that which occurred in 1864 in Manchester, England, when the cotton factories were compelled to close because the supply of cotton was cut off by the blockade of the ports of the South in the Civil War. Such a local crisis sometimes results from a change of transportation, throwing a town out of the line of trade. These have been mentioned in discussing chance and risk, but the phenomenon known generally as an industrial crisis is of wider extent and of a more peculiar nature. Various types of crises. 2.
In a more special sense, a financial crisis is the confusion and loss that mark the end of a period of rising prices. An industrial depression is the period of hard times that follows. The word crisis suggests a brief period, a moment, something that is severe, sudden, and soon over. The term financial panic is frequently used as a synonym for financial crisis. A crisis in the narrower sense has to do with prices, is always connected with money in some way. While therefore crises may be divided into industrial, speculative, and financial according to their immediate occasion, all of them are financial in the sense that they have to do with a change in the general price level. A crisis is a jolt to prices which shatters the credit of some banks, brokers, merchants, and manufacturers. Crises are thus peculiar to the money economy and to a developed industry. Not every business misfortune is to be called an industrial crisis, but only those where prices and credit are generally depressed. A long period of hard times is sometimes called a crisis, but it is better to distinguish it by the term industrial depression. 3. The period leading up to a crisis is one of general prosperity. Industry in successive decades does not pass through an unvarying series of changes, but history repeats itself with sufficient regularity to justify the view that a certain series of changes is typical in modern industry. When prices are at the lowest point, many factories are closed and much labor is unemployed. Conditions are worse in some industries than in others. General economy and great caution prevail. Few new enterprises are undertaken. To those having available money, this is a good time to buy, and property begins to change hands. Then, hoarded money begins to come out of its hiding places. Money flows in from other countries, particularly if business conditions are better abroad than here, for low prices make a country a good place in which to buy. At the same time that the money in circulation thus increases, there is a general return of confidence that increases credit. Not only are there more dollars, but each does more work. Then old enterprises are resumed and new ones are undertaken. The purchase of materials in larger quantities causes a rise in prices and an increase in cost. The surplus labor on the margin of efficiency gets employment and wages begin to increase. The only classes not sharing in this improvement are the receivers of fixed incomes. As prices rise, the purchasing power of their incomes gradually falls. The crisis and its results. 4. The crisis is a moment of widespread loss, which is followed by a long period of small profits to most enterprises and of enforced economy. As prices cease to go up rapidly, the question arises in many minds whether the movement can continue, and if not, when it will cease. Men wish to hold on for the last profits and are willing to risk something to gain them. When foreign prices do not rise in as great proportion as domestic prices, foreign imports are stimulated and the quantity of exports falls. This disturbs the equilibrium of money and requires at length large and continued exportation of specie. This checks prices, and reducing the specie reserves of the banks compels them to be more cautious. The fall in the value of many stocks and securities held by the banks forces many brokers and speculators to convert their resources into ready money. This is the moment of danger. Weak enterprises find their foundations crumbling, and there are many failures. The falling prices, the shattered credit, and the financial losses force many factories to close. Many workmen are thrown out of employment, and business must again enter upon a period of retrenchment, for it has completed the cycle of changing prices. Section 2. Crises in the 19th century. No financial crises in the Middle Ages. 1. The periods of industrial hardship in the Middle Ages were connected with adverse conditions of production, not with the collapse of prices. Periods of exceptional hardship in medieval times were mostly due to political oppression, famine, wars, pestilence, and scourges of nature. There being very little of the money economy, there was no development of credit and of credit prices. The money economy began, as has been noted, in the cities. As the use of money spread, as larger commercial enterprises were undertaken, as borrowing and the payment of interest became common, there began to appear in city trading circles on a small scale the phenomena of the modern crisis. 2. In Europe, general industrial crises date from 1763 and have occurred at more or less regular intervals since. It frequently is said that the cycle, or period of crises, is 10 years, but it takes an elastic imagination to find support for this in history. The crises of the 18th century occurred in 1763, 1783, 1793, these dates marking the close of wars of some magnitude. The crises were not widespread or general, but were more marked in England, which was most developed industrially and in its money economy. Likewise, in the 19th century, the crises were of unequal force in the various countries, usually being severer in England. The English crises may be roughly dated 1803, 1825, 1838, 1847, 1857, 1864, 1875, 1890. These were attributed to various causes. That of 1825 to overtrading abroad. That of 1847 to railroad building. That of 1864 to the interruption of the cotton trade and of commerce as a result of the Civil War in America. While in many parts of England the crisis of 1864 was unusually severe, in other countries it was of little moment. Germany, after several years of great speculative prosperity, had a most severe crisis in 1875, while France, a somewhat significant fact, although prostrated by the war of 1870–71, losing a large amount of wealth and paying 1,000 millions of dollars to Germany as a war indemnity, escaped a commercial crisis almost entirely at that time. Crises in the United States. 3. In the United States there have been 5 marked crises, the first in 1817, the last in 1893. These crises were of date 1817–20, 1837–39, 1857, 1873, 1893. Major crises thus occurred about 20 years apart, and minor crises in several instances alternated with them, notably in 1866, 1884, and, we might add, 1903. These crises were the culmination of different kinds of speculation, usually spoken of as their causes. The crisis of 1817 was due to overtrading and to the immense importation following the War of 1812 and the resumption of commerce with Europe in 1816. In 1837–39 came in quick succession 2 crises, not quite distinct from each other, the second similar to the relapse of a fever patient. The immediate occasions were over-speculation in lands, a great issue of bank money, national expansion, and overconfidence, possibly in some degree the heedless financial measures of Andrew Jackson. The crisis of 1857 followed a period of great prosperity marked by the discovery of gold in California in 1848, by great expansion of commerce, by the building of railroads, and by a great increase in foreign trade. The crisis of 1873, probably the severest in our history, is attributable to great speculation, especially to railroad building on an unexampled scale following the war. The blow, when it fell, was intensified by the contraction of currency leading to the return to a specie basis and lower prices. The crisis of 1884, a comparatively slight one, occasioned rather than caused by the discussion of the money question, was followed by some years of noticeable depression. The years 1889 to 1892 witnessed a prosperity that culminated in a crisis in September 1893, likewise generally explained as due to the unsettled state of our monetary system, followed by a period of depression lasting until 1897. The period from 1897 to 1903 has been marked by great prosperity and by rising prices. The over-hasty prophecies of collapse in the last 2 years have thus far been falsified, but there is now a general feeling of distrust in investing circles. Already there has been a reduction of dividends in leading industries, and here and there a fall in the value of stocks. High prices have greatly checked building. The great credit advances made on industrials, the stocks of manufacturing corporations, are one of the main sources of danger. Caution, however, has been learned by experience. The banking interests are more closely coordinated and give better mutual support than in the past, and a considerable decline in stocks has already occurred without as yet affecting general prices of commodities. Various novel features in the situation make prophecy difficult, but a period of liquidation and lower prices appears to be at hand. 4. Irregular in time and unlike in their immediate occasions, crises show some general features. The chief of these are told in the brief story of the course of prices. Crises are less severe in countries with less developed money and credit systems. They are harder in the United States and England than in Germany, harder in Germany than in France, harder in Western Europe than in Eastern Europe, harder in Christendom than in heathendom. They are less severe in rural districts where prosperity depends more on crop conditions and business has in it less of financial speculation. Their effects are least felt in the staple industries, for when hard times come, people economize on the less essential things. The glove factory, the silk factory, the golf club factory are more likely to close than the flouring mill. They are felt less by classes with fixed incomes than by those with variable ones. They affect wages and salaries less than profits. The rate of wages is affected only in a moderate degree, but laborers suffer in the loss of employment. The moneylender who has eliminated chance as far as possible and has taken a low rate of interest loses little. The risk taker who draws his income from dividends on stock probably loses much. Section 3. Various explanations of crises. Glut theories of crises. 1. Overproduction and underconsumption theories are those most widely held. In the first annual report of the United States Commissioner of Labor, 1886, is given a long list of theories, more or less wild, that have been advanced in explanation of crises. It is simply a catalog, not a logical grouping. Most of the views can be classed as underconsumption or overproduction theories, which are but two aspects of the same idea. One view is that too many things are produced, another, that too few are consumed. The overproduction theorist, seeing that warehouses are filled with goods that cannot be disposed of for what they cost, that factories are shut down and men are out of employment for lack of demand, declares that productive power has grown too great. The underconsumption theorist, seeing the same facts, says that the trouble is lack of purchasing power. He admits that there are people who would like to buy these things, but he asserts that such people lack money because production grows faster than wages, wages being fixed, as he believes, by the minimum of subsistence, a theory akin to the iron law of wages. In both overproduction and underconsumption theories, the inequality of demand and supply is looked upon as a general one. There is supposed to be not merely an unequal and mistaken distribution of production, but a general excess of productive power. Defects of glut theories. The wide vogue held by these views would justify a fuller discussion and disproof of them here, did space permit. It must suffice to indicate merely that they have the same taint of illogicalness as the fallacy of waste, the fallacy of saving, and still closer likeness, the fallacy of luxury. They overlook the fact that an income, either of money or of other goods, coming even to the wealthiest, will be used in some way. It may be used either for immediate consumption or for further indirect use in durable form. Through miscalculation, there may be, at any given moment, too many consumption goods of a particular kind, but the durable applications can find no limit until the inconceivable day when the material world is no longer capable of improvement. At the time of a crisis, there is unquestionably a bad apportionment of productive agents and a still worse adjustment of their valuations, but these in no wise negative the basic economic fact of the scarcity of wealth. 2. Another group of theories explains the crises as being due to money, either too much or too little. The unregulated issue of banknotes has been assigned as the cause of crises, especially under the circumstances accompanying such crises as those of 1837 and 1857 in America, when banknote issues chanced to be the agency most marked in the undue and unsound expansion of credit. The issue of government paper money leading to inflation and speculation is assigned as a cause leading up to such a crisis as that of 1873, following our Civil War. The reverse view is taken by the advocates of a cheap and plentiful money. They say that these crises were caused not by the expansion, but by the reduction of banknotes. For example, not by the inflation of prices through the issue of greenbacks in 1862 to 1865, but by the contraction of the currency from 1866 to 1873. Their inadequacy. There is only a fragment of truth in these various views. It is always lack of money at the moment of the crisis that causes any particular failure, and in that sense it is always lack of money that causes a crisis. But the question is, whether in any reasonable sense it can be said that it was lack of a circulating medium before the crisis that brought it on. There is no support for this view, except in the rare case when the money standard is undergoing a rapid change, as in the United States from 1866 to 1873, and the statement then needs much modification and explanation. The money theories of crises are nearer to the truth than are the overproduction type, for the crisis is always connected with money and prices. But it cannot be said that the absolute amount of money in circulation in the period preceding crises gives occasion to them. In a few instances, a rapid change in the amount has had an important effect, but this fact does not explain crises in general. Lack of confidence is said to be a cause of crises. This is a truism, but the lack of confidence is not without reason and cause. Overconfidence in the period of expanding prices is succeeded by extreme depression when many false hopes are shattered. Capitalization theory of crises. 3. Crises must be explained essentially as the forcible and sudden movement of readjustment in the mistaken capitalization of productive agents. Capitalization runs through all industry. The value of everything that lasts for more than a moment is built in part upon rents that are not actual but expectative, whose amount therefore is a matter of guesswork or speculation. Many unknown factors enter into the estimate of future rents. The universal tendency to rhythm and motion, material or psychic, manifests itself in an overestimate or underestimate of rent and of every other factor in value. This is emphasized by a psychological factor called the hypnotism of the crowd. Most men follow a leader in investment as in other things. The spirit of speculation grows till it becomes almost a frenzy, and people rush toward this or that investment, throwing capitalization in some industries far out of equilibrium with that in others. The use of credit enhances the rhythm of price. A large part of business is done practically on margins. If the value of a thing fully paid for falls in the hands of the owner, he alone loses. But if the value of a thing only partly paid for falls so much that the owner is forced to default in his payment, the loss may be transmitted along the line of credit to every one in the series of transactions. A credit system, highly developed, is a house of cards at a time of financial stress. There is an element of credit in all modern business. Enterprisers enter into strenuous rivalry to secure the profits of a rise, ever hoping to get out whole before the crisis comes. The fundamental cause of crises thus is seen to be psychological. It is the rhythmic miscalculation of rents and of capital value, occurring to some degree throughout industry, but particularly in certain lines. But this subjective cause in men is given full opportunity for action only when certain favoring objective conditions are present. Most noteworthy of these, besides the credit system, is a dynamic condition of industry. The past century has opened up new fields for investment on an unexampled scale. Investment has advanced both intensively and extensively in a series of great waves. New machinery and processes have given undreamed of opportunities for enterprise in the older countries, and the physical frontier of investment has moved outward with the march of millions of immigrants to people the fertile wilderness. Such factors disturb the equilibrium of prices, both in time and space, give a powerful impulse toward higher values in the older lands, and stimulate the hopes of all investors. When the balance between the capitalizations of various industries and between the rents of the various periods proves to be false, the inevitable readjustment causes suffering and loss to many, but particularly in the inflated industries. But because of the mutual relations of men in business, few even of those who have kept freest from speculation can quite escape the evils. Widespread effect on incomes. 4. Crises must be discussed in connection with other subjects than profits. In the textbooks, the subject of the crisis is variously classified. It may well be discussed with money, credit, and banking. It has its bearings on wages, justice in distribution, the theory of interest, and the consumption of wealth. But the reasons for taking it up in connection with the subject of profits are strongest. In no other connection is the presence of the element of speculation and of chance, profit and loss, in business so forcibly seen. Their probable mitigation. The income of every class of society is to some extent affected by these more or less periodic fluctuations. They are in part the price paid for progress under the constantly shifting conditions of our dynamic industry. In part, they are the proof of industrial maladjustment. The force of the shocks will no doubt be much reduced by better banking and business methods, and by a sound currency system. More important still, the development of moderation, conservatism, and a less speculative spirit among the leaders of business will do much towards softening the asperity of these scourges of industry.
Are you ready to explore the principles of true economic freedom and take control of your financial education? Economics and freedom brings you powerful resources that will transform the way you think about the economy. Check out our ebooks and courses, where complex ideas like Austrian economics are broken down into clear, actionable insights. Whether you're a beginner or looking to sharpen your knowledge, Economics and Freedom is your guide to understanding the economy in a whole new way. Learn how markets really work, why sound money is important, and how individual freedom shapes prosperity. It's not just theory, it's a practical approach to understanding the forces that impact your life every day. Join a growing community of people who value knowledge, freedom, and the power to think independently. Visit www.economics-freedom.com and start your journey today.
End of Chapter 37. Recording by Adrian Maskill.
Chapter 38 of the Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marian Servasi. The Principles of Economics with Applications to Practical Problems by Frank Albert Fetter. Part 3. The Social Aspects of Value. Division A. Relation of private income to social welfare. Chapter 38. Private Property and Inheritance. Section 1. Impersonal and personal shares of income. Functional versus personal distribution. 1. Under the title, the social aspects of value are to be considered the influences exerted upon incomes by various social acts, ideals, and institutions. The incomes from the wages of free labor and those from the rent of wealth, as studied in the abstract theory of value, are alike in their impersonal aspect, their relation to utility. But while wage flows from a personal source, is an income appearing to reward the personal effort of the laborer, the income of the wealth owner is due to the use of goods. In the abstract theory of wealth, we do not seek to get behind this impersonal phase of rent. The income arising from goods goes to the de facto owner of the goods. We do not ask how the goods first came into his possession, whether through labor or as a gift, whether stolen or inherited. Indeed, the economic theory of competitive rent may be said not to recognize the personal fact of ownership. It is concerned with the impersonal fact of usufruct. The theory of economic rent, of time value in capital, and of wages, as measured by efficiency, is impersonal, is a study of functional distribution. In the problem of monopoly, the personal factor is more prominent, but the economic study of rent cannot well stop there. Social institutions and personal incomes. An answer, at least in broad outline, must now be given to the question why some men are permitted to hold wealth as their own, that is, as property, while other men are propertyless. Why do the owners exact payment for the use of goods, and why are they allowed by their fellows to do so? Back of these facts is a great system of social institutions that helps to determine what men will do. Market value is a social fact. Price is determined by the bidding of men under the existing social and political conditions. These broader social aspects of value remain for consideration. The influence of lawmaking, of collective action, and of social institutions on value must be noted. Incidentally, this has been done in speaking of patents, political monopolies, and related questions. But mainly the subject has been viewed from the individual standpoint. Now it must be looked at more fully from the social side. Harmony of the studies of impersonal and personal distribution. 2. The study of personal distribution should include a further explanation of the various elements that unite to form the individual's income. Distribution, in economics, is the reasoned explanation of the way in which the total product of a society is divided among its members. It is a logical question and not an ethical one. The economist first asks, what is the effect of utility on value? And next, what is the relation of this goods to the personal incomes of the members of society? It is not his peculiar part to say whether this is the best distribution in an ethical sense. Yet in pursuing the question of distribution, one comes to the border of certain moral questions. The impersonal and the personal views of distribution are not, however, contradictory. They are different aspects of the same question. It cannot be said that the analysis of economic rent is a purely abstract piece of work. In fact, the impersonal view of distribution is essential to an understanding of the personal view of it. The one gives general principles, the other the more special cases. In the practical economic issues of the day, the most urgent need is a better popular understanding of the abstracter theory of value. It is a guiding thread through otherwise bewildering mazes. Composition of personal incomes. The actual incomes of individuals are made up of different elements. The wage earner and the salaried man are rarely quite without material wealth. The enterpriser gets some income also in the form of contract interest or as rent from machinery. Actual personal incomes are therefore a sum of various functional or impersonal incomes. The earnings of every agent may be thought of as always going either to some individual or to some group. By social convention, the receiver of incomes that are not personal gifts is supposed to have produced them. This involves the great assumption that the owner of a piece of land has produced or contributed in some way to society an amount equal to the rent. This may be true in many cases, but in many cases, this view cannot be accepted without close scrutiny. Law in relation to wealth. 3. Property and wealth are respectively the personal and the impersonal, the legal and the economic aspects of productive agents. Law holds an important place in the discussion of actual economic questions. This fact was not overlooked by John Stuart Mill, and it has been far more clearly recognized in the last few years, especially by the German economists. Political law in the broadest sense, as embodied in the state, is, in the first place, a set of rules to guide the conduct and regulate the relations of men in society, a legal code. It is, in the next place, a governmental machine to determine disputes between men, a judicial system. And it is finally physical power to bring contestants into court and to secure and protect their rights, a police force. Whether acting through legislature, courts, or police, in all its dealings with wealth, the law is predominantly personal. The question the law asks and answers regarding wealth is not what, but who. Who is the owner? Who should control, receive, enjoy the income? Economic wealth consists of scarce things, of valuable agents, and because they are scarce, men quarrel over them. Because of the impersonal economic fact that a field and a machine produce scarce goods, arises the legal question as to which man is entitled to enjoy them. Property and wealth. In the case of material things, property value and capital value must be exactly equal. Property rights cover the ownership of a material thing. Material property consists of things viewed with reference to ownership. Capital consists of the same things viewed with reference to their economic services. There are other property rights besides those in material things, various immaterial rights controlling the action of the individual and thus giving a sort of ownership of the individual's actions. Such are patents which forbid other men making a particular kind of machine, copyrights which forbid other men printing certain writings, legal contracts that limit the action of men in various ways and thus appear to abridge their liberty. Section 2. The origin of private property. Property and income. 1. Property is ownership, the legal control over the sources of economic income. The Latin word for property means ownership, and hence that which pertains to the individual, that which is a man's own. The control of property is greater or less. The law makes between property rights and equity rights certain subtle distinctions which have their reason in the history, if not in logic, of the law, but which are not essential to economic discussion. What we are interested in are the equitable claims of men to wealth rather than the technical property rights. With that thought, let us consider the value of the control of wealth. If a farm worth $10,000 is mortgaged for $5,000, its economic worth is $10,000 after as before the mortgage, but the equitable claim is divided into two shares of $5,000 each. The value of the property right cannot, in a reasonable view, be greater than the value of the economic wealth it covers. There is much confusion in the law of taxation on this point. The law treats the farm as property and the debt upon it, whether secured by a mortgage or not, as another body of property. Needless to say, this leads to absurd conclusions in reasoning and to gross injustice. Forms and modes of ownership. There are different forms of ownership. First, private, as that of individuals, families, partnerships, or corporations. Second, public or state, as the ownership of the State House, the highway, the Adirondack Forest Reserve, or the Erie Canal. These are equally effective as against the claims of outsiders, but the rights of those inside the circle of ownership differ. For example, the rights of one shareholder against another, or the rights of one member of a family as against another, are not the same as the rights against outsiders. Private property is the characteristic feature of our present industrial society, but it exists side by side with state property and with many intermediate grades between private and common property. Private property, while attacked on some sides, is usually accepted without question. But in this age of inquiry its origin should be examined, its limits and the reasons for them should be noted, and its purpose, faults, and effects should be set clearly before the judgment. Various theories of property. Occupation. 2. The older theories of the origin of private property are those of occupation, conquest, labor, natural rights, and law. The theory of occupation is that property is based upon the priority of claim of one who finds wealth without an owner and appropriates it. This, to be sure, is a statement of what happens in the settlement of new countries, but it is not an explanation of the property rights that are arising every moment, nor does it give a logical reason for the continuance of ancient property rights. Conquest. The same can be said of the conquest theory, the theory that property is based on force. It applies to the invasion of the Roman provinces by the barbarian tribes who divided the country and enslaved the population. But it rarely applies to present-day happenings, and at its best it cannot, to modern minds, justify present property rights. Labor. The labor theory, meeting some queries where others fail, is that ownership is based on production, on the right of a man to that to which his brain and his muscle have imparted value. It is evident that this test leaves without explanation or justification a great number of things that do exist and have existed as property. Natural rights. The natural rights theory is that property is necessary for the realization of the dignity of human nature. This, if true, would be not so much an explanation as a condemnation of private property as it has existed in most cases, as millions of men are in every land all but lacking in property, and inequality of possession is everywhere marked. This theory expresses, however, one of the worthy ideals of modern democracy. Although in common with the various other natural rights theories, it must today be deemed too absolute and too individualistic. It contains a far-reaching truth, of which due account must be taken in our social philosophy. Law. The legal theory is that property exists because the law says it shall. This expresses a truth, but is no more than a truism. The law determines the limits of property, but what determines the limits of the law? What practical or social justification is there for passing and continuing such a law? The legal theory does not explain anything finally. Each of these theories has its defects, but each points to some fact important and significant, at certain times and places, in the explanation of this widespread institution. Property in early societies. 3. The institution of private property has evolved under diverse conditions. The question of its origin is not the same as that of its present justification. In early societies, individual property rights were not very clearly marked. Every tribe asserted against other tribes and tried to uphold, by war, its claims upon its customary hunting grounds. But the claims of the individual hunter and fisher within the tribe did not often come into conflict. Private property at the outset was in personal possessions, ornaments, weapons, utilities, which were very meager in that primitive society where it was the custom to go calling with a club instead of a card case. Only later came individual property in land. A few years ago, it was generally believed that the organization of the old German tribes was politically an almost perfect democracy and economically a communism wherein all had equal claims on the land. Today, this opinion is very seriously questioned. It seems probable that the so-called communism was really an oligarchy of the favored, and that the masses lived in subjection, cut off from all but a meager share in the public property. Origin versus present justification of property. However that may have been, strong forces within historic times have put an end to the common ownership and tillage of land as it existed among the serfs of Europe. The common tillage of land was shown by experience to be wasteful. Not only did competition tend to bring the economic agents into more efficient hands, but the movement was furthered by many acts of injustice and violence on the part of those in power. Inquiries into the origin and development of this social institution are interesting and helpful in forming an estimate of its present significance, but the problems of the past are not those of today. Whether or not the ancient beginning of property in Europe was in violence and evil has but a remote bearing on the question as to the present working of it. Social conditions and needs have not changed more than have the forms and limits of property itself. Each generation has its own problems to solve, and each must test existing institutions by their present results, ignoring, for the most part, the evils of the past. Social expediency, the ground of private property. Shifting limits of the law of property. 4. Private property may now be justified mainly on the grounds of social expediency. This is a broad explanation under which can be brought the many varying conditions, but it has the fault of a broad explanation that it needs be further explained. Conceding that private property works hardship to the individual in many cases, it must be justified on the ground that, on the whole, it furthers the progress of society. Private property is looked upon by some as merely reflecting or expressing the economic inequalities of men. The man poor in ability is the man poor in property. It is looked upon by others as exaggerating, indeed at times reversing, the economic abilities of men. In general, it must be judged by this test. Does it further the welfare of society better than would any alternative plan for the control of economic wealth? The question is not whether it is faultless, for no human institution is so. Nor must it be assumed that property is a fixed and uniform mode of control. There are many kinds of property. Different parts of wealth may be treated in different ways. There may be private property in wagons and public property in roads, private property in houses and public property in forests, private property in automobiles, and in some countries, public property in railway carriages. But any rule of property, like any other workable human law, must be applicable to all individuals that meet the conditions. Hence, any human institution must be judged by its average working, not by exceptional cases. The very acceptance of the theory of social expediency implies the need of a readjustment of the institution of private property. For private property, as it is found today, is complicated by many historical accidents, survivals of ancient injustice, and relics of feudal institutions that rest on no vital reason remain in our new country as well as in the older ones. The limits of property in many respects are determined not according to the logic of expediency, but by the social inertia which often governs succeeding generations. Section 3. Limitations of the right of private property. Public interests limiting property rights. 1. Unmodified private control of property is unknown. The public makes many reservations in its own interest. Few realize the manifold ways in which property rights are limited. There is first a whole set of limitations to prevent nuisances. An owner in many situations is not free to build a slaughterhouse or to start a glue factory on his land. Property is governed by general public utility, and anything that threatens to become a nuisance or a danger is excluded. When, under the right of eminent domain, the state or the railroad takes the old homestead from its owner who would live and die there, the payment of money damages to him does not make this the less a limitation of his property rights. Rights of way on property exist, either through contract or by prescription permitting its public use. More important of all limitations is the right of taxation, by which society takes more or less of private incomes for purposes of which the individual owners may in no way approve. Private claims limiting property rights. 2. The law enforces a multitude of private claims against private owners. A variety of rights, called easements or servitudes, may attach to private property, modifying its exclusive use. Leases for any period are a virtual limitation of the control and division of the ownership. Both the holder of the lease and the owner of the property have certain rights before the law. The lender of money, secured by mortgage, has a legally recognized and enforceable interest in the mortgaged wealth. Property is left in trust for the benefit of persons of or institutions or of the public, and is administered by trustees who are strictly bound to the execution of the terms of their instructions. Contracts of many sorts are entered into by owners, limiting their control in manifold ways, and the law enforces these contracts. These all form a complex of equitable claims, which together equal in value one undivided property right, which in turn equals the value of the wealth. These claims mutually limit each other, whether they be called equitable claims or liens or property rights, and wealth is not multiplied by multiplying the claims, as the lawmakers unfortunately sometimes assume to be the case. Limitations of bequests. 3. The right of bequest or of gift at death is limited in various ways in different countries. The term bequest implies a will, usually a written will in which the person, foreseeing death, has expressed his wishes as to the disposition of his property. It is said sometimes that bequest is a logical result of private property, but the law does not treat it as such. In countries where hereditary aristocracies exist, primogeniture is in some cases required by law, in others so strongly favored by public opinion that it is practically always followed. Custom limits bequests in England to members of the family, and wills giving outside the family are rare, and are almost always broken in the courts. John Stuart Mill contrasts this with the frequent practice by rich men in America of giving for public purposes. In France, the right of bequest outside the family is legally limited. Only the share of one child can be willed away by the father, and the rest must be equally divided among the children. Settlements and fideicommissa are limited in many countries because of the recognized social evils resulting from the tying up of estates for generations. Throughout the history of England, Parliament has given attention to the question of mortmain, which chiefly concerned the drifting of great estates into the hands of the church or of corporations as a result of bequests by the pious. Only recently in England, and to a less extent in this country, has been seriously discussed the policy of permitting unlimited endowments to charitable institutions, and new legislation has diverted from their original purposes some of the old endowments. These varied and often strict limitations of the right of private property are all determined by some thought, wise or foolish, of social expediency. Limitation of right of inheritance. 4. The law of inheritance varies greatly with time and place. Inheritance, in contrast with bequest, usually means succession of the property of one who has died intestate, that is, has made no will. The old idea of family unity survives in great measure in modern laws of inheritance. The nearest living relatives, no matter how distant they may be, inherit property when there is no will. When a miser dies in solitude and neglect, the world must be searched over to find a remote cousin to take the hoarded wealth. Inheritance is limited largely at present by the power of taxation. The view is growing that the claims of society in which wealth has been acquired are stronger than those of relatives distant alike in space, in blood, and in affectionate interests. This view is reflected in many recent inheritance tax laws which take from the shares of distant relatives a goodly portion for public purposes. The question is raised in many minds: if private property is not an absolute right, what shall be its limits? What changes should be made in it? The essential thought in the various attacks on the institution of private property is that because it occasions inequality in incomes, it is not socially expedient. The conviction is growing that, in some general way, incomes should correspond to and reflect social service. It is well to consider more closely what the terms social expediency and social service imply. End of Chapter 38. Recording by Marian Servasi.